Confessions of an Illuminati Volume 6, 66, The Age of Cyber Satan, Artificial Intelligence and Robotics by Lyon Zagami. Introduction by the author. Lyon Zagami was born in Italy and raised in the 70s and 80s, when theosophy was available to a whole new audience of spiritual tourists, often experimenting with the wonders of the New Age movement with drugs and psychedelia. In 1966, 4 years before his birth, the Church of Satan was established in windy San Francisco by a bunch of Crowleyan theosophists preparing for the advent of the dark side of the age of Aquarius and the rise of Lucifer. One of them, in particular, Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino, born in 1946, from Psychological Operations, U.S. Army, Red, is still an active figure of the Theosophical Society. There is a passage in the Secret Doctrine that is only a few lines long on page 389 of Volume 2, where Illuminati guru Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, 1831 to 1891, explains her own vision of evil and the devil. He finds it quite revealing because it shows the necessity for evil in the Illuminati elite of today that follow her teachings. There is no devil, no evil, outside mankind to produce a devil. Evil is a necessity in, and one of the supporters of the manifested universe. It is a necessity for progress and evolution, as night is necessary for the production of day, and death for that of life, that man may live forever. In 1875, the founder of the Theosophical Society that was established at the roots of the New Age phenomena and modern Satanism, presents an illustration of a flower that is bathed during the day in the scorching heat of the sun, but eventually needs night for the life of the plant to prosper, just as evil is considered by the illuminated elite as a necessity for human beings trapped in the materialistic stage of existence. In his latest book, he focuses on his most difficult experiences in dealing with demonology and exorcism. Let us explore the devil for a moment, from the Illuminati's point of view, to understand better what he was taught and what he experienced in his years in the secret societies of the New World Order. Like most Christians, Muslims, or Jews, people usually believe in a devil or in a demonic force of some kind. One can call him Satan, the adversary, and at times even the evil one, an entity which every sincere Christian or Roman Catholic ultimately believes in. The problem is, he is not an ordinary Catholic, but someone born to a family of magicians, alchemists, and hermeticists who embraced some of the distorted teachings of the New Age. Some say the New Age movement is Christ coming again. That is rubbish. It is Lucifer fully manifesting on this planet to eventually place humanity in the hands of Satan and a robotic world of soulless zombies. Theosophical teachings originated out of liberal Freemasonry and the Illuminati, which ultimately created the New Age movement that does not oppose Satan, because the New Agers and the occultist networks who work for the Jesuits actually serve him and worship him as Lucifer. As the late Father Malachi Martin once said, "If you deny the existence of Lucifer, you deny the existence of Christ." Theosophists like to think evil personalities are simply the dark shadows of the light within, and we must accept this in order to express ourselves in the sphere of matter. For the Theosophist and the vast myriad of New Age sects, we need our dark side to live and prosper in this dimension. This is, of course, pure rubbish and nonsense, coming directly from the demonic realm, that has gradually created a spiritual desert around us in this critical time for humanity's future. Zagami began talking about theosophy because it represents all the failed idealistic tendencies of early 20th century Europe, where many of our current problems originated from. Currents of thought that created the League of Nations, social democracy, and left-wing youth movements that all derive from theosophy, vectors of the counter-initiation of our time. In New Age, we find spiritual materialism and other paths that do not lead to awakening, but claim to. There is a false path of light that is promised to the candidates of the various secret societies of the modern Illuminati that are complete fools ready to embrace occultism without questioning it, eager to become part of the action. The dark side of the Illuminati promises their candidates that after entering they will eventually cease to be in conflict with other beings and cease to recognize evil as a problem. For the Illuminati initiate, evil becomes the result of simply not understanding the cosmic law of the universe properly, and Satanism instead is something that was created by religion to limit human potential. So what is Satanism? While a simple dictionary definition describes it as the worship of Satan, the chief spirit of evil and adversary of God, Vatican expert Professor Carlo Clementi argues that Satanism is, in fact, an extreme form of pessimism. It is a way of seeing the world as a jungle where only the strongest survive. A world in which all limits are absent, bad examples are on offer, and in which the perfection of television's role models is countered with the search for extremes, for power at all costs. Since 2005, the Vatican has offered special training courses for priests and novices in the difficult and controversial subject of exorcisms that are guided by various experts in this controversial field. The course takes place every year at Rome's Regina Apostolorum, the prestigious pontifical university based in Rome, Italy, that is focused more on the history, theology, and sociology of Satanism and black magic, underlining the healing power of exorcism without teaching it. Professor Carlo Clementi, a layman who was in charge of the first course, stated, "There is a growing interest in satanic cults among youth today," adding, "They hear it in music, they find it on the internet." Explaining that years ago when young people wanted to find out about Satanism, it was difficult. Now it's very easy. Though the concept of Satan is probably as old as humanity itself, Professor Clementi claims that the spread of its popularity in the world today has been in part aided by the emergence of both technology and the New Age movement, which a Vatican pamphlet once described as an individualistic, egoistic, and ultimately anti-Christian culture, though Satanism cannot merely be confined to the Christian world. Initially, this course, organized by the Pontifical Athenaeum Regina Apostolorum, an educational institute of the Catholic Church in the mid-2000s, failed to teach students how to deal directly with the most extreme form of Satanism, being that of demonic possession. But this eventually changed when it became in the following years a full-on course on exorcism and prayer of liberation. The course, currently organized by the Sacerdotes Institute in collaboration with the Group of Socio-Religious Research and Information, GRI, and the International Exorcists Association, AI, offers a series of specialized lectures that aim to provide priests and lay people, pastoral workers, psychologists, doctors, teachers, and jurists with suitable training on a subject like exorcism and the role of the prayer of liberation, which is sometimes overlooked and controversial. The director of the Sacerdotes Institute, Father Pedro Barragan, explained a couple of years ago that living as we do in a highly secularized society in which there is a tendency more so than in the past to embrace occultism and esotericism, diabolical action is favored by magical practices, and by people's recourse to fortune tellers who can have a real influence stretching as far as possession. Unlike in the past, exorcism is no longer understood as a medieval ritual, and cases of possession are on the rise, aided more than ever before by the use and abuse of certain drugs, the expansion of the internet, and, of course, video games and virtual reality, VR. For this reason, the exorcism course is now also open to interested parties and professionals who operate outside of the Catholic clergy, like social and healthcare workers who are invited to participate in this battle against evil, even if currently forbidden to practice the rite of exorcism reserved to the Catholic clergy under special dispensation by their bishop. Of course, a series of problems have surfaced, especially after the so-called revision of the rite in 1999, imposed by the satanic forces of liberal Freemasonry that originated in the Second Vatican Council, that authorized the revision of all liturgical books to destroy the Catholic faith as we know it, following the original plan of Adam Weishaupt's Illuminati. They also imposed a radical change to this important weapon of the Church, the rite of exorcism, that was originally published in 1614, known as De Exorcizandis Obsessis a Demonio, on exorcising those obsessed by a demon. Its 1999 revision, entitled De Exorcismis et Supplicationibus Quobustum, on exorcisms and other supplications, is deeply compromised. Fighting the devil with bland language and stunted prayers will in no way get the devil to take an exorcist seriously. However, in 2014, the Vatican officially recognized the International Association of Exorcists. The association, founded by the late Pauline Father Gabriele Amorth, an Italian priest renowned for his work in dispelling demons, who was always critical of the 1999 revision. In 2016, a statement made by the organizers of the now infamous course at the Regina Apostolorum said, The course, which due to the nature of the subject might lend itself to sensationalism. The course approaches the topic from a sound theology aimed at deepening the theological basis of nature and the action of angels and demons from a biblical, liturgical, dogmatic, and moral point of view, in an open dialogue with other sciences such as psychology, law, and medicine. The path to modernity in the Church, unfortunately, tends to facilitate the devil. Speaking at the Vatican's annual Exorcist training conference in Rome in 2018, Cardinal Ernest Simoni said priests are even delivering prayers of liberation, which is part of the exorcism ritual, over the phone as demand continues to rise. He does not think demonic possession should be treated in this way because it is often linked to Satanism, as he witnessed himself in his time on the dark side of the Illuminati. Like Professor Clementi once said, Satanism is a global phenomenon, a human problem that transcends all barriers and which can affect anyone, particularly those with a highly sensitive soul who see their strong ideals betrayed in some way or other. The rise in Satanism and occultism are the main reasons for the increase in demonic possessions that have affected Freemasonry negatively and infested a growing number of Freemasons, pushing them towards the dark arts, thanks to the influence of New Age gurus like Satanist Aleister Crowley. That is why Masonic historian and author Robert Gilbert from the UGLE wrote a few years ago an unheard warning for all Freemasons about this problem. Fundamentalists invariably bring into their arguments the name of Aleister Crowley, magician, pervert, fraud, and, alas, a Freemason, albeit a very irregular Freemason. His antics and his beliefs have no bearing on Freemasonry and religion, and as a man firmly rejected by the Grand Lodge, he could readily be dismissed from the argument. Until now, that is. Crowley was the head of an esoteric order, the Ordo Templi Orientis, which had, and has, a series of rituals involving sex magic and a theology. Based upon Crowley's Book of the Law, this particular holy book contains such edifying passages as the following, for uttering which I must apologize. I am in a secret fourfold word, the blasphemy against all gods of men. Curse them, curse them, curse them. With my hawk's head I peck at the eyes of Jesus as he hangs upon the cross. I flap my wings in the face of Muhammad and blind him. With my claws I tear out the flesh of the Indian and the Buddhist, Mongol, and Din, Balasti. Ampeda, I spit on your crapulous creeds. Let Mary and Violet be torn upon wheels. For her sake, let all chaste women be utterly despised among you. We can rightly dismiss this as unpleasant adolescent rubbish, but members of the OEO take it seriously. They are also currently seeking, in considerable numbers, to be admitted into regular Freemasonry, and they wish to be obligated upon their own holy book, the Book of the Law. This has not happened, and will not happen, in this country, but some American Grand Lodges are rather less vigilant, or perhaps more lax in their interpretation of the words, of good repute. It is reported, in newsgroups, alt.freemasonry, that many of our OTO members have also joined craft masonry, as well as ASR. In some Masonic jurisdictions, the VSL for taking an oath by Thelemites has been Liber ALE, the Book of the Law, in recognition of the religious orientation of the OTO member applicants. I have dutifully drawn this state of affairs to the attention of Grand Lodge, but when fundamentalist anti-Masons unearth this, as they surely will, we will be hard-pressed to justify our inaction in not repudiating the Grand Lodges concerned. The exorcism is always performed by request, and the person requesting the exorcism should be present. If appropriate, this person should actively participate in the ceremony devised by the Illuminati of the OTO as an assistant to the exorcist himself. During the ritual, the exorcist from the OTO Illuminati raises a copy of the infamous Stele of Revealing, a central element of the New Age philosophy of Thelema, founded by Theosophist/Satanist Aleister Crowley, and declares in a loud voice, O thou spirit in, thy impertinence shall bring thee to destruction, for the God of war and of vengeance has spied thee with his hawk's eye. Flee. Sure, it seems a rather different scenario from the Catholic exorcism, but it demonstrates once again that even the dark Illuminati of the OEO can lose control of their demonic spirits at times and need to banish or even destroy them after falling victim to demonic possession. Demons are, in fact, wicked spirits almost impossible for a human being to fully control, especially today as they use modern technology to their advantage. The word demon comes from the Greek daimon, which means an evil spirit. Daimon, in turn, comes from a root which means a shadow. Satan, the supreme alien commander of all demons, sends these evil spirits upon earth to bring shadows and darkness upon the spirit of man. Anyone who does not believe in spirits will certainly have trouble in accepting the true biblical teachings of God. We should never forget that demons are actually fallen angels, as Revelation 12 verses 4 to 9 teaches us. In fact, that 1/3 of all angels were expelled from heaven because of the original rebellion of Satan against God. These angels joined with Satan in his rebellion and were cast out onto the earth as disembodied demons. And they are still here whether we believe in them or not, as multidimensional creatures ready to enter our body and possess us. Of course, liberal theologians working for the upcoming one-world religion have tried to explain away the existence of demons by something known as the accommodation theory, almost dismissing it as a primitive and useless form of superstition that has no place in the world today. Modern theologians, mostly inspired by the Second Vatican Council, who are actually serving the demonic side, want to convince us that the casting out of demons recorded in the New Testament was simply an accommodating gesture made by Jesus towards the common people who superstitiously believed that sickness was caused by demons. But that is a lie, of course. For the liberal and progressive priests of today, the belief that Jesus does not want to upset them in their simplicity and their materialistic ways goes along with their spurious ideas. Jesus casting out demons, which actually do not really exist, seems a much more realistic option for their materialistic views. But anyone who believes in the Word of God cannot possibly accept this heresy that basically rejects the foundation of the Christian faith. The more evangelical theologians have generally accepted biblical statements about Satan, although some of them fail to understand that Satan maintains his curse upon humanity through his hordes of demons, now more than ever involved in the final takeover of humanity thanks to advancing technology. Satan finds this necessary because he is not omnipresent, as the Spirit of God is. But believe me, Satan has no shortage of help in 2019 AD. The numbers of wicked, fallen spirits swarming the earth cannot even be counted these days. According to The Economist, the shortage of clergy trained in exorcism has led to a growing number of independent operators in Europe who will rid people and properties of demons for up to €500 a session. We are now experiencing a full-on demonic invasion, and for this reason the Vatican-backed International Association of Exorcists, which represents more than 200 Catholic, Anglican, and Orthodox priests, said in 2018 that the increase in demonic possession represented a pastoral emergency, and according to a priest from Sicily guested on Vatican Radio last year, the number of people in Italy claiming to be possessed has tripled to 500,000 a year. While an Irish priest stated that the demand for exorcisms has risen exponentially, also in Ireland. With this sudden rise in requests for exorcism worldwide, possible abuse cases should be monitored inside and outside of the boundaries of the Catholic Church. In 2017, the Christian think tank Theos reported that exorcisms were a booming industry in the UK, particularly among Pentecostal churches, and he would like to add that the same can be said of the evangelical churches. But this means that deliverance ministry, as they call it, becomes at times a form of spiritual abuse if not exorcised by honest and experienced exorcists. In the US, one of the most famous cases of abuse that took place during the rite of exorcism in recent years is the case of Catholic Father Thomas J. Euteneuer, ex-president of Human Life International, and a prominent figure of the church, who confessed he violated his chastity with a woman he was performing an exorcism on. The known exorcist and author admitted inappropriate conduct towards this demonically possessed woman and was eventually forced to resign, as other cases of sexual abuse also surfaced. However, in this book, he does not want to only write about the dangers of demonic possession for both normal people and the clergy involved in this epic confrontation, but also show possible cures for the growing phenomena of possession, too often underestimated as some relic from the past. He does this by explaining in detail the untold secrets of the exorcism rite of the Catholic Church and its recent developments, as well as the strange relation to so-called UFOs, and the new problem of people forced into demonic possession by smartphones, social networking, artificial intelligence, and virtual reality. things that we should consider the ultimate satanic traps, and to avoid them whenever possible. He obviously dislikes transhumanism, an international philosophical movement implemented by the New World Order and supported by the Jesuits, that advocates for the transformation of the human condition by developing and making widely available sophisticated technologies to greatly enhance human intellect and physiology. Remember, modern-day transhumanists such as B.J. Murphy are self-described Satanists because it is another clear step towards complete enslavement by a digital Satan who will offer many false wonders in order to enslave you. That is why everywhere we see the symptoms of a valorization of reason which excludes or even represses all acknowledgement of religion and the vulnerability of mankind. We are going towards a living hell, and only a small minority seem to care. Current Deputy Prime Minister of Italy, Matteo Salvini, is one of them, and recently expressed his own concerns about the problem of satanic sex in Italy after the open invocation of Satan made by a comedian on national Italian TV, RAI. Salvini even cited the advice of well-known exorcist Don Aldo Buonaiuto on the subject. The incredible satanic stunt, similar to many others we saw in recent years in the US, was made on February 2019 by Virginia Raphael, one of the presenters at the Festival della Canzone Italiana di Sanremo, the most popular Italian song contest of the year. This demonstrates that Italy, like most of the world, is now completely in the hands of Satanists that have no fear of repercussions from the Pope or anyone else, and are now starting to publicly worship Satan. Chapter 1. Satan Prefers the Catholic Church These Days. The Mission of Volume 666. Humanity is indeed experiencing an unprecedented attack on civilization by demonic forces, and if one decides to sell their soul to Satan in this end-time scenario, there is a variety of high-tech options on offer from Cyber Satan. Perhaps we have arrived at the end times. These are the prophetic words said over 1 year ago by Cardinal Raymond Burke, one of Pope Francis' main conservative opposers and internal enemies. Prophetic signs have indeed manifested all over the world, almost weekly in recent years, for those with eyes to see, and not those brainwashed by Satan's materialistic system of lies and illusions. There is also the growing political tension which could lead, at any moment, to a series of civil wars in the US and Europe, and a world war with China or Russia is always possible. In regards to the signs of the end times, in Ezekiel End of Days prophecy, he foresees the Dead Sea flourishing with life, something that was considered to be impossible due to its high salt content. But only last year, in 2018, it was reported that an Israeli photojournalist, Noam Bedin, had photographed sightings of marine life in small sinkholes around the Dead Sea, as well as clear signs of vegetation growing. Mr. Bedin, who works for the Dead Sea Revival Project to preserve the sea and other Israeli water treasures, said the fish prove the water is anything but dead. Photos released by the Dead Sea Revival Project show, in fact, tiny fish swimming in water reportedly from the Dead Sea, revealing another important sign of the incoming end times. We also finally saw in September 2018 the birth of the red heifer he talked about in the introduction of Volume 5, as a result of the Temple Institute's Red Heifer program. An entirely red female calf was born, paving the way for re-establishing the temple service and marking the final stage of redemption for the Jewish people. 1 week after its birth, the newborn red heifer was certified by a board of rabbis as fulfilling all the biblical requirements. The rabbis emphasized that the heifer could, at any time, acquire a blemish rendering it unsuitable, so they will be inspecting the calf periodically to verify its condition. But this is possibly another verifiable sign of the end times, who are now manifesting on earth for the end time scenario. While the Holy Trinity is characterized by infinite truth, love, and goodness, the unholy Trinity portrays, of course, the diametrically opposed traits of deception, hatred, and unadulterated evil represented by Jorge Mario Bergoglio, the first Jesuit pope. The revelations of the Book of Revelation are coming to fruition as Pope Francis openly admits he is the devil. Remember, the Pope himself said in the interview cited earlier, "With Satan, you can't argue." And that is exactly what is happening with Antipope Francis, who ignores his critics and refuses to comment on the extensive cover-up of rampant pedophilia in his clergy, while the Satanist liberals are expanding their power and interest in the Church of Rome every day. The mission of this book, written by a person who has been both an exorcist and the subject of various exorcisms, is to help you understand the dangers of the demonic side that can be found increasingly in the media, in politics, Hollywood, and, of course, in the Catholic Church. Through his own direct experience, he teaches who to trust in this epic battle between good and evil, especially during this turning point in human history that will see artificial intelligence taking over large parts of humanity to enslave us to the Antichrist. We are indeed in a critical time for humanity that will decide the destiny of the future of our species, so we need to be aware, unlike the majority of the sheeple out there ready to be microchipped and brainwashed by virtual reality. Join the real resistance to help establish the kingdom of God we are all seeking, not the technocratic, left-wing satanic counterfeit established by liberals like those in Silicon Valley, where we find modern witches and warlocks of this new cyber hell, serving the reign of the Antichrist and his new world disorder. Slaves of evil, soon in the hands of a satanic artificial intelligence that will dominate every aspect of our lives in cahoots with the dark forces of the new world order. Remember, skeptics out there, that uncritical acceptance of the grand disruptive schemes that the tech industry is forcing upon us every day brought us to this point and will possibly destroy our species. Let's not forget the HAL computer, which initially was friendly and helpful in 2001, a space odyssey that finally turned out to be no more than an emotionless calculating machine for which human life was of no importance. Today, reality is about to go beyond fiction with the development of AI that has become the center of all issues. This is indeed at the heart of the current technological revolution and will, without a doubt, grow exponentially because, after all, it is all part of this unprecedented time in history. How is Satan hiding in artificial intelligence? Together we will search for a solution for the virus of evil that will destroy the world and those who still believe in God, if we do not take action before it is too late. Technology is truly a double-edged sword in this specific moment in the history of mankind. It can do great good, but it can also be used for great evil and put us all in the hands of Satan in the blink of an eye. So beware, there is a multidimensional cause behind the sinister agenda of the New World Order, and it wants to control you 100% at all levels, spiritual and material, with the use of technology. Jesus said that your soul is worth more than the rest of the world, and that is what Satan, with his alien army of fallen angels and demons, wants so badly. Do not ever underestimate the enemies of your soul while you still have one, because once you are microchipped, you will no longer have this option. The problem will begin when governments and globalist institutions start forcing you to wear a chip. These microchips are the so-called mark of the beast, and the sooner you realize that, the better it is for the future of your soul. Zagami is often surprised to see some tongue-in-cheek jocularity in news articles recently about this subject, because in the end it will be the ultimate turning point for humanity that could end in inhumanity for us all. The Devil and Father Amorth, by William Friedkin, director of The Exorcist, explores this. At the time, Father Amorth was the Vatican's chief exorcist, and his strong criticism sent shock waves around the world. The young American actor, author, and conservative political commentator Michael J. Knowles has, in the following words, brilliantly synthesized the strong connection between Satanism and the Vatican, also in light of the recent Catholic sex abuse scandals in Pennsylvania and all over the U.S. Before his death in 2016, the Vatican's chief exorcist for over a quarter century, Father Gabriele Amorth, observed, "The devil resides in the Vatican, and you can see the consequences." We are seeing the consequences now, from Pennsylvania and Washington, D.C., all the way up to the College of Cardinals. Father Amorth described, "Cardinals who do not believe in Jesus and bishops are linked to the demon." The Pennsylvania grand jury report relates one instance of ritualized, satanic abuse of a young boy by 4 priests. There is some ambiguity regarding the precise nature of the incident owing to page-long redactions in the report. Another priest rinsed out the mouth of a 9-year-old boy he had sodomized with holy water. Yet another priest sodomized another boy with a 7-inch-long crucifix. We imagine that the Antichrist's kingdom would be the creation of a satanic church and the conversion of the world's population to a new satanic religion. But from the shocking results of the recent investigations into the Catholic Church, we finally understand that the elite of the New World Order is very happy with a Jesuit-controlled church. They do not want everyone in the world to join Anton LaVey's Church of Satan or the more contemporary Satanic Temple of Lucien Greaves, even if these cults are growing a lot in the last few years. Greaves said in a recent documentary that premiered this year at the Sundance Film Festival, "This is the infancy of the Satanic Temple. In our own humble little way, we are changing the world." It makes much more sense in their eyes to infiltrate and exercise control over a church that is already in existence, like the influential Catholic Church, for example, that has already solidified its power base globally for centuries and secretly controls through the Jesuits most of the Satanic and New Age sects worldwide. No church fits this plan and course of action more perfectly than the Catholic Church, which has been for centuries the most powerful religious force in the world, and in many ways still is in full control of the Illuminati elite of the New World Disorder, thanks to the Jesuits. The Vatican has already spent billions of dollars dealing with pedophilia cases. This is no secret, and now they might even be on the verge of bankruptcy in the US, after the latest scandals initially unveiled by the Pennsylvania grand jury showed decades of sexual abuse by priests and an extensive cover-up exercised by unscrupulous bishops all over the US working under the control of Satan and his legion. The Vatican is gradually breaking their silence and admitting the terrible accusations were criminal and morally reprehensible. But this is a farce, and the future of the demonically possessed Catholic Church in the US and the rest of the world is uncertain, as Satan and his legion expand and influence the ones who do not believe in God and the ones that spread his New Age diableries. Sorcery is on the rise, and satanic worship is cloaked in this evil rampant surge of the demonic on TV and in video games, but the Catholic Church stays silent. In the meantime, children are used in various satanic rituals by the Catholic hierarchy, and this is finally becoming evident from the Pennsylvania grand jury report. The Vatican claims to be following the word of God, but as Zagami has reported for years, the practice of Satanism is a huge reality within the church. Initially, the media laughed at his work and at his accusations against the Catholic Church, often trying to accuse him of being mentally ill and unstable, even trying to lock him up in mental institutions more than once to ruin his reputation. Well, they are not laughing now that almost everything he said was exposed, even by the mainstream media, and the Vatican is in an unprecedented state of chaos. These servants of Satan are finally showing to the world with Pope Francis who they really are. Today, the idea that there is Satanism in the church hierarchy might still seem far-fetched to those who still believe in fairy tales, or support the intellectual frauds perpetrated by the Jesuits who still control the most prestigious universities. But things are changing now, and people are waking up to the truth. For decades, the Satanic conspiracy has been plotting to infiltrate the church with no opposition. In addition to those Satanists who joined the church as part of a liberal conspiracy to infiltrate and destroy its values, there are also those who originally joined as devout Catholics, but for one reason or another, later become involved in Satanism and pedophilia. They may have faltered in their faith at some point, or become fascinated with the occult, or the deviant sexual magical practices of Aleister Crowley while in seminary, and upon confessing this to a fellow priest in confession, a priest with satanic connections of course, will later invite him to join one of the secret Illuminati cults that are operating within the Catholic priesthood, or close to it. These are groups, like the Colluver Noir, the infamous Ordo Templi Orientis or the Temple of Set, among many others that Zagami has discussed in detail in the past volumes of his Confessions. Such sects are part of the Illuminati network of the Satanic New Age. They are working closely with the Jesuits, often aided by certain occult Zionists operating within the left-wing political frame, supported financially by the Rothschilds or Soros. If you think about it for a moment, Zionism, aside from the re-establishment of a Jewish homeland in the territory defined as the historic land of Israel, that is in perfect accordance with Christian Bible prophecy and demands respect for this reason, is both anti-Jewish and anti-Christian in its essence. Of course, this is a prerequisite for the second coming of Jesus, so nothing can be really done about it, as we all consider it an eschatological necessity. But it is also an atheistic repudiation of every characteristic of real Christian principles and the more down-to-earth Jewish principles of altruism, which actually exist in every moderate religious affiliation in the world. Having said that, he completely disagrees with the position of known independent journalists and Jewish critics, like Adam Green or Henrik Palmgren, who think that InfoWarriors, like himself or his friend Alex Jones, are compromised and Zionist shills, simply because he believes that anti-Zionism, with its anti-Semitic characteristics, has no place in civil society today. However, many of Israel's founders were, unfortunately, leftist if not full-on communists, as some of them arrived from the Soviet Union. Moses Hess, 1812 to 1875, who was considered the founder of labor Zionism, was an early proponent of socialism and a precursor to what would later be called Zionism. The famous kibbutz is a typical socialist idea, for example, and at the same time, an Israeli one promoted by the same labor Zionists who believe that a Jewish state could only be created through the efforts of the Jewish working class settling in Palestine and constructing a state through the creation of a progressive Jewish society with rural kibbutzim. In the diaspora, as well, many Zionists were socialists, and at least two of the founders of the Church of Satan in 1966, or even three if we count the pedophile Roman Polanski, B.1933, were Jewish. Zagami is talking about occult film director Kenneth Wilbur Engelmeyer, born in 1927, who renamed himself Kenneth Anger, and known papal court Jew and clown prince of Satanism Howard Stanton Levy, 1939 to 1997, who rebranded himself Anton Zander Levy, but ended his evil life in a Catholic institution, fearing for his afterlife like a little girl. Even if Satanists contradict this, it seems that all the various leaders of the Illuminati sects out there today might have a theosophical origin, but they are, first of all, a bunch of wannabe Jesuits. No wonder Mr. Levy died in St. Mary's Medical Center, a known Catholic hospital in San Francisco. On the infiltration of the Theosophical Society by the Jesuits, please read Volume 2 of his Confessions. Regarding the Jewish faith, Satan is viewed in a slightly different way by Jews, and that could be one of the reasons why it appeals to some of them. In the Jewish faith, Satan is clearly subordinate to God and is considered a member of his suite, Heb B'nai Halokim, who is unable to act without his permission, but nowhere is he in any sense a rival of God or an independent figure, so evil is almost considered a necessity. After all, if God allowed evil to enter into this universe, it could only be by his sovereign decision. So let's keep in mind that the background of a Satanist is not always Christian, but typically involves mocking all things Christian, particularly Catholic. But in the end, Anton Levy, like many other occultists including Aleister Crowley, have always shown their strange obsession for the Catholic Church. Of course, there are also people who genuinely regret having been part of Satanism, but that is rare. Deborah Lipsky, who is the author of A Message of Hope, Confessions of an Ex-Satanist, is one of them. Deborah, who was born a Catholic but got involved with Satanism as a teenager, returned to the Catholic Church of her youth 10 years ago, in 2009. She said about her experience, "You'd be surprised to discover that seemingly respectable citizens in your community are members of satanic covens," adding, "They're people you meet on the street. They're doctors, lawyers, and Indian chiefs." Deborah explained how people invite the demonic into their lives through portals, stating that, "You can make use of Ouija boards, go to a psychic, attend a seance, or try to communicate with ghosts. We can also invite them in when we let ourselves be consumed with anger and refuse to forgive. Demons have the ability to tamper with our thoughts and lead us into addictions." Increasing fear of the demonic eventually led Deborah Lipsky to return to the Catholic Church to share her own terrible experiences about Satanism. Deborah did this, obviously not knowing that she probably went back to a much stronger satanic reality than the one she left. In the meantime, former Catholic Jack Maturko, a council member of the Satanic Temple of Arizona, denounced the Catholic Church last summer in an open letter published on the site Patheos, demanding they erase his name from its roster. In Maturko's letter entitled, "A Personal Reflection on the Pennsylvania Catholic Abuse Scandal," that went viral last summer, Maturko wrote, "I do this as a member in good standing of the Satanic Temple and a practicing Satanist. I cannot in good conscience continue to allow my name, no matter how nominal, to be counted as one of your professed membership. Non serviam." Maturko is an ex-Catholic Satanist that does not want to associate any longer with the Catholic Church. That is perfectly understandable, but he still seems to defend the church when he says in the same letter, "I was never abused by my local priest growing up and never knew anyone who was. But the man who baptized me, presided over my father's funeral, and presided over my sister's wedding was, according to the report, a rapist." Returning to the Pennsylvania grand jury report, it must have indeed shocked Satanist Jack Maturko. Other Catholic Satanists, however, seem to go the other way. David Arias is considered today an exemplary leader among Southern California Catholics, working in the Hispanic community and involved in many evangelization efforts in the Diocese of San Bernardino and the Archdiocese of Los Angeles. He was once a member of a satanic cult he joined when he was still a teenager. After being introduced in high school to the use of the Ouija board, Arias received invitations to underground parties, which involved promiscuity and extensive drug and alcohol use. He was then invited to the Satanic Church, that is presumably not the Church of Satan founded by Levi. He said there were 3 steps involved in one's entrance into this satanic cult. 1. Beginners observed rituals. 2. The more experienced participated in sacrifices of animals, such as rats and cats, which included drinking their blood and pronouncing curses on others. And 3. The finalists sacrificed humans. Those murdered could be runaway teens, or the babies of women in the group who got pregnant. His group gathered monthly for a black mass that he defined as a mockery of the Catholic Massachusetts. Eventually, David Arias, now 40, left and went back to his Catholic faith. Do you understand why there are more true Satanists in the Catholic clergy today than in the Church of Satan or any other satanic institution? It does not matter if Pope Francis is blaming the devil for undermining the Roman Catholic Church. That is a farce. Just like Pope Francis carrying ways in front of the cameras, that changed dramatically in private, and people are finally waking up to the lies and propaganda of the mainstream media in regards to this Pope. True Satanism is no longer about destroying the Catholic Church, but rather transforming it into a Jesuit nightmare, the Great Apostasy. Last year, we witnessed the beginning of the broadest examination ever by a government agency into child sexual abuse in the Catholic Church, the final bullet for a dying church. Most of the victims were boys, but there were girls too. Some were teens, many were prepubescent. The abuse ranged from harassment to rape, but all of them were brushed aside, in every part of the state, by church leaders who preferred to protect the abusers and their institution above all. As a consequence of the cover-up, almost every instance of abuse we found is too old to be prosecuted. That is not to say there are no more predators, specified the very grand jury that in 2018 published the results of a long-awaited investigation that began back in 2016 into the Catholic clergy sex abuse in Pennsylvania. The State Attorney General's Office of Pennsylvania published a roughly 900-page report that, with its exhibits, is over 1,300 pages on sexual abuse in 6 of the 8 dioceses of the state of Pennsylvania: Harrisburg, Allentown, Pittsburgh, Greensburg, Erie, and Scranton. The dioceses of Philadelphia and Altoona-Johnstown were deliberately excluded, since similar investigations had already been conducted in the Obama years without much coverage in the mainstream media. The investigation involved a period of 70 years, documenting around 300 priests who abused at least 1,000 victims. But this is apparently only the tip of the iceberg. The Catholic Church was forced to reveal there are thousands of victims, as the grand jury itself admitted to the public. This is only a small part of the massive satanic cover-up orchestrated by the Catholic hierarchy in Pennsylvania and in the rest of the U.S., that if fully revealed could jeopardize the very existence of the Catholic Church in the United States, demonstrating once more that this is much worse than we could ever imagine. This is another possible reason for silencing and deplatforming InfoWars in 2018, aside from their support of guns that the New World Order wants to desperately eliminate in the near future, so they can launch without resistance their RoboCop army controlled by the Satanic AI, as they did in Dubai in 2017. Dubai police are investing heavily in artificial intelligence to help predict crime and accidents, alleviate traffic congestion, and even power RoboCops. But, of course, this is only the start of this upcoming nightmare. Regarding Alex Jones's project, it is the main independent news outlet in the U.S. that has been investigating the real evil of the Catholic Church in recent years, so it is still considered to be a big threat to the Jesuit-driven New World Order that protects all the elite pedophile networks operating around the world. YouTube, for example, has already employed a number of strategies to suppress content that its owners have branded conspiratorial, hateful, or otherwise contrary to the company's Silicon Valley value system, including demonetizing videos and deplatforming controversial content creators like InfoWars. They are scared, so they use censorship, dirty tricks, and Gestapo-like tactics, as in the recent Roger Stone arrest, to silence the truth, because words are, of course, more dangerous than guns for the Jesuit-driven New World Order. Remember, the Pennsylvania grand jury believe that the real number of children who have not filed a report or whose complaints against the Catholic Church pedos have been lost is in the thousands. Not 1,000, but thousands more, and this happened because time after time, many brutalized victims failed to come forward to denounce the Catholic Church for fear of reprisal by the Vatican and the once powerful Catholic community. That also includes the Italian and Irish mafia, often used by the Catholic Church and the Jesuits to silence their opponents or to cover up their scandals. The U.S. Catholic bishops that now express shame and sorrow for this new chapter of the never-ending pedophilia scandal are unfortunately the same hypocrites that once aided the cover-up of this mess, or were actually involved themselves. There have been other reports about child sex abuse within the Catholic Church, but never on this scale, stated the shocked members of the Pennsylvania jury. This incredible affair is bigger than we could have imagined, so let's not forget it, or become brainwashed to believe it is all over in the coming months and years. As the late author and researcher William H. Kennedy, who died in August 2013 under mysterious circumstances, wrote in his book Lucifer's Lodge, Satanic Ritual Abuse in the Catholic Church, Satanism has always been a dark cloud lurking in the background of the Roman Catholic Church. That cloud is in the process right now of overshadowing the Church, of overwhelming it with its power and taking control. Meanwhile, the satanic apologists, including those who pose as spokesmen for the Church, are working overtime to convince everyone that there is no such thing as Satan, and most especially no satanic conspiracy, urging us to ignore the sulfurous odor that lingers around the current church child abuse charges. In 1996, Kennedy teamed up with famed Catholic priest, novelist, and exorcist the late Father Malachi Martin, author of Hostage to the Devil, Father Charles Ferry, a traditional Catholic priest, and Father Alfred Coons, to investigate charges of pedophilia within the Catholic Church years before the scandal broke out. Unfortunately, since then, all three died under mysterious and at times tragic circumstances, including Father Malachi. All three are victims of the demonic forces now residing in the Vatican. In the end, we have to admit that today, the ultimate Satanist, the real hierarchy of Satan, can be found more easily within the hierarchy of the Catholic Church than in any countercultural wannabe organization of Satanists like the Church of Satan, or in more recent years, the Satanic Temple. Such groups were built by the elite to promote a wide acceptance of Satanism in our society, but also to deviate the attention from the real Satanists who operate from the heart of the Vatican. Every day, hidden in the upper echelons of the clergy. Sometimes Zagami thinks it is really hard to know just where the Catholic Church of today really stands when it comes to the devil. There is a growing group of priests, especially in South America, that practice in secret, rogue exorcism practices in which they actually communicate with demons, possessing people, rather than chasing them out, as the standard accepted practice in Catholic exorcisms traditionally dictates. This way, such groups become deeply involved with Satan and his legion, losing their battle with evil and forming a sort of alliance. Particularly revealing in recent times is a series of videos that appeared on the internet a couple of years ago that show exorcisms performed by the heralds of the gospel, often using exorcist practices and prayers not officially authorized by the Catholic. This audiobook was uploaded by Hidden Whispers Revelation on YouTube. Please subscribe and like the video to support this work if you enjoyed listening. Church. They include purported conversations between exorcists and the devil, which is considered a no-no in standard exorcism procedures because you are quickly led to demonic possession yourself. Even if Catholics at times think that God does permit human spirits to interact with the living, it usually ends up in a disaster for most, so it is better to avoid it. Woe to the exorcist if he loses himself behind curious questions, which the ritual expressly forbids, or if he lets himself be led into a discussion with the devil as he is the master of lies, said once Vatican expert and media expert, Andrea Tomielli, who presently coordinates the Vatican media, largely quoting the words of the Church's most famous exorcist, the late Father Gabriele Amorth, 1925 to 2016, featured in the Netflix documentary film directed by William Friedkin, who directed The Exorcist. We can say that exorcism and the Catholic Church seem inseparable in the eyes of most people, also because of films like these, and, of course, the Church's own proclamations of exclusivity on this mysterious and powerful rite. But to be honest, the earliest evidence of exorcism predates Christianity, and exorcism is practiced in almost all religions, even Satanism and Wicca. The main difference is that Jesus was, and is, still the #1 exorcist, and such a role figured prominently in the Synoptics' portrait of him, and can scarcely be denied, even by skeptics and atheists. Jesus' exorcisms were not merely isolated incidents of compassion for individuals oppressed by malevolent forces. They were direct confrontations of the power and the presence of the kingdom of God. The success of Jesus' assaults indicated that the head of that evil kingdom had already been bound, making possible the spoiling of his domain. As with his healings, Jesus commands the demons to leave without invoking an authority because he was the authority. However, it was common for exorcists of the first century to use powerful names in order to force demons out. In Acts 19 verses 13 to 16, the names of both Jesus and St. Paul were invoked as power names to cast out demons. Recently, his friend David Griffin, imperator of the Alpha Omega Rosicrucian Mystery School and the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, sent him something he would like to share with you in regards to this topic. It is clear that Jesus knew of and used common magical techniques of his time because the Gospels of Mark and John note them in some detail. For example, Mark explains that Jesus taught with authority unlike the scribes. Now there was a man in their synagogue with an unclean spirit, and he cried out, saying, "Let us alone. What have we to do with you, Jesus of Nazareth? Did you come to destroy us? I know who you are, the Holy One of God." But Jesus rebuked him, saying, "Be quiet, and come out of him." And when the unclean spirit had convulsed him and cried out with a loud voice, he came out of him. Then they were all amazed, so that they questioned among themselves, saying, "What is this? What new doctrine is this? For with authority he commands even the unclean spirits, and they obey him." Mark 1 verses 21 to 28. The word Mark uses for authority, exousia, refers specifically to the belief that some people have supernatural powers, and Mark clearly specifies the authority in question. Jesus commands unclean spirits, and they obey him. Jesus demonstrates his authority over spirits in Mark 3 verses 20 to 30. And the scribes who came down from Jerusalem said, "He has Beelzebub, and by the ruler of the demons he casts out demons." So he called them to himself and said to them in parables, "How can Satan cast out Satan? If a kingdom is divided against itself, that kingdom cannot stand. And if a house is divided against itself, that house cannot stand. And if Satan has risen up against himself and is divided, he cannot stand, but has an end. No one can enter a strong man's house and plunder his goods, unless he first binds the strong man, and then he will plunder his house. Assuredly, I say to you, all sins will be forgiven the sons of men, and whatever blasphemies they may utter. But he who blasphemes against the Holy Spirit never has forgiveness, but is subject to eternal condemnation, because they said, he has an unclean spirit." Mark 3 verses 22 to 30. After clarifying that his superior authority is rooted in spirit, not some demon, Jesus rebukes them for blasphemy against the Holy Spirit by their accusation. Next, Mark tells us of Jesus casting out an unclean spirit in a procedure that has a striking number of points in common with the manipulation of demons described in other ancient magic sources. And when he had come out of the boat, immediately there met him out of the tombs a man with an unclean spirit. When he saw Jesus from afar, he ran and worshipped him. And he cried out with a loud voice and said, "What have I to do with you, Jesus, Son of the Most High God? I implore you by God that you do not torment me." For he said to him, "Come out of the man, unclean spirit." Then he asked him, "What is your name?" And he answered, saying, "My name is Legion, for we are many." Also he begged him earnestly that he would not send them out of the country. Now a large herd of swine was feeding there near the mountains. So all the demons begged him, saying, "Send us to the swine, that we may enter them." And at once Jesus gave them permission. Then the unclean spirits went out and entered the swine. There were about 2,000, and the herd ran violently down the steep place into the sea, and drowned in the sea. Mark 5:2, 6-13. With what we know of exorcism in the ancient magic of Jesus' time, the above story shares the following features in common. 1. The imagery of binding demons. 2. The reference of the man as demon-possessed. 3. The threat of torture. 4. The demand that the demon tell its name. 5. The casting of the demons into swine. The Greek magical papyri, or PGM, and other surviving magic documents from the period of Jesus' lifetime clearly show other examples of this pattern in casting out demons, the sort of magic that Jesus was tried and executed for by the Romans. Before Christianity, in the Testament of Solomon, a pseudepigraphical work ascribed to King Solomon, the ruler of Israel interrogates a demon who appears like a stately lion. The demon identifies himself as the lion-shaped demon, an Arab by descent, who sneaks in and watches over all who are lying ill with a disease, and I make it impossible for man to recover from his taint. In addition, this demon has legions of demons at his command at the time of the setting sun. I have another activity. I involve the legions of demons subject to me, for I am at the places where they are when the sun is setting. The name for all demons which are under me is Legion. When Solomon asks how he can be cast out of a person, the demon replies by the name of the one who at one time submitted to suffer many things at the hands of men, whose name is Emmanuel. But now he has bound us and will come to torture us by driving us into the water at the cliff. As he moves about, he is conjured up by means of 3 letters. These entities have been with us for a long time. A number of prayers and practices against the demonic exist in all religious traditions, but with Jesus, we always seem to find the ultimate solution to the problem. Zagami witnessed himself long lines of practicing Muslims during his time in Cairo in 2003, going to visit a Coptic Christian church every week in the Mokattam Hills above an informal district of Cairo, waiting patiently to be exorcised. In a country like Egypt, exorcism sessions performed for Muslims by Coptic priests inside churches is for sure a show of strength for this minority religion. In Egypt, he also witnessed in Cairo Egyptian Muslims, including men, being exorcised by a powerful Orthodox Greek religious woman known as Madame Fula, operating under the patronage of the Coptic Orthodox Church of Alexandria. It seems that when it comes to the demonic, Islam might not have the same appeal of Christianity, at least in Egypt. When he went to Cairo, he was exorcised from all the malevolent forces that were after him at the time by a certain Madame Fula, a known exorcist working for the powerful Boutros Ghali family. For a period of time, thanks to the protection and support of the Boutros Ghalis who invited him to Egypt in November 2003, he managed to fight the satanic forces instigated against him by the darkest side of the Illuminati that were trying to destroy him while living in Norway. For some reason, still unknown to him, the Norwegian Illuminati Grand Master Nicolaj de Matos Frisvold, a dangerous Satanist, now living in Brazil where he collaborates with people like the recently arrested psychic healer João de Deus, John of God, wanted him to take over the order and nominate himself High Priest of the Satanic Illuminati. Frisvold, a left-wing activist related to General Sigurd Frisvold, who was serving at the time as Chief of the General Staff of the Armed Forces of Norway, is a sick man with powerful connections who is secretly involved in satanic activities with a number of Catholic bishops around the world. He never understood the real nature of his work that, of course, he never entirely revealed to him. But this is part of what he wrote to him on the 24th of September, 2003, before he left for Egypt. Your true agenda is to go to Egypt with all these elements from the occult world you consider to be important, and you will install yourself at the foot of the pyramid as the high priest of Isis, Osiris, and Anubis, and more or less take over the world. Because this is what Cagliostro, your ancestor, did. Going over the talks we have had in the past, I remembered your perplexity after watching that movie, Revelation, about the second coming of Christ. I had no idea that you took this seriously to be the revelation of Lyon Zagami Cagliostro. But this is your true intent with the Cairo trip. It is for people to see this insanity in full flower. Remember, this is the same guy who writes in his secret Illuminati satanic teachings perverse things like certain forms of sexual magic, based on the planets or the Culus, where the transformed mass of fire can be aimed at some enemy, possibly through some kind of lycanthropic formulae. These lycanthropic formulas are used within branches of La Couleuvre, more mainly for the purpose of magical attacks. Adding later on in the same text, the strange sexual magic teaching is flavored in a weird high-octave Uranian context hidden in the true and secret understanding of the 11 level of spiritistic coitus. Well, there was no insanity in full flower in Egypt, but with teachings like this, Frisvold is nuts because there was no intention on his side to take over the world. His only plan was to eventually exorcise the evil forces within the dark side of the Illuminati, as he explained a few days after he received Frisvold's mail to Illuminati and Freemason Tony Henley in the headquarters of the UGLE in Great Queen Street during a lodge meeting of Kirby Lodge 2818. The exorcism of Madame Fula in Cairo finally unveiled the alleged presence of 230 demons in his body sent by Nicolaj Frisvold during one of his black masses in Oslo, that were all eliminated during the exorcism. The demons sent by Frisvold included among them a very powerful one, that when captured with others by Madame Fula using molten lead, manifested as a horned beast visible to the naked eye. Typically, molten lead or tin is dropped into a small bowl placed above your head during the exorcism, where it then hardens immediately and captures in the process the demons infesting your body. This unusual process is known in various cultures and is also a method of divination called molybdomancy. The rituals vary, but they always involve an old wise woman pouring molten lead into water over your head. Modern researchers from Ankara University performed a study of the effects of this tradition on the health of women, and they reported the risks of antimony poisoning and lead poisoning. But trust me guys, that was the least of his problems when Madame Fula was performing her exorcism on him. She brushed off the demons with an old wooden brush before pouring the molten lead. This was indeed a very refreshing moment for his soul, knowing that he was finally in the hands of Jesus in what is considered one of the oldest Christian institutions in the world. According to its tradition, the Coptic Church was established by Saint Mark, an apostle and evangelist, during the middle of the 1st century, c. AD 42. Earlier, he had been in contact with another person spiritually working for the Boutros Ghali family, called Dr. Safuat, a self-described Sufi. They met for the first time in London, in a small cafe on Edgware Road, where he was staying for a few days before leaving for Egypt in November 2003. He had been talking on the phone with Safuat for a few months before meeting him. He seemed a good guy, and he operated on him with a Sufi chain of prayer to guarantee his spiritual protection and his safe arrival in Cairo with great success. Without the help of people like him, or Madame Fula, as well as others, who spiritually protected him from the early attacks of powerful Satanists like Frisvold, he would probably not be here writing to you today. His war with the devil and his representatives on earth has never been an easy one. Imagine the kind of pressure and the threats he had to fight when he began to rebel to this evil destiny in 2003 and gradually planned the disclosure project he finally unveiled in 2006 with his online blog Confessions of an Illuminati. For this reason, he wants to show you in this volume, for the first time, the only positive mail he ever received back in September 2003, when he started his now almost legendary confrontation with the dark side of the Illuminati. The mail in question is from Othan Madagaras, one of the former members of the Illuminati Lodge he once directed in London under the auspices of the South American/German Fraternitas Rosicruciana Antiqua, an initiatic body very close to the OEO founded by Illuminati Arnold Krumheller. Othan never turned his back on him like all the others, even if they were never to meet again because of his membership in the OEO. Reading the following mail after all these years makes him feel a real sense of fraternity was somehow established in his lodge, and a spark of Christian light was found even on the dark side. Dear brothers and sisters 93, I feel sad and disappointed for the way that things have evolved concerning the FRA Cagliostro Lodge. I want to make sure that you realize, as most of you already know, that I was never interested, and never will be, in political debates, and unnecessary language when it comes to spiritual organizations. I currently observe all this from a distance and do not wish to take any drastic decisions. Furthermore, I do not wish to disassociate myself with the FRA since I have deep respect for all its members. However, I am not going to become Bro Leo's new executor since I have always learned not to turn my back to a brother. And I prefer to keep it that way. To this extent anyway, Bro Leo has been, to my opinion, a very inspiring and hardworking teacher in Thelema, Bra Othan. Thank you, Othan, for your kind words. Zagami hopes life has treated you well since then. But let's get back to today. Not so long ago, he met someone from his past, a DJ friend of his called Andrea, from Sardinia. He had not seen him since 2005, but the first thing he said to him was, "You did exactly what you told me in London in our last meeting when you were planning your disclosure project. I take my hat off to you for being so consistent." Zagami was glad to hear that from an old friend, especially after all the sacrifices he had to make in order to free himself from all the connections to the dark side thanks to Jesus, a great king above all. Nuns, priests, and celibacy helped create the Black Massachusetts. Last year, The Nun, an American Gothic supernatural horror film directed by Corin Hardy, came out worldwide as the fifth installment in the Conjuring universe, a series of American horror films that have in recent years presented a dramatization of the real-life cases of Ed and Lorraine Warren, two known paranormal investigators and authors, associated with prominent yet controversial cases of haunting. This film, that was probably inspired by one of the most shocking recent cases of exorcism, that took place in 2005, when a Romanian nun who'd been gagged and bound to a crucifix in a room at her convent was found dead. The priest who had been performing the insane exorcism was later charged with murder. Immediately after watching the film, he decided to write a few words about the dark side of the nuns of the Catholic Church. It has been called the last taboo of the Roman Catholic Church. He is talking about nuns sexually abused by priests and bishops on a regular basis. That, unfortunately, became later the abusers and the depraved in the hands of Satan. This transformed the supposedly innocent nuns into something out of a horror movie. One nun recently stated to the Associated Press that what she witnessed opened a great wound inside of me, adding, "I pretended it didn't happen." The abuse of nuns is definitely another big problem that the Roman Catholic Church is dealing with in the end times, and has tried to bury this secret for way too long. In 2001, his friend, Philip Willen, a journalist who lives in Rome, revealed to The Guardian that Roman Catholic priests and bishops in several parts of the world have been exploiting their religious authority to obtain sexual favors from nuns, in some cases resorting to rape and subsequently obliging the victims to seek an abortion. Reports of widespread sexual abuse were compiled by two senior nuns between 1994 and 1998 and passed to the Vatican, reported by La Repubblica and the Italian Roman Catholic news agency Edista. Unfortunately, justice did not prevail after Willen's shocking article, but after decades of silence, the Associated Press now reports that a growing number of nuns from all over the world are finally coming forward with reports of sexual abuse by the Catholic hierarchy. The Associated Press admits that the Vatican has been aware of the problem for a long time, but has done nothing to stop it. The new erupting scandals involving nuns is yet another sign of decadence and of demonic possession for the Vatican that is already struggling with pedophilia scandals surfacing across the globe almost daily. The cases of sexually abused nuns that are emerging involve the continents of Europe, Africa, South America, and Asia, showing that the problem is global, especially in third world countries where it seems like another form of sexual slavery, thanks to the status of second-class citizens that are given to women in the Catholic Church. However, some nuns are now making their voices heard, showing that it is not only children that fall victim to sexual abuse when there is an imbalance of power in a relationship, something we have often noticed in the past in sectarian realities. The Catholic nuns are beginning to publicly denounce years of inaction by church leaders, even though major studies on the problem in Africa were reported to the Vatican in the 1990s. The problem was completely ignored by Pope John Paul II and Joseph Ratzinger, the powerful prefect of the Sacred Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith in charge of the Catholic doctrine during that time. Wearing her religious habit and grasping a rosary in her hand, a nun revealed to the Associated Press that back in the year 2000, a priest that was taking her confession sexually assaulted her in the middle of the sacrament. This was not the only assault, and a subsequent approach by another priest a year later finally led her to stop going to confession with a priest other than her spiritual father, who lives in another country. The extent of systematic abuse against nuns from around the world is yet unclear. However, this week about a half a dozen sisters from a small religious congregation in Chile came out with their stories of abuse on national TV and how their superiors did absolutely nothing to stop it. A nun in India recently presented a formal complaint to the police accusing a bishop of rape, which would have been unthinkable only a year ago. New cases in Africa have emerged periodically. In 2013, for example, a well-known priest in Uganda wrote a message to his superiors that referred to a number of priests romantically involved with religious sisters, which he was promptly suspended for by the church until he apologized in May of last year. The Vatican has remained silent on what measures have been taken to assess the extent of the problem at a global level or to punish the guilty, explaining that it is up to the local church leaders to sanction the priests who sexually abuse nuns. Last June, the French newspaper Le Parisien revealed a potential huge scandal for the Catholic Church, summarizing some of the cases involved to include a nun raped by a monk in a monastery, a nun who was the victim of a priest in the confessional room, and a nun who was sexually assaulted by another sister of her own congregation. In a great majority of cases, the nuns remain silent, and if they eventually recount their ordeal, it is only because they have left the church, sexually abused the children they had in care one by one. This is pure Satanism. They are servants of the devil, not genuine nuns. So what is a genuine nun? The problem is that part of being human is being a sexual person. Humans are attracted to other people, have romantic feelings, and sexual urges. Nuns are no different. However, like their fellow priests, they chose not to act upon these natural, sexual feelings and urges, often falling into the vicious trap of abuse and evil, inflicted and perpetrated generation after generation on innocent victims. A condition that will one day, without the necessary cures and support, transform many of them into vicious sexual predators that often fall in the hands of Satanists for their rituals. Pope Francis said in January 2019 that he still opposes making priestly celibacy optional. However, he may consider allowing married men to be ordained priests in remote areas. This sounds completely demented. Pope Francis, speaking to journalists on the flight back from World Youth Day in Panama, said he would not allow optional celibacy in the Latin Church in a way similar to the practice of the Eastern Catholic churches. The Pope said he personally believes that celibacy is a gift to the Church. But why is the Jesuit Pope only open to male exceptions in regards to celibacy? Why not make it voluntary altogether for both nuns and priests? This way, there will be only true holy people and future saints practicing celibacy and clerical continence for the benefit of mankind, and the Church will go back to being a community of real Christians, instead of having the Church of today hostage to a gay lobby and their pedophile friends serving the devil. Maybe that is why Bergoglio said, "When it comes to the Latin Rite, a phrase said by St. Paul Virgin Islands comes to mind. I would rather give my life than change the law on celibacy." But as Zagami demonstrated in Volume 5 of his Confessions, everybody in Italy knows that Pope St. Paul Virgin Islands, canonized on the 14th of October, 2018, had a gay lover called Paolo Carlini, 1922 to 1979, a known Italian actor. He remembers when a little over 10 years ago, Hollywood actress Natalie Portman turned down the role of a young nun in the movie Doubt because she could not wrap her head around the character being celibate, and she was right. The belief that religious figures should be celibate began long before the birth of Christianity. Ancient Druid priests were thought to have been celibate, and Aztec temple priests were expected to remain sexually abstinent. Other pre-Christian sects mandated that the people chosen for their sacrificial offerings must be pure, meaning that they had never engaged in sex. Jesus lived a chaste life and never married, and at one point in the Bible is referred to as a eunuch, Matthew 19 verse 12. Though most scholars believe that this was intended metaphorically, and many scholars dispute that. On the issue of the sexuality of Jesus, the traditional understanding of Christian churches is that Jesus did not marry and remained celibate until his death. That has not prevented speculation about alternative theories of his sexuality. The Gospels and the New Testament reveal little on this subject. The implication was that Jesus lived a celibate life as a eunuch, and for this reason many of his disciples were also chaste and celibate. It is true the discipline of clerical continence goes back to the apostles, but what about the nuns? It was Paul, who never met Jesus, who in his first letter to the Corinthians recommends celibacy also for women, starting the new trend for the future nuns. To the unmarried and the widows I say that it is well for them to remain single as I do. But if they cannot exercise self-control, they should marry. For it is better to marry than to be aflame with passion. 1 Corinthians 7 verses 8 to 9. The early Christian church had no hard and fast rule against clergy marrying and having children. St. Peter, a Galilee fisherman, whom the Catholic Church considers the first pope, was married. Some popes were the sons of popes. The first written mandate requiring priests to be chaste came in AD 304. Canon 33 of the Council of Elvira stated that all bishops, presbyters, and deacons and all other clerics were to abstain completely from their wives and not to have children. A short time later, in 325, the Council of Nicaea, convened by Constantine, rejected a ban on priests marrying requested by Spanish clerics. The practice of priestly celibacy began to spread in the Western Church in the early Middle Ages. In the early 11th century, Pope Benedict VIII responded to the decline in priestly morality by issuing a rule prohibiting the children of priests from inheriting property. A few decades later, Pope Gregory VII issued a decree against clerical marriages. The Catholic Church was 1,000 years old before it definitively took a stand in favor of celibacy in the 12th century at the Second Lateran Council held in 1139, when a rule was approved forbidding priests to marry. In 1563, the Council of Trent reaffirmed the tradition of celibacy. Less than a century later, the perverted nature of the clergy began to emerge, and in France a number of Catholic priests, including one whose work was uncovered by church authorities, forcing him into exile, as well as the infamous Abbé Etienne Guibourg, circa 1610, January 1686, who was a French Roman Catholic abbé, started performing a series of black mass rituals for the French aristocracy, featuring child sacrifice. According to later accounts, confessions and trials, Guibourg performed a series of black masses with Catherine Monvoisin, known as La Voisin, later arrested. The most famous of these were performed for Marquise of Montespan, better known as Madame de Montespan, around 1672-3. Upon the arrest of La Voisin, investigators discovered the corpses of 2,500 infants buried in her yard, most likely all sacrificed during the Black Mass rituals. It was alleged that La Voisin had paid prostitutes for their infants for use in the rituals. Reverend Montague Summers, 1880-1948, an English author and clergyman, gives the following account of one such ritual. A long black velvet pall was spread over the altar, and upon this the royal mistress laid herself in a state of perfect nudity. 6 black candles were lit. The celebrant robed himself in a chasuble embroidered with esoteric characters wrought in silver. The gold paten and chalice were placed upon the naked belly of the living altar. All was silent save for the low, monotonous murmur of the blasphemous liturgy. An assistant crept forward bearing an infant in her arms. The child was held over the altar, a sharp gash across the neck, a stifled cry, and warm drops fell into the chalice and streamed upon the white figure beneath. The corpse was handed to La Voisin, who flung it callously into an oven fashioned for that purpose, which glowed white-hot in its fierceness. Summers provides a further account of the incantation used by Guibourg himself. Astaroth, Asmodeus, princes of friendship and love, I invoke you to accept the sacrifice, this child that I offer you, for the things I ask of you. They are that the friendship and love of the king and the dauphin may be assured to me, that I may be honored by all the princes and princesses of the court, that the king deny me nothing I ask, whether it be for my relatives or for any of my household. A priest in the Roman Catholic Church is considered to have received authority directly from the Pope in Rome, God's representative on earth. Because of this, during the Mass, the priest has the power to consecrate the host and the wine, so that they are transformed in the material world into the body and blood of Christ. But there are other powers the priest has. Besides talking directly to God and causing God and the angels to intervene in the world of man, a priest also has the power to talk to Satan and to demons. He could exorcise Satan and demons from a person and also make them do his will in other ways. He has the power to control them. 1. Particular grimoire. The grimoire of Honorius was designed for use specifically by Catholic priests and includes saying the Mass and consecrating the host as part of satanic rituals. So after all this, does one still believe in the value of celibacy for the Catholic clergy of today? Personally, Zagami does not. Pope Francis and his lobby of pedophiles and perverts operating at the highest levels of the Catholic Church today also know this very well, and that is why they will never normalize things by abolishing celibacy for the unwilling. The Pope, aka the false prophet, prefers to leave a door wide open for his satanic legion. In fact, he said on the same plane back from Panama that people need to realize that the problem of abuse will continue, adding, "It is a human problem that is everywhere." In February 2019, Pope Francis finally admitted that sexual abuse of nuns by priests up to and including sexual slavery is an ongoing problem in the scandal-plagued Catholic Church, but stresses that the Vatican is working on it. He made this admission on board the papal plane on his way back from Chrislam's first gathering in the United Arab Emirates, acknowledging for the first time the sexual abuse of nuns by priests and bishops. "We are the people of the apocalypse," Cardinal Pell, Satan's little helper. When Cardinal Pell, who was at the time in charge of the Vatican finances, became the most senior Catholic Church cleric in the world to face accusations of pedophilia, the world was astounded at the malevolent state of the Catholic Church. Actually, it has not been this bad since the Borgias in medieval times, and an even bigger scandal, the possible bankruptcy of many Vatican business ventures, often due to careless investments, others to dodgy deals and money laundering, is also something that is emerging. Pope Francis's predecessor, Benedict XVI, had stopped offshore financial refuge to the Vatican by agreeing to more stringent international controls to prevent money laundering, but he lacked the energy to overcome curial resistance to reform. However, the biggest problem in Vatican finances is the growing request for compensation by the victims of pedophilia. While one cannot put a price on the innocence of a child, one can put a price on just how much the Roman Catholic Church has paid out in lawsuits over the never-ending epidemic of child molestation wreaking havoc in its ranks. According to Jack and Diane Rule of the National Catholic Reporter, who decided to research this particular topic, since 1950, the Vatican has spent a disgusting $3,994,797,060.10. That is nearly $4 billion to keep things hush-hush. That number may even be a bit conservative, as we cannot know for sure the agreed-upon under-the-table amount. The figure is based on a 3-month investigation of data, which includes a review of over 7,800 articles from LexisNexis Academic and NCR databases and information from bishopaccountability.org. Reports from the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops were also used. If the amount of money dished out was divided evenly among the U.S.'s 197 dioceses, each one would get almost $20 million. This is an incredible amount of cash from hard-working people who support the good faith and intentions of the Church. People who are parents to little boys being sexually abused are being used to cover up unfathomable crimes executed by priests. Of course, Zagami respects the Catholic faith even if he is critical of it. He was born a Catholic even if not a believer in the current administration of the Church, but it is more evident each day that the Holy See is losing control of their facade, and the last glimpse of honor was lost with Cardinal Pell's arrival in Rome in 2014. After he was appointed by Pope Francis to be the first cardinal prefect of the newly created Secretariat for the Economy. In this new role, Pell was responsible for the annual budget of the Holy See and the Vatican, a position that needed an easily blackmailable figure like him. No wonder the Vatican is now facing the biggest economic fall, partly due to the ill management of many of their businesses, but also because of the increasing compensation request from victims of pedophilia. This situation forced Pell back to his native Australia, where he even devised a scheme back in the 90s, called the Melbourne Response for his Catholic priest pedophile network, so they could all pay the victims a ridiculous amount and continue molesting them at a cheap price. At least one of them ended up suicidal due to the lack of support from the Church, and ABC News stated on the 29th of June, 2017, that compensation for victims was capped at $50,000, and the process was widely criticized as offering inadequate support to victims. Strangely enough, When Pell arrived in Rome, Lord Christopher Paton, B.1944, immediately joined his team. This is the same guy the elite of the New World Order used to cover up the increasing pedophilia scandals in the BBC that included the infamous activities of the pedophile monster Jimmy Savile. Paton, who was governor of the BBC Trust from 2011 when he was nominated by the Queen until 2014, and then went on to work with Cardinal Pell. Just a coincidence? Of course not. The pedo ring that rules the world helps their own. However, for 3 years, the victims of Cardinal Pell, and a few journalists and writers, including Zagami himself, in the Italian edition of Pope Francis, the last pope, have openly warned the pontiff and the Vatican about the dark side of the Australian prelate. Despite all this, Bergoglio appointed Cardinal Pell as his right arm for the economy, and a member of the elite group of 9, known as C9, the most influential cardinals of the Church, now reduced to C6 after the Vatican continues to unfold. Giovanni Agostino Johnny Cerrucci writes in Eaters of Children, The Pedocracy Exposed. The accepted process for addressing Catholic clergy who have preyed upon children for Rome's agents in media, justice and law enforcement is that low-level priests can be outed but hierarchy cannot. Hence, bishops, cardinals and popes are treated as if they have remained pure through their entire careers, yet they rise from the same pool that provided heinous predator priests, and they have all done their best to protect and enable those predator priests. This is made easy for the Vatican when victims choose to bring the crimes to the Mother Church instead of law enforcement or social services. Such was the case with Phil, an altar boy molested by Cardinal Pell even before his ordination. George Pell as a young monster in the making. Australia's Catholic Church hierarchy received a complaint in 2002 that a trainee priest, George Pell, had sexually abused a 12-year-old altar boy named Phil in 1961 to 1962 at a holiday camp for boys on Phillip Island, southeast of Melbourne. According to a church document, Phil alleged that, on several occasions, the trainee priest George, then about 20, thrust his hand down the inside of Phil's pants and got a good handful of the boy's penis and testicles, and on other occasions, George allegedly tried to guide the boy's hand into the front of George Pell's pants. By the year 2000, when Phil was aged 50, he realized, from television news footage, that the trainee priest George had risen to become an archbishop. Phil was shocked. He did not think it right that someone who had behaved indecently towards children should lead the church, the church document says. In 2002, the hierarchy paid a senior barrister, Mr. Alex Southwell QC, to examine and report on Phil's complaint. Archbishop George Pell, who was indeed at the altar boys camp, denied committing any abuse. Mr. Southwell's report concluded that the former altar boy appeared to speak honestly from an actual recollection. Mr. Southwell said he was not persuaded that the former altar boy was a liar, as alleged by Pell. The complainant, who is referred to as C in Mr. Southwell's report, alleged that he was not the only boy at the camp who was abused by George Pell. C alleged that he witnessed a friend of his, referred to as A, being molested by Big George. C told George to fuck off. A and C later protested by lighting a grass fire near the camp. A died in 1985, and therefore he could not be questioned by the Southwell inquiry. As with so many other victims, C paid a price well after George Pell was done with him. Beginning in his teens, C's life was disrupted. He developed a problem with alcohol and gambling. In his early 20s, he got into trouble with the law, serving time in jail for alcohol-related offenses. Author Johnny Cerrucci rightly wonders, if the cardinal prefect of the Secretariat for the Economy was reaching down the pants of little boys before he was even ordained, what can we assume about the rest of his time since then? Well, Cerrucci is right. In December 2018, the Vatican decided to force Pell into retirement. A sudden emergency announcement was made by the Vatican spokesman, at the time Greg Burke, after George Pell was found guilty on Wednesday, December 12, 2018 of 5 charges of historical child sexual offenses. A Melbourne court convicted the now former Vatican finance chief, Cardinal George Pell, of sexually abusing 2 choir boys in the 1990s when he was Archbishop of Melbourne. After more than 3 days of deliberations, the court handed down a guilty verdict by unanimous consent of the jury. Satan's little helper is now in trouble. If the verdict is confirmed in March 2019, it will be the highest-ranking condemnation of a church official for a crime of sexual abuse. Finally, this hypocrite who had once refused communion to all gays and lesbian parishioners can live his last years in infamy, despised by everyone. Pope Francis had to frantically reorganize the C9 group of cardinals, advising him on how to reform the Vatican bureaucracy, conveniently removing Cardinal George Pell and another prelate also under scrutiny for sexual abuse and cover-up, and a third one who retired. The now ex-Vatican spokesman Greg Burke announced the move in a special briefing, saying that Francis wrote to the three prelates individually in October 2018, thanking them for the work they have done over these past 5 years. The three removals leave the Council of Cardinals with 6 members, transforming it for the moment to a C6. As Burke said, the naming of replacement members is not foreseen at this moment. Pell took leave from his role as the head of the Vatican Secretariat for the Economy back in June 2017, after Australian police announced they would be pursuing charges against him for historic sexual abuse of minors. Asked about the status of Pell's Vatican job at the briefing, Burke responded, "The Holy See has the utmost respect for Australian judicial authorities. We are aware that there is a suppression order in place by the court, and we respect that order." Of course, Pell to this day strenuously denies all the allegations made against him. Most of the specifics of the accusations are still unknown, as the trial has been kept under strict secrecy after a judge conveniently placed a gag order on all press coverage. The order, which still remains in place to this day, was reportedly granted to prevent a real and substantial risk of prejudice to the proper administration of justice. Now, however, several Australian media outlets have reported that Pell has been found guilty of all charges, and the Vatican pedophile lobby is moving fast to avoid being exposed. They are simply desperate to keep up appearances, adding another scandal to the decline of the church. The terrifying witch's Sabbath painted by Goya in 1798 that shows the devil in the form of a garlanded goat, surrounded by a coven of badly disfigured, young, and aging witches, should now be repainted in 2019 with the devil being surrounded instead by a bunch of cardinals and handsome young priests. Do not forget that the late Malachi Martin revealed that a black mass was held in St. Paul's Cathedral in 1963. During this heinous affair, several cardinals installed Lucifer to his appropriate place in the Vatican as head of the church. New scandals for the church reveal the end times are imminent. After the mass resignation of the Chilean bishops in the middle of 2018, the Chilean national prosecutor enrolled 158 members of the Catholic Church to the register of suspects for committing or covering up sexual abuse against minors and adults. This is a real catastrophe for the Vatican, obscuring the Catholic Church once again in the eyes of the world and showing the ongoing success of Satan and the various Luciferian sects of the Illuminati infiltrating the church. Among the suspects of this massive child abuse case in Chile, either as protagonists or accomplices, are a large number of bishops, priests, and lay people connected to the church, and these cases go back almost 60 years. The Chilean magistrates opened 144 lines of investigations on cases from 1960 all the way until 2018, with 266 victims involved. Of these victims, 178 were children or teenagers, and 31 were adults. The overwhelming majority of the reported facts correspond to sexual crimes committed by priests, parish priests, or people associated with schools, the prosecutor's office in Chile wrote today. The age of victims was not established in 57 other cases. The avalanche of sex abuse and cover-up cases that have recently fallen on Chile's Catholic Church pushed Pope Francis earlier this year to publicly denounce a culture of abuse and cover-ups, after he ignored the crimes of his clergy for years, originating from a country that Bergoglio knows particularly well, as it is a neighboring country to his native Argentina. The sex scandals in South America have been especially damaging to the Jesuit Pope in recent years, as they revealed that he lied more than once about not knowing the extent of the damage created by his pedo clergy, even denying that he had been sent a letter from victims begging him for help. Pope Francis received, in fact, a victim's letter in 2015 that graphically detailed sexual abuse at the hands of a priest, showing a cover-up by Chilean church authorities, contradicting the Pope's insistence that no victims had come forward. Think about it. Only a Satanist could lie about something like that. One may also recall that Pope Francis later met with one of the victims afterwards and told him that it was okay to be gay, which sparked another global backlash. Once again, this demonstrates the falsity of a two-faced pope. To the vast majority of brainwashed liberals, Pope Francis is the compassionate face of Catholicism in today's evil world. But to those who really know Pope Francis, also know perfectly well that this is a total farce, and Bergoglio apparently becomes a completely different person when the cameras are off. Pope Francis has not been able to repair the damage done by Pope Benedict and his predecessor when it comes to clerical sexual abuse, and has been far more lenient, even irresponsible, in dealing with this ongoing moral scandal within the Church. Yes, among the cardinals and the hierarchy there are Satanists, homosexuals, anti-papists, and cooperators in the drive for world rule, said the late Father Malachi Martin in an interview. Zagami wonders what he would say now that his fellow Jesuits control the show. Pope Francis's brand of Jesuit liberalism has given even more power to the homosexual lobby in the Curia that is prevalently pedophile. Pope Benedict XVI was forced by the Jesuits to step down from the papacy in 2013, with a promise of making things right, but this has not happened. Ratzinger covered up the dramatic situation in the Catholic Church for years, irremediably compromised by economic scandals and rampant pedophilia involving a much larger number of clergy around the world than previously thought. The Jesuits and a dishonest liberal gay mafia have now taken over the remains of the Church, and there is very little we can do about it. At the moment, what is even bigger than the child molestations by the Catholic Church are the years of cover-ups by the Vatican. Certainly, decades of abuse could not have existed without Vatican officials knowing about it. In the meantime, McCarrick, the 88-year-old retired Archbishop of Washington, was ultimately kicked out when Francis ordered him to be removed from public ministry in June of last year. The sanction was issued pending a full investigation into a credible allegation that he fondled a teenager more than 40 years ago in New York City. The Catholic Diocese of Newark and Metuchen, New Jersey, revealed that they had received 3 complaints of misconduct by Cardinal McCarrick against adults and had settled 2 of them. In October 2013, McCarrick gave a speech at Villanova entitled, "Who is Pope Francis?" During the talk, McCarrick shared a conversation that he had with the newly elected Pope Francis. McCarrick told the audience that he had a very serious cardiac incident while he was at the Vatican during the 2013 conclave. When he returned from the hospital to the seminary where he was staying, his phone rang, and it was the newly elected Pope Francis on the line, inquiring about McCarrick's health. McCarrick relayed his conversation with Pope Francis. "I told the Pope that I guess the Lord still has some work for me to do." The Pope responded to McCarrick by saying, "But on the other hand, maybe the devil did not have your accommodations ready." Now we know the Pope was not joking, as Cardinal McCarrick is truly a Satanist and a pedophile who deserves hell, not the comfortable life he is conducting in his old age. A sexual predator like him should be in jail, not in some luxury resort provided by the Vatican. However, his friends at Church Militant have learned from extremely reliable sources in January 2019 that the Vatican investigation into disgraced former Cardinal Theodore McCarrick appears to have gone into cover-up mode. In an unbelievable turn of events, Church investigators are now presenting the accusations against McCarrick from a former altar boy as not credible. But what is astonishing is the rationale. The case, as laid out to Church Militant, is that the then 16-year-old boy went to St. Patrick's Cathedral to seek out McCarrick and serve midnight mass in 1972, when McCarrick groped and fondled him in the sacristy. Even though the boy did not go to St. Patrick's with any sexual intentions in mind, investigators for the Vatican are spinning the details in such a way as to say that McCarrick is at least partially exonerated, if not totally, because the boy presented himself to McCarrick and McCarrick did not pursue him. Additionally, they say that since the boy was 16, a question now arises regarding the age of consent and if this could still be viewed as sexual abuse of a minor. In the meantime, the 40-year movement to legalize sexual interaction with children is growing inside and outside the Catholic Church, thanks to the support of the Satanic elite. People are publicly advocating without shame that, "I'm a pedophile, but not a monster," and pedophilia can be justified by sexual orientation. This is something that clearly shows the rise of the demonic side inside the Church and in the world of politics, especially left-wing politics in favor of liberalizing pedophilia without any sense of reason or shame. Remember, Jesus warned his disciples, "It would be better for you if a millstone were hung around your neck and you were thrown into the sea than for you to cause one of these little ones to stumble." Luke 17 verse 2. Only recently, on December 1st, 2018, an 11-year-old boy dressed in drag danced on stage in what was described as a sexual manner at a gay bar in Brooklyn, New York, called $3 Bill. The child, Desmond Napoles, was dressed as a Gwen Stefani lookalike with a full drag makeup and collected dollar bills from perverted male adults viewing the number as entertainment. Regulations for child performers. Desmond is never allowed into the bar area of any club nor the main floor. He stays backstage with me, in the dressing room, or on stage only. It must be noted, however, that it is not illegal in NYC for a minor to be in an establishment that serves alcohol as long as they are accompanied by an adult. Well, Zagami does not agree such performances are ever safe or the right thing to do for such a young kid. We live in a deeply sick society made up of lies, hypocrisy, and loads of propaganda and fake news, where a child like Desmond can be easily manipulated by the pedophile elite for their sick agenda. Last year, for example, they used a stolen photo of Desmond for a poster to make the Central Oregon Pride look like a NAMBLA, North American Man/Boy Love Association, event, but they were unfortunately successful. Even Desmond's mother publicly denounced the episode on social networks, but she should still feel ashamed of letting her son become the ideal object of these perverted freaks. In the end, Desmond is a child and needs to grow up normally before deciding what he is or what he wants. And these are the words of somebody who was introduced by his grandmother in New York to people like Quentin Crisp when he was only 12 and received a signed poster with personal dedication by Keith Haring for his 18th birthday. So Desmond, this advice is not coming to you from Mr. Hillbilly in Idaho, but from somebody who, even if heterosexual and proud of it, has always admired the creativity and joy of the gay community. Vatican, Muslim Satanic Alliance serving the AI. In November 2018, Vatican officials, increasingly in need of money to pay off all the victims of pedophilia, addressed the problem of the many parishes and ruins around the world ready to be sold to help the future of the church. Such buildings often end up as mosques, facilitating the gradual Islamic takeover of the West and its culture, while other closed churches have been turned into concert halls, nightclubs, or gelato shops, dedicated to consumerism. The conversion of non-Islamic places of worship into mosques is one factor, typical of the Islamic expansionism that occurred even during the life of Prophet Muhammad and continued during subsequent Islamic conquests under historical Muslim rule, and should be stopped immediately in the West today because in the past numerous Hindu temples, churches, synagogues, Zoroastrian temples, and even the Parthenon were all converted into mosques. So this is what happens after Western culture, especially in Europe, abandons faith in Christianity to embrace atheism, the first stage of Satanism. 1 Timothy 4 verse 1 says, "Now the Spirit expressly says that in latter times some will depart from the faith, giving heed to deceiving spirits and doctrines of demons." In the Dutch province of Friesland, for example, 250 of 720 existing churches have been transformed or closed. Bukra Ismaili, a Rotterdam city councilman, was pretty honest about it. "Listen up, crazy freaks. We're here to stay. You're the foreigners here. With Allah on my side, I'm not afraid of anything. Take my advice. Convert to Islam, and you will find peace." The writer Émile Chiron once cast a sinister prophecy on Europe. The French will not wake up until Notre Dame becomes a mosque. This is fortunately not a reality yet, and unlike the Middle East, where non-Muslim sites are violently converted to Islam, in Europe this process is still voluntary. However, the fact the Fatima Mosque in Amsterdam was once the St. Ignatius Church of the Jesuits indicates once again the secret alliance between the Jesuits like Father Thomas Michel S.J. Germany is literally selling its churches even out of the boundaries of the Catholic Church. Between 1990 and 2010, the German Evangelical Church closed 340 churches. Recently, in Hamburg, a Lutheran church was purchased by the Muslim community, showing once again the gradual takeover of the West by the corrupt Muslim agents of the New World Order financed by Saudi Arabia. The Vatican conference that took place in November 2018 entitled, "Does God Still Live Here?" produced a document with a set of guidelines for closing churches that, of course, will not prevent Islam from outstripping Christianity of its identity and places of worship. 3 years ago, the Muslim French leader Dalal Boubacar suggested turning empty churches into mosques, and nobody blinked an eye in France. History teaches us that these transformations are rarely innocent, said Bertrand Dutheil de la Rochère, an assistant to Marine Le Pen, leader of the National Front Party. As the Jerusalem Post wrote in November 2016, Europe apparently has forgotten that Muslims once came to ravage and plunder and impose their faith. Of course, it threw them off much earlier. France defeated a massive Islamic army at the Battle of Poitiers in 732, driving back the invaders all the way to Spain and stopping their advance into Europe. Spain would need another 8 centuries to achieve its Reconquista and regain full sovereignty over all its territory. Sicily threw the invaders back into the sea in the 11th century, after 100 years of occupation. Ottoman Muslims were defeated in 1683 at the Battle of Vienna. A number of Central European countries and the Balkan states were under Ottoman Islamic rule for 350 years, until the middle of the 19th century. It is always useful to go back to history and hard facts to remind ourselves how and why Islam has prevailed while all other old empires disappeared, and what the resulting disastrous consequences are to the world at present. Today, all this seems forgotten, and the Vatican, that once started the Crusades and invited people to go to war against Islam, is now inviting Islam to take over Europe and the rest of the Western world. Those who side with the leftist Palestinian cause in the West that rejects all their liberal values anyway, and is encouraging the growth of fundamentalist Islam, well, they are all a bunch of fools taken for a ride by the devil himself. Israel, according to the Tanakh, being the Hebrew Bible, was promised and subsequently given by God to Abraham and his descendants. Now Israel and its religious leaders might have many faults. They already had them at the time of Jesus, and some influential elements of the Jewish world, like the Rothschild family and other prominent Jewish families, are definitely part of a sinister cabal of the rich and powerful that rules this materialistic world through the banking system. And one might not agree with the ideas of Zionism and the Jewish people that support the re-establishment of a Jewish homeland, but in the end Israel is still a beacon of democracy in the present Muslim Arab world, devoid of any human rights in a region that we all know is left behind by social and economic progress, often subject to violence and frequent bouts of bloody unrest. There is a variety of communities that coexist in Israel because of this. Consider that there are Israeli Jews, Israeli secularists, Israeli Christians, Israeli Messianic Christians, Druze, Bedouin, Aramaic Christians, Palestinian Arab Muslims, Palestinian Arab Christians, and even a few Palestinian Arab Jews. Palestinian Arab Muslims have never been alone in the Holy Land, but their prevailing chaotic nature demonstrates over and over again the demonic nature of Islam. Islam is a religion used by the Jesuits these days as a Trojan horse to destabilize the world and later establish a one-world religion controlled by artificial intelligence, AI. Sure, only a decade ago, the prospect of a religion that worships the AI would have seemed unrealistic to most people, a possible fringe delusion, both socially unacceptable and technologically impossible. But things are changing fast, as advances in machine learning, robotics, cognitive science, genetic editing, and other fields have given rise to the prevailing belief that the destiny of our species will soon be determined by technology alone. So Silicon Valley, in line with modern satanic beliefs, has promptly given birth to the first AI religion. In September 2017, Wired reported to an astonished world that Anthony Lewandowski, B.1980, controversial Jewish-American self-driving car engineer and unlikely prophet, who was at the time at the center of a trade secrets lawsuit between Uber and Waymo, had established a religious organization called Way of the Future to promote the realization, acceptance, and worship of a godhead based on artificial intelligence, AI, developed through computer hardware and software. Anthony, who is also connected to Israeli army intelligence thanks to his friend Lior Ron, an Israeli-born businessman and partner in the company, Otto, that they founded together in January 2016, later acquired by Uber in the summer of 2016, is not afraid of the AI takeover. Lewandowski is actually looking forward to it. He said to Wired, It's not a god in the sense that it makes lightning or causes hurricanes. But if there is something a billion times smarter than the smartest human, what else are you going to call it? Lewandowski also told Wired that he believes that change is coming and will transform every aspect of human existence, disrupting employment, leisure, religion, the economy, and possibly decide our very survival as a species, something similar to what Elon Musk has been saying for years, stating with no sense of shame with a typical satanic attitude. If you ask people whether a computer can be smarter than a human, 99.9% will say that's science fiction, adding, actually, it's inevitable. It's guaranteed to happen. And Zagami wants to add that it is guaranteed to be satanic, so beware because in AI we trust will never be his motto. The reasons why Pope Francis is perfectly possessed. In June 2018, a Vatican tribunal sentenced Monsignor Carlo Alberto Capella, who originally worked as a prominent Vatican diplomat in Washington, D.C. until August of last year, to 5 years in prison and a fine of about $5,800 for possessing and distributing child pornography. It is the first time that a Vatican official has been condemned for such a crime. In April 2018, the Vatican was forced to intervene and arrest Monsignor Capella, who worked for the Holy See's Washington Embassy, after Monsignor Capella was exposed by the U.S. State Department for possessing a large amount of child pornography in the United States and Canada. Monsignor Capella apologized to his family and the church after being condemned, describing the episode as little more than a bump in the road. But how can facts of such gravity about a Catholic priest with an important diplomatic mission on U.S. soil since 2016 be considered only a bump in the road? The truth is that Monsignor Capella, who was considered until not so long ago an important collaborator of Pope Francis in the U.S., was an asset of the influential Vatican pedophile ring in Washington. The Holy See, by acting so promptly, prevented his arrest by the FBI and further investigations that, like in the case of Cardinal Pell in Australia, could unveil the direct connection of the Vatican diplomat with the infamous North American man/boy love association. Also known as NAMBLA, connected to the Otio. Monsignor Capella was described by the leftist media as simply a weak man who suddenly found himself alone in Washington, D.C. and fell into the trap of pedophilia. Thank God that is not what prosecutor John Piero Milano initially thought when he pushed for a much harsher penalty against Capella, who could have been ultimately fined €50,000. The prosecutor indicated to the court the great volume of material accessed. The police found over 40 pedopornographic photos and videos on the priest's mobile phone. Of course, Monsignor Capella can also be considered a necessary scapegoat for the much larger pedophile ring dominating the Catholic Church and the world today, so they can regain credibility lost in front of the eyes of U.S. President Donald J. Trump, who is trying to fight the dark side of the Vatican and pedophilia. Let us remember the figure of Jesus as the divine scapegoat in Christianity, ritually sacrificed for the sins of others, then driven away, just like Monsignor Capella. In the meantime, Pope Francis claims he is fighting the devil and says there is no tolerance for clergy accused of child sexual abuse in the church. But this is not true. It is all propaganda, because it was Pope Francis who originally sent Capella to Washington, D.C. to represent him, just like he has done with other pedophiles sent to other parts of the world, knowing perfectly well what he was doing. Jorge Mario Bergoglio is living in a demonic state of perfect possession. In this condition, Bergoglio is not a Christian, let alone a pope. Perfect possession describes a state in which a person not only freely invites a demon to possess him, but also cooperates with him, with the full consent of the mind and will. Father Malachi Martin said, "The most extreme state is perfect possession, when the demon has taken complete control. The perfectly possessed person is totally lost. There is nothing I can do." And Jesuit Bergoglio is perfectly possessed by a powerful ancient demon from another dimension, enabling him to sit without fear on the throne of St. Peter since his election, so he can be the false prophet. This demonic presence firmly in the body of Pope Francis has a major role in today's reality. Expert Angela Pritchard writes on Belzebuub.com, "Many of the entities written about in ancient texts are references to ones that have specific roles and work together in a hierarchy of evil in other dimensions. Demons of antiquity have major roles and are still active today, thousands of years after they were first written about, no longer needing a physical body. having awakened in evil. They are part of a structure of evil that extends its tentacles right from the lowest region of hell into the physical world. And nobody will realize this terrible truth because, as Pritchard points out, most people are unknowing of multidimensional realities. They have no interest in really finding out what is going on, and their lives are simply determined by where the war between light and darkness is at. The Catholic Church should now remember what was written by St. Thomas Aquinas. It must be observed, however, that if the faith were endangered, a subject ought to rebuke his prelate even publicly. Hence Paul, who was Peter's subject, rebuked him in public on account of the imminent danger of scandal concerning faith. And, as the gloss of Augustine says on Galatians 2 verse 11, Peter gave an example to superiors, that if at any time they should happen to stray from the straight path, they should not disdain to be reproved by their subjects. Summa Theologiae 2-2, Q. 33, Art. 4. Reply to Objection 2. The great apostasy of the Catholic Church continues with another attack on Trump at the beginning of 2019. Once again, Pope Bergoglio is creating controversy during his usual flight press conference over the Atlantic Ocean on his way to Panama, as he did on his first international trip to Brazil for the 2013 World Youth Day, WYD. The journalist Marco Clementi, a correspondent for RAITG1, told Pope Francis, "Holy Father, I went to Tijuana, on the border between Mexico and the United States. There the wall they are building stretches into the sea so that they can't even swim around it." The Pope replied, implicitly attacking President Donald J. Trump. "It's fear that makes you crazy," he then added. "These are walls of fear," as Mondo wrote in L'Osservatore Romano, an editorial that needs to be read. Experts on the Vatican predict that 2019 will be the year in which many of the battles the 82-year-old Argentine pontiff, who is implementing the final stages of the liberal reform of the Church, will come to a conclusion. But what does this mean for Catholics and Christians at large? The Roman Catholic Church, as we all know, will be a major player in the one-world government. The Pope, who is the false prophet, will soon team up with the Antichrist, as prophesied in Revelation 13. Zagami remembers when 2 years ago, a known television personality in Colombia was blasted by Catholic clergy and others following his public claim that Pope Francis was paving the way for the Antichrist. Well, Jose Gallet faced fierce backlash for his comments made in a radio interview in 2017. A Catholic priest Zagami knows told him not so long ago, "I am so convinced that we have a false prophet on the throne of Peter that I have reached the point that silence on Pope Francis is now tantamount to a grave sin of omission." He was totally right, because Pope Francis shows all the signs of a perfect possession. Just watch his eyes when he thinks he is not being watched or scrutinized by the press, and you will receive the answer you are all searching for on Bergoglio. As controversial Father Thomas J. Udenauer explained in the now rare Exorcism and the Church Militant, "We may never know why people so perfectly surrender themselves to the source of evil, but the fact of the matter is that there are people whose lives are just as given over to the promotion of the kingdom of darkness as ours are in promoting the kingdom of light. This is why perfectly possessed people like Pope Francis, that have completely surrendered to the powers of darkness, are in charge of the Vatican." Pope Francis' early blind spot on sex abuse should have opened the eyes of Catholics of the reality of this Jesuit pope, but most people still believe in the lies of the false prophet, brainwashed by the propaganda of the mainstream media. Jorge Bergoglio is operating under demonic influence. The fall of the Vatican and the denial of the existence of hell. The Italian newspaper La Repubblica, whose owner Carlo de Benedetti works for the Rothschilds, printed an article in the spring of 2018. Announcing that the Pope had expressly denied the existence of hell and the immortality of the human soul in a recent conversation with the founder of the newspaper. Shortly afterward, on Thursday, the 29th of March, 2018, the Holy See stated that the reported interview between Pope Francis and an Italian journalist Eugenio Scalfari, which claimed the Pope denied the existence of hell, should not be considered as an accurate depiction of Pope Francis' words, but the author's own reconstruction. Totally shameless, don't you think? Communist Scalfari, who has always been perceived as a papal confidant by the mainstream media, claimed his friend Pope Francis had abolished hell, purgatory, and heaven back in early October 2017, so this is not a mistake, but a definite reiteration of a heretical thought that the Pope already discussed with the same journalist in earlier interviews. News of the Pope's denial of hell spread quickly around the world, and the Vatican was obviously desperate to clarify the comments made by the Jesuit Pope. In the meantime, a strong and unexpected sign from the heavens was witnessed in the heart of the Vatican, when several pieces of plaster fell from St. Peter's Basilica, fortunately causing no harm, in what was a terrorizing experience and narrow escape for many tourists standing by. In the Sistine Chapel, there contained the many magnificent frescoes painted by Michelangelo, depicting the story of Christianity, which is his interpretation of the Last Judgment. It was painted on the altar wall 15 years after the ceiling was painted. This floor-to-ceiling masterpiece of amazing proportions portrays hundreds of corpses snatched from their graves and carried by angels to either heaven or hell, concepts the present Pope seems to want to abandon. Masses of tourists crammed into a packed St. Peter's Basilica were left shaken, as a shower of plaster rained down from a height of nearly 20 meters, not far from the chapel where Michelangelo's Pieta is located, in what the ancient Romans would have considered an ominous sign. And Catherine Emmerich, 1774 to 1824, a Roman Catholic Augustinian canonist regular of Windesheim, who was a mystic, Marian visionary and stigmatist, announced in her most apocalyptic prophecy the destruction of St. Peter's Basilica. Meanwhile, unscathed from the incident, many contemporary idiots reached for their phones straight away, eager to capture the near miss with photos and selfies, seemingly unconcerned by any further hazard, where the heretical words of the Pope have yet to be linked. This is the same Pope that washed and kissed the feet of two Muslims in a Holy Thursday ritual, while the accident at St. Peter's Basilica took place. Those who read the book by Father Malachi Martin, the Jesuits, the Society of Jesus, and the Betrayal of the Roman Catholic Church, where he details how the Jesuits became communists in the 1960s under their then Secretary General Pedro Arup, 1907 to 1991, and documents how they fomented communist revolutions in several countries, especially in Latin America and Africa, will immediately understand where this communist Pope is coming from. In January 2019, the left-biased American magazine, The New Yorker, and the journalist Vincent Cunningham described hell as an old room in the house of the human imagination, and the ancients loved to offer the tour. Cunningham criticized the very idea of hell in the article that was promoted and shared all over the internet, not only by liberal Catholics and Jesuits, but also by many leading Satanists, including Norwegian occultist Nicolaj de Matos Frisvold. Cunningham writes, "Belief in an old-fashioned, everlasting hell hasn't gone away. Just ask the pastor at most local churches or the subway preacher with his brimstone-heavy pamphlets. But hell has long been assailed as one of Christianity's cruder means of maintaining control, and some spiritual leaders, intent on presenting a less vengeful God, have attempted to soften or, in some cases, to abolish hell, mostly to the anger and the anxiety of their co-religionists." Adding in support of Bergoglio's episode with Scalfari the following words: Pope Francis had one of his periodic chats with Eugenio Scalfari, the 94-year-old atheist Italian journalist. Scalfari, who takes no notes during his dialogues with the Holy Father, came away from the session with a blockbuster quote. "A hell doesn't exist," Francis supposedly said, "and wayward souls are annihilated, poof, instead of languishing forever." The Vatican denied that the Pope had said any such thing, but it didn't seem entirely out of character. The great theme of Francis's pontificate is his emphasis on mercy over judgment. More to the point, he has already made it his business to clarify that hell, properly understood, is less a place than a state. Namely, the state of remoteness from the love of God, an inevitable downside of the gift of free will. Here he echoes C.S. Lewis, who considered hell a choice. "The doors of hell," Lewis wrote, "are locked on the inside." Scalfari's report was followed by a wave of criticism from Catholics, which felt strange, disproportionately intense. What modern believer wouldn't want to cast off this old, sadistic barrier to faith in a loving God? What kind of deity draws such a hard line between his friends and his enemies, and holds an eternal grudge? Surely the loss of hell, even the idea of such a loss, should come as a bit of a relief. No wonder Father Malachi Martin once said, "Observant Catholics, traditionalist Catholics, will become hunted like doves." In the same interview, Malachi Martin also talked about a truly disturbing event that allegedly took place in the Vatican. There was this consecration, this enthronement of Satan within the Vatican, of Lucifer, by the way. It's a historical fact. It was done one particular day by a certain group of people representing Luciferians all over the world, especially American Luciferians. It was done. Therefore, in a certain sense, Lucifer has power. He doesn't own yet, but I'm sure he hopes to own some pope as his man. The interview in question with the late Father Malachi Martin was conducted back in the 1990s by Mr. Bernard Jansen of Triumph Communications. False prophet Pope Francis, who by denying the existence of hell, denies the very basis of his own faith. Nurtured stature as a former Vatican insider who hinted at his initiation into the weightiest of the Vatican's secrets during his service in Rome from 1958 to 1964. He played on his reported closeness to Pope John. But his growing body of writing began to be regarded with increasing embarrassment by the church he had once served. Embarrassment for what? Fighting the devil and his legion and telling the truth about the decline of the church he once served? Father Malachi Martin, a former Jesuit who should now be made a saint, if he is compared to most members of the Society of Jesus of today, including false prophet Pope Francis. Hell does indeed exist, and that is where Jorge Mario Bergoglio will probably reside after his time is up, but there is also another secret behind the denial of hell by the leftists. In 1872, a revolutionary society was formed under the simple name, the Organization, which had a super-secret circle chillingly called Hell. Though its goals have continued to be pursued for well over a century by groups which continually change their names, its existence has been unknown to the outside world. Soviet historians have dared to write about the activities of Hell, a forerunner of the Russian Communist Party, only as recently as 1965, 93 years after its formation. In Revolutionist Underground in Russia, E.S. Vilenskaya wrote, "Hell was the name of the center above the secret organization, which not only used terror against the monarchy, but also had punitive functions toward the members of the secret organization." In Timashevsky or Nechayev, we read that one of the members, Fedosiv, of Hell, took it upon himself to poison his own father in order to give the organization his inheritance. Timashevsky, who belonged to this movement, wrote, "I participate in revolution. I am not frightened by dirt, by drunkards with sticks, by slaughter. We don't care if we have to shed thrice as much blood as the rebels in the French Revolution. So what if we had to kill 100,000 farmers?" Here are some of the expressed aims of this satanic organization. Mystification is the best, almost the only means to impel men to make a revolution. It is enough to kill a few million people, and the wheels of revolution will be oiled. Our ideal is awful, complete, universal, and pitiless destruction. And again, mankind must be divided into two unequal parts. 1/10 receives personal liberty and unlimited rights over the other 9/10. The latter must lose their personality and become a kind of herd. In their writings, we constantly find the words, "We are not afraid." A typical example is the following proclamation: "We are not afraid that we might find out 3 times more blood will have to be shed for the overthrow of the existing order than the Jacobins, French revolutionists, had to shed in their revolution in 1790. If for the fulfillment of our objectives we had to slaughter 100,000 landlords, we would not be afraid of this either." In reality, the number of victims was much greater. Churchill says in his memoirs of World War II that Stalin confessed that 10 million people died as a result of the collectivization of agriculture in the Soviet Union. Richard Wurmbrand, also known as Nicolae Ionescu, 1909 to 2001, a hero of the Christian faith who founded the international organization Voice of the Martyrs, which continues to aid Christians around the world who are persecuted for their faith, wrote, "The important fact to remember is that the communists have now confessed, after a delay of almost 100 years, that at the inception of their movement was a circle called Hell. Why Hell? Why not the Society for the Betterment of the Poor or Mankind? Why the stark emphasis on Hell?" Chapter 3, Beastly Signs, the Mark of the Beast. Jefferson Graham wrote in USA Today on August 2017, "You will get chipped. It's just a matter of time." In November 2018, The Guardian wrote, Britain's biggest employer organization and main trade union body have sounded the alarm over the prospect of British companies implanting staff with microchips to improve security. UK firm Biotech, which offers the implants to businesses and individuals, has already fitted 150 implants in the UK. The tiny chips, implanted in the flesh between the thumb and forefinger, are similar to those for pets. They enable people to open their front door, access their office, or start their car with a wave of their hand, and can also store medical data. Another company, Biohacks of Sweden, also provides human chip implants the size of a grain of rice. It told the Sunday Telegraph that it is in discussions with several British legal and financial firms about fitting their employees with microchips, including one major company with hundreds of thousands of employees. In the meantime, electronic chips have become so ordinary nowadays that we do not even think about them anymore. Yet they are everywhere, in our calculators, our computers, and even in our household appliances. For the last few years, we also find chips embedded in our ATMs, Social Security, and credit cards, and even in our state-issued driver's licenses and passports. Microchips are also implanted under the skin of animals and contain medical data such as the pet's name and vaccination records that allow them to be identified, localized, and tracked in the event the animal is lost or escapes. Is it mere coincidence that the Book of Revelation describes the mark of the beast as being on the hand or on the forehead? Why these two places? Why not the left hand or arm? Putting aside the popular spiritual interpretation that our foreheads represent our thoughts and our hands represent our actions, this may provide a good starting point regarding the spiritual realm. Presented alone, it falls short of the true physical implications of a mark that is required to buy and sell in the near future. The truth is that inserting a chip in the front of one's head will enable the altering of the hormonal level of the population because of the vicinity of the pituitary gland or hypophysis, as explained by many researchers and scientists. One must ask, where is the most logical place to put a tiny microchip that is injected under the skin, used for payment, and only operates within a couple inches of a reader? The hand is the obvious answer. It would literally allow payment at the wave of a hand, as it is already being implemented in some nightclubs around the world. The choice of the right hand in particular is explained further by its reference in Revelation 13, which is one of the best-known passages of the Apocalypse. And he causeth all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and bond, to receive a mark in their right hand or in their foreheads, and that no man might buy or sell, save he that had the mark, or the name of the beast, or the number of his name. The implementation of this project on a global scale could well become the trademark described by St. John in Revelation. Such technology will also be used as a substitute for money and credit cards, just as it is now occurring in many countries with so-called smartphones, which are gradually allowing automatic payment by simply swiping the device over a receiver. First, with Obamacare and then with immigration reform, one way or another, the chip is already planned, but not yet rendered enforceable by the US government, especially in the age of Trump. Later, who knows? It will eventually find its way to the mainstream population all over the world. A majority of people are not only willing to accept what Christians call the mark of the beast, but many are actively endorsing and promoting its use as a tool of modern innovation. This is, of course, without understanding the dramatic consequences for freedom. Following this direction, humanity is led to the latest product that will help this diabolical development. In April 2018, Michael McAlpine, a mechanical engineering professor at the University of Minnesota, published a study in the Journal of Advanced Materials in which he demonstrated a way to print electronics directly onto the skin. The device, cheap, accessible, and compact, already offers groundbreaking applications for the military and medicine, and they say in a specialized paper that in the future, it could completely change how people interact with the world around them. Futurism.com writes, "It's the stuff of cyberpunk science fiction tattoos adorned with flashing lights and sophisticated circuitry. They'll monitor our vitals, we're told, and feed us personalized health advice in real time. They'll wire our biology to the web and put the Internet of Things in our fingertips. They'll enhance our five senses and perhaps even give us new ones." This type of human augmentation is depicted in Circuits, the first episode of Glimpse, a new original sci-fi series from Futurism Studios. a division of Futurism LLC, and Dust. Thanks to recent developments in advanced materials and biomedical engineering, wearable electronics to do all of these things may almost be here. We already have biocompatible materials that allow electronics to seamlessly fuse with the body. We've already developed e-tattoos that can control a smartphone. It seems we have gone a long way since a similar tattoo was developed by Samark and tested since 2007 on rats. This tattoo may, in fact, not only contain personal data, medical records, bank accounts, and other personal information, as well as a GPS tracking device, just as the Samark one used to do, but it is also linked to the web and the fast-developing world of 3D printing technology, another possible weapon in the hands of Satan. In this particular case, one can think of the 3D printing tool like a Swiss Army knife for functionality in the hands of the military. A soldier could carry it around in his backpack, take it out in the field, and print any kind of device using only raw materials fed into the printer, but also print electronic tattoos directly on the desired subject anywhere in the world. The Vatican and Hollywood unite in satanic meditation. The Pontifical Musical Chapel Sistina, known to most people as the Pope's Choir, bills itself as the world's oldest choir. This 1,500-year-old institution has been part of the tradition of liturgical choirs since the 1st century of the Roman Catholic Church. Some have called it the last bastion of the grand liturgical music of the Latin Church, built on the pillars of Gregorian chant. The choir is now under investigation and in danger of collapsing due to a series of financial scandals that involve Father Massimo Palambella, the director of the Pontifical Musical Chapel Sistina, and manager Michelangelo Nardella. In 2017, the Pope launched the idea of a U.S. tour for his choir to try to recapture some of their former glory. So, earlier this year, the Vatican's Sistine Chapel Choir embarked on its first U.S. tour in 30 years, hoping to prove to audiences in New York, Washington, and Detroit that it abandoned its reputation as the Sistine Screamers. However, the choir seems to have much bigger problems, and the main person to blame for this might be the satanic pop star Rihanna. The families of the choir boys were shocked when sent photos straight from Michelangelo Nardella's phone from the Met Gala, also known as the Met Ball, which is the annual fundraising event to benefit the Metropolitan Museum of Art's Costume Institute in New York City. That marks the grand opening of the Costume Institute's annual fashion exhibit. During the event, entertainers such as Rihanna, Jennifer Lopez, and Salma Hayek posed with members of Pope Francis' choir in a way that was judged as inappropriate and disrespectful. The parents of some of the 35 young choir singers forced the Pope to take immediate action. One photo in particular that shocked the families of the choir boys and the Holy See featured Rihanna wearing a Pope's hat with a pearl and crystal-embellished mitre, posing with Father Massimo Palambella in a selfie, sporting the infamous duck face pose. The Metropolitan Museum's event, secretly backed by the Vatican, was entitled Heavenly Bodies, Fashion and the Catholic Imagination, and Hollywood celebs seem to love the Catholic Church these days. Co-chair Anna Wintour, editor-in-chief of Vogue since 1988, showed up to the extravagant event wearing a costume made by Chanel, featuring a diamond rosary, and declared herself Cardinal Chanel. Actor Jared Leto went as himself, which is to say that he dressed like a pop version of Jesus, and Lily Collins wore black Givenchy with a red tear drawn on her face and a silver halo propped atop her head just to be in line with the other idiots. Following the event, Amanda Arnold wrote in The Cut regarding Rihanna's appearance, "All we need now is for Pope Francis to roll up in the Pope Mobile and declare her the real Pope, which she is. Time to ascend to heaven." But that is fortunately still not the case, and Catholics are actually fed up with this liberal abusive farce encouraged every day by the Catholic Church. In May of last year, the Vatican put together the most extravagant conference ever, featuring many VIPs and the controversial pop star Katy Perry, who spoke about transcendental meditation, while disgraced lettergate Monsignor Dario Vigano delivered a talk on fake news and a meditating eye. A New Age charm bangle was given as a gift to select participants. Pop Satanist superstar Katy Perry, who received the National Equality Award at the Human Rights Campaign's annual gala in 2017, and openly supported Hillary Clinton in the U.S. presidential election the year before, arrived in Rome with her current partner Orlando Bloom to meet the Jesuit Pope, Jorge Mario Bergoglio. The high-level, no-expense-spared conference was held at the Vatican on April 26–8, 2018, and was co-sponsored by the Pontifical Council for Culture and the Cura Foundation, a tax-exempt global health movement. Conference collaborators also included the Vatican Secretariat of State, the Vatican Secretariat for Communications, and the Pontifical Academy for Life. The gathering, called Unite to Cure: How Science, Technology, and the 21st Century Will Impact Culture and Society, has been described by some as the Davos of biotech, due to its similarities with the high-level World Economic Forum in the Swiss ski resort. The Fourth International Vatican Conference had several positive aims and featured talks from a wide-ranging panel of experts from the fields of medicine, business, media, and technology, including microchip medicine, that they say will save millions of lives. But, as we know, it is also the mark of the beast. Let us not forget microchipped medication will be here soon too. 2 years after accepting an application for a digital medicine application, the FDA has finally approved the tracking system, which tracks if one takes the digital pill, in 2017. Can one imagine what this will mean for civil liberties? People will eventually be forced into being microchipped and drugged in one way or another. The people present at the Vatican Summit were described as an odd mingling of New Age gurus, wealthy investment bankers from the Masonic fraternity, Illuminati celebrities, biotech leaders, left-wing journalists, and Vatican officials. Its stated goal was to unite people without prejudice, to stimulate an open dialogue and catalyze an interdisciplinary approach to tackle major healthcare challenges around the globe. Speakers included contemporary New Age guru and alternative medicine mogul Deepak Chopra, born in 1946, as well as world-famous American professional golfer and philanthropist for children's health, Jack Nicklaus, singer Peter Gabriel, another old friend of Zagami's grandmother, whose wife apparently recovered from cancer after receiving a pioneering treatment, an American motivational and self-help life coach Tony Robbins, but also ex-vice president and known Democrat pervert Joe Biden, who also delivered a message. Then there was Emmy Award-winning mind control freak Dr. Mehmet Oz, who has risen to fame in recent years on The Oprah Winfrey Show, along with CNN medical correspondent Dr. Sanjay Gupta, CBS medical correspondent Max Gomez, and Emmy Award-winning journalist and talk show host Meredith Vieira. The conference was the fourth of its kind the Vatican has helped stage since its start in 2011 under Pope Benedict XVI. However, last year's gathering upset many Catholics who were scandalized that the Vatican was giving a platform to those promoting non-Christian practices, and particularly the participation of controversial pop star Katy Perry, who took part in a discussion on promoting transcendental meditation among children. On day 3 of the Vatican Conference, Katy Perry joined a discussion on impacting children's health through meditation globally with her New Age mentor, Bob Roth, CEO of the David Lynch Foundation. Roth is also the mentor to Oprah Winfrey and Dr. Oz on transcendental meditation. All the above have their hate for Trump in common, traditional values, and politics. Satanic ritual abuse and the Vatican's hidden agenda. Back in 1984, allegations of sexual abuse at California's McMartin Preschool and the lengthy trial to follow firmly established the notion of satanic ritual abuse, known with the acronym SRA. People's lives were ripped apart and mass hysteria swept across the U.S. Such a notion had just come to life in contemporary America only a few years earlier thanks to a hugely influential book called Michelle Remembers, co-written in 1980 by Canadian psychiatrist Lawrence Posner with his psychiatric patient and future wife, Michelle Smith. It was the first book written on the subject of satanic ritual abuse and was considered a milestone in the decade of controversies that regarded satanic ritual abuse as a recovered memory. Written by a devout Catholic, it greatly influenced police, social workers, clergy, and the media, although it was later proven to be a complete fraud. It fueled mass hysteria that exploited the satanic frenzy promoted by this book, diverting attention from actual satanic ritual abuse of children that took place in the very same period in the U.S. Catholic Church. When the first accusations against child care workers at the McMartin Preschool erupted, it was the American Martyrs Catholic Church that spearheaded and organized much of the hype and hysteria that overtook the whole region. This eventually led author Paul Eberle to write, "The church was very accommodating with the lynch mob," pointing out that most of the accusing parents were members of the American Martyrs Church. Apparently, they were strongly urged by the Catholic Church itself to file charges, however absurd, against the clearly innocent child care workers. Meanwhile, pedophile Catholic priests secretly molested children all over the U.S., including Pennsylvania, creating the basis for the present crisis that lacks any easy solution. In the end, Michelle remembers could not have done a better job in promoting an atmosphere of suspicion, fear, and finally, disbelief concerning the very existence of secret satanic covens, which was the whole point of this fake news operation. The Catholic Church managed to cleverly deflect the attention of the media from their own wrongdoing across the U.S., blaming instead a supposed satanic conspiracy the Jesuits helped to create and promote. Also thanks to the earlier publication in 1971 of William Peter Blatty's best-selling novel The Exorcist and its blockbuster 1973 film adaptation. With its claims of being based on a true story, The Exorcist, cleverly promoted by the Society of Jesus, profoundly impacted America's collective psyche regarding the existence of demons. The Exorcist was also a big success and was nominated for 10 Academy Awards, where the film won 2, Best Adapted Screenplay and Best Sound. It also took home 4 Golden Globe Awards, including Best Picture, Best Director, William Friedkin, Best Supporting Actress, Linda Blair, and Best Screenplay, William Peter Blatty. But behind the scenes, the real cult of Luciferian and Satanist priests who operate covertly in the U.S. Catholic Church with the protection of high-level Vatican prelates performed on their victims what the late Father Malachi Martin referred to as the culmination of the fallen angel's rites, i.e., the rape of male children. This can be clearly noticed in the horrific details of the Pennsylvania grand jury report. In this diabolical scenario, the child becomes a substitute for Christ for these perverts. The satanic priest destroys the very innocence of his poor victim as an attack upon the innocence of Christ that he wants to destroy. In this sense, the male child victim becomes a proxy for the symbolic destruction of God, a Luciferian practice. Luciferian and satanic priests are merely different sides of the same diabolical coin, with the Satanists practicing what is considered by the dark side of the Illuminati to be a somewhat higher form of devil worship. The late Malachi Martin called this dark force within the Vatican today Lucifer's Lodge, referring to a small cabal within the Vatican that controls certain aspects of church policy and has set guidelines allowing for wide-scale sexual abuse by Catholic clerics, a small number who are involved in satanic ritual abuse. This faction is merely a component of a greater conspiracy that operates within and outside of the Roman Catholic Church with the ultimate goal of installing a one-world religion and a one-world government. The average Catholic cleric who sexually abuses helpless victims is not an overt Satanist or a Luciferian in that they do not worship or mimic the prince of this world. However, a growing number of priests do engage in real satanic ritual abuse as shown in the report of the Pennsylvania grand jury, and have caused a huge amount of damage while enjoying the full backing of their respective bishops, who bend over backwards to enable them to continue ritually abusing innocent boys and girls. The policy of silence and cover-up promoted by the Vatican in the report is mind-boggling and consistent with previous investigations. Promoting offending clerics within the church hierarchy seems common practice typical of a sectarian hidden reality. The Pontifical Commission on Sexual Abuse led by Cardinal Sean O'Malley, who will not attend the World Meeting of Families, recently stated that clergy alone will not make radical changes. Interviewed by SIR, the Religious Information Service of the ECI, the German Jesuit Hans Zollner, also a member of the same commission and president of the Child Protection Center of the Gregorian University, emphasizes that, in these days, people have been shaken by many stories of abuse, and many have publicly asked the Pope to say something, to do something. The vast amount of data the Vatican secretly collected in the last decades concerning the deviant sexual activity of its clergy makes it clear that the Pope and his Curia have always been well aware and informed of how widespread and common the sexual abuse problem is in the Church, and did nothing to address the situation, but continued with a policy of cover-up and silence because of the great power and influence of the Satanists. It seems that the only reason the Vatican ordered the secret sex studies was to get a global picture of where they stood and to develop informed strategies for hiding the problem in the future, as they have always done, until now. Never was the welfare of the victims of sexual abuse taken into consideration, nor was the question of broken chastity vows apparently of any real concern. Though it may seem bizarre and funny now, the satanic panic of the 80s was a serious and disturbing phase that has helped the real Satanists literally get away with murder. A Chicago Police Department document from 1989 that outlines how to identify teens involved in ritualistic crime went viral on Twitter last year, showing once again the dangerous superficiality of the left-wing media. On May 6, 2018, Jennifer Jordan, a PhD student at Stony Brook University in New York, tweeted that her sister, a Florida art teacher, had found a 25-page pamphlet called Identification, Investigation, and Understanding of Ritualistic Criminal Activity by a detective named Robert Samandi of the Chicago Police Department in a supply closet. That tweet was shared 7,000 times, liked more than 25,000 times, and made Twitter's Moments section. Some outlets, like the digital news sites The Daily Dot and Mashable, have posts responding to the document pictured in Jordan's tweets. But the detective's name was misspelled. It is actually Samandel. He was a gang crimes and ritual abuse specialist for the Chicago Police Department who traveled the country, held seminars, and spoke at conferences to train police and other child protection-affiliated professionals in the 80s. It's a very complex subject that makes street gang activity look like a nursery school rhyme, said Samandel in a 1987 Minneapolis Star-Tribune article. It's not a pleasant topic, but I believe it's going to be the crime of the 1990s. But that did not happen, and this satanic panic and the mass hysteria that peaked in the 80s soon gave in to ridicule, typical of contemporary culture towards the possibility of satanic ritual abuse. Today, it would actually make sense to orient the education of youth around their vulnerability to the growing phenomena of Satanism spread on the internet, or the dangers of the rapid development of robotics and AI, but nothing is done as it seems Satan temporarily won his war for the minds of humans. In the 80s, the law enforcement officers, social workers, and therapists who worked on the McMartin case became nationwide consultants to others in their field. FBI agent Kenneth Lanning held a seminar entitled Daycare Center and Satanic Cult Sexual Exploitation of Children in February 1985 that was attended by police officers, social workers, lawyers, and academics from around the country. The material was similar to the recently uncovered document presented by Samandel, which describes the 4 stages of satanic activity and warns that teens are being seduced by offers of free sex and drug parties. It describes 16 signs of satanic involvement, including using tarot cards, altars, and ceremonial knives. A letter opener will suffice, it notes. In 1986, parents of children thought to be victims of ritual abuse even formed an organization headquartered in the Chicago suburb Cary, called Believe the Children, that raised awareness of this specific kind of child abuse up until the mid-90s. Satanic panic also spread throughout evangelical churches, much of it due to the influence of minister-comedian Mike Warnke, born in 1946. Warnke claimed to be a former satanic high priest who had gone from performing cat-killing rituals for the devil to being a born-again Christian, when in reality, he was still serving the devil with his lies. He was so convincing that before he was discredited as a liar and crook in an exposé by Cornerstone magazine in 1992, he once appeared on a 2020 episode entitled The Devil Worshippers to talk about his supposed involvement in satanic ceremonies. What he did served the purpose of discrediting Christians, and in the end, promoting Satanism, and the media certainly did not help. There was coverage in glossy magazines and on TV. 60 Minutes and Oprah were part of this PSYOP operation. The satanic panic peaked in 1988 when talk show gadfly Geraldo Rivera aired Exposing Satan's Underground, a 2-hour exposé on the dangers of Satanism. It is telling that in many news accounts about ritualistic abuse cases, the evidence cited was extremely anecdotal. From the 1987 Star-Tribune article, while Samandel and other police say they've come up with only hints of organized activity, apart from the established 500-member Church of Satan based in San Francisco, they are convinced that covens of child molesters around the country practice satanic rites and are in contact with one another. Yet, as David Futrell wrote in The Reader, the charges were bullshit. Among other things, no blood, satanic robes, or altars were ever found. Touched, if not in the case of Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino. Last year, Most of the leftist internet users treated the found document as a nostalgic joke about a bygone era, and the leftist media like the Daily Da wrote things like, and yes, they're as hilarious as you hope. However, left-wing advocate Ryan Smith of the Chicago Reader went a step further and wrote a direct attack towards Christian believers and Trumpians alike that shows once again that left-wing beliefs are only serving Satan these days. Satanic panic is alive and well in 2018 in a slightly mutated form. There's a dark corner of the right-wing internet that subscribes to a conspiracy called QAnon, also known as the Storm. It's essentially a theory that Donald Trump is on the verge of arresting a bunch of top Democrats, including the Clintons, for their alleged involvement in a satanic child sex trafficking ring. 2 years ago, a North Carolina man named Edgar Welch was so convinced that a pizza parlor was part of a satanic child sex trafficking operation, he drove to Washington, D.C., and commandeered the restaurant with a military-style assault rifle, even firing off a shot while inside. Last month, Zagami profiled Liz Crokin, a former Chicago gossip columnist who's propagating the myths of the latest case of satanic panic. Yep, trends from the 80s, even ones to do with debunked cases of satanic ritual abuse, are back in style again. God save us. Not Mr. Ryan Smith. May God save us from him and all his friends in the mainstream media, serving the devil every day with their lies and their fake intellectual appearance. The Exorcist, the Jesuits, and the Second Coming of Christ. The movie The Exorcist is the story of the possession and exorcism of an evil spirit called Pazuzu inhabiting an innocent young girl called Regan McNeil, played by Linda Blair. After a team of doctors prove powerless in helping her daughter, Regan's mother Chris, Ellen Burstyn, desperately requests an exorcism from Father Damien Kara's S.J., Jason Miller, who is a young Jesuit priest who has lost his faith. The fact he is a Jesuit is no coincidence. After Father Karras convinces church officials that the possession is real, an elderly father called Lancaster Marin, Max von Sydow, an experienced exorcist, is assigned to lead the exorcism ritual. Marin is an elderly priest that on an archaeological dig in Iraq finds images of the Assyrian demon Pazuzu and subsequently experiences other unusual phenomena. Why Pazuzu should pop up like that in the film seems rather curious in terms of the history of Pazuzu, who was in ancient times a demon invoked to protect birthing mothers and infants against the demon Lamishta's malevolence. Father Lancaster Marin had previously faced the demon many years before during an exorcism in Africa. The find sparks a premonition that he will battle the demon again in a distant land, Georgetown, U.S., where the film is based. After Marin dies of a heart attack during the exorcism, Karras, regaining his faith, provokes the evil spirit into eventually leaving Regan's body and entering his own so he can destroy it. Battling the demon's attempt to kill the girl, Karras, now a Jesuit superhero, hurls himself out the bedroom window and falls to his death on the steep concrete steps below. The film director William Peter Blatty was deeply involved with the Jesuits for the realization of this film and originally based the character of Father Lancaster Marin on philosopher, paleontologist/archaeologist Father Pierre Teilhard de Chardin, 188-11955, called by some researchers the father of the New Age movement, by others the patron saint of the internet, through his postulation that he would create the new sphere, a supreme consciousness. Livingstone writes that, for the movie The Exorcist, the interior of the room at Georgetown of Damien Karras, the young priest and psychiatrist who assists Father Marin, was a meticulous reconstruction of King's Corridor Jesuit room in New North Hall at the university. Every element of King's room, including posters and books, was recreated for the set, including a poster of Teilhard de Chardin. The character of Father Lancaster Marin was also based on Teilhard. In the influential and very successful book entitled The Aquarian Conspiracy by Marilyn Ferguson, a survey of New Agers showed that the leading influence on their spiritual awakening was actually Father Pierre Teilhard de Chardin. The book itself was described as a handbook for the New Age that sought a paradigm shift in global consciousness. French Jesuit Pierre Teilhard spent his life trying to reconcile religion, good and evil, evolution, consciousness, chemistry, and thermodynamics into one unified theory. As both a Jesuit priest and a scientist, Pierre Teilhard de Chardin sought to bring together elements of the Christian faith with the theory of evolution. The result was, of course, a departure from both Christian doctrine and evolutionary science. On his Wikipedia page we learn that, in his posthumously published book, The Phenomenon of Man, Teilhard writes of the unfolding of the material cosmos, from primordial particles to the development of life, human beings in the noosphere, and finally to his vision of the omega point in the future, which is pulling all creation towards it. A specifically referenced explanation remains to be found to detail how exactly and how much Blatty was influenced by Teilhard. But in any event, as filmographer Colleen McDaniel points out, Blatty has frequently explained that he thought about Jesuit priest-philosopher paleontologist Pierre Teilhard when creating the character Father Marin, who besides spending years in China on archaeological digs, taught physics and chemistry at a Jesuit college in Egypt. It is said that parts of the plot were themed on Teilhard's theory of evil, or the existence of Satan, in the world possibly being Lucifer or matter-energy spirit, working out his or its salvation through the process of physical evolution ending in Teilhard's omega point. This, supposedly, is captured in the use of psychic energy and the unity of minds, or world mind, noosphere, theories of Teilhard. Teilhard was originally censored and exiled by his Jesuit superiors in 1923 for questioning the doctrines of original sin and eternal damnation. In 1947, upon return from banishment in China, he was once again censored by the Holy Office. Pope Pius XII called his work a cesspool of errors. However, Teilhard began further insinuating his ideas among his fellow Jesuits to the French theologian Lafourvière in Lyon by means of unsigned mimeographed monographs. By the mid to late 1950s, his theories were extolled by many, if not most, Jesuits, including Karl Rahner, 19041984, Hans Urs von Balthasar, 19051988, Cardinal Carlo Maria Martini, 1927 who was Pope Francis' mentor, and especially the late Henri de Lubac, 18961991, who wrote glowingly of Teilhard. We need not concern ourselves with a number of detractors of Teilhard, in whom emotion has blunted intelligence. By the time of the opening of the Second Vatican Council in October 1962, the Society of Jesus had all but abandoned the neo-scholastic theology of Francisco Suarez in favor of the Teilhardian evolutionary cosmogenesis. And although a monodum was issued in regards to some of Teilhard's ideas, he has been posthumously praised by Pope Benedict XVI and other eminent Catholic figures, and his theological teachings were cited by Pope Francis in the 2015 encyclical Laudato Si. As David Livingstone writes in Transhumanism, the history of a dangerous idea, the mysterious word noosphere used by Teilhard derives in fact from the Greek word nous, meaning mind. According to Neoplatonic philosophy, the primeval source of being is the One and the Infinite, which is the source of all life. The One initially emanates the nous, which is a perfect image of the One and the archetype of all existing things. The nous is the highest sphere accessible to the human mind, while also being pure intellect itself. Philosophical thought can be maintained and even integrated with a modern scientific outlook if one accepts that the tendencies of material things are directed, either wholly or in part, beyond the things themselves toward the production of higher, more complex, more perfectly unified beings. Teilhard regarded basic trends in matter, gravitation, inertia, electromagnetism, and so on, as being ordered toward the production of progressively more complex types of aggregate. This process led to the increasingly complex entities of atoms, molecules, cells, and organisms, until finally the human body evolved, with a nervous system sufficiently sophisticated to permit rational reflection, self-awareness, and moral responsibility. While some evolutionists regard man simply as a prolongation of Pliocene fauna, the Pliocene epoch occurred about 5.3 to 2.6 million years ago, an animal more successful than the rat or the elephant. Teilhard argued that the appearance of man brought an added dimension into the world. This he defined as the birth of reflection. Animals know, but man knows that he knows. He has knowledge to the square. Another great advance in Teilhard's scheme of evolution is the socialization of mankind. This is not the triumph of herd instinct, but a cultural convergence of humanity toward a single society. Evolution has gone about as far as it can to perfect human beings physically. Its next step will be social. Teilhard saw such evolution already in progress. Through technology, urbanization, and modern communications, more and more links are being established between different people's politics, economics, and habits of thought in an apparently geometric progression. Theologically, Teilhard saw the process of organic evolution as a sequence of progressive syntheses whose ultimate convergence point is that of God. When humanity and the material world have reached their final state of evolution and exhausted all potential for further development, a new convergence between them and the supernatural order would be initiated by the parousia, or second coming of Christ. Teilhard asserted that the work of Christ is primarily to lead the material world to this cosmic redemption, while the conquest of evil is only secondary to his purpose. Evil is represented by Teilhard merely as growing pains within the cosmic process, the disorder that is implied by order and process of realization. It is worth noting that his concept of Christ or universal Christ is not the Jesus Christ of the Bible, but rather a New Age ascended master counterfeit that will lead all religions into unity, basically the Antichrist. Teilhard confirmed this when he said, "A general convergence of religions upon a universal Christ who satisfies them all. That seems to be the only possible conversion of the world, and the only form in which a religion of the future can be conceived. I believe that the Messiah whom we await, whom we all without any doubt await, is the universal Christ, that is to say, the Christ of evolution." Teilhard's God, the soul of the world, is identical with nature and consequently subject to change. As Teilhard explains in his book Human Energy, as a direct consequence of the unitive process by which God is revealed to us, he in some way transforms himself. As I see in the world a mysterious product of he incorporates us completion and fulfillment for the absolute being himself. And again, God evolves via complexification and convergence to his own perfection, immersed in matter. One is inseparable from the other. One is never without the other. No spirit, not even God within the limits of our experience, exists, nor could structurally exist without an associated multiple, any more than a center can exist without its circle or circumference. One, in a concrete sense, there is not matter and spirit. All that exists is matter becoming spirit, God. One must note that in Teilhard's writings there is hardly any mention of purely spiritual beings or entities within the existing cosmos. There is virtually no mention of angels or demons, no Satan, no Saint Michael, no guardian angels, nor is there much mention of particular judgment or the existence of hell. Teilhard's God is no more, no less than the God of pantheism as described and rejected by St. Pius IX in his Allocution Maxima Quidem, June 9, 1862. Again, all this is very revealing in connection to the fact that Jesuit Teilhard was inspirational not only to the UN, but also for the author of The Exorcist and its leading priestly figure. Not only do we see the idea of a one-world religion and a sort of new age Christ expressed in his work and his words, but in 1995, Jennifer Cobb-Kreisberg declared in Wired, Teilhard saw the net coming more than half a century before it arrived. And in an online interview, the magazine's co-founder Louis Rossetto tipped his hat to Teilhard and the Jesuits' influence on internet culture. The Jesuits' direct supervision of The Exorcist. Fr. William O'Malley, Jesuit, born in 1931, from Buffalo, New York, is best known worldwide for his highly acclaimed portrayal of Fr. Joseph Kevin Dyer S.J. in The Exorcist, for which he was also a technical advisor. Yes, thanks to him the Jesuits had complete control of this legendary film. And this is not a wild conspiracy theory, but a fact. In the film, Father Dyer is the university president's assistant at Georgetown University. Georgetown is the oldest Catholic and Jesuit institute of higher learning in the United States, but also the main recruiting ground for future liberal agents of the New World Order, like Bill Clinton, for example. In the movie, O'Malley, as Father Dyer, is good friends with Fr. Damien Karras, a fellow Jesuit priest and psychiatrist. He meets famous actress Chris McNeil, interpreted by Ellen Burstyn, for the first time on April 23, 1971 at a wrap party thrown by her, where he is seen chatting with her and astronaut Captain Billy Cutshaw, the latter of which he made a joke about wanting to go to space with him as the first missionary on Mars. This is not so far-reaching when we know that the Jesuits are in charge of the Vatican's robust astronomy program. In the film, Father Dyer jokes that he is trying to fix things for someone named Emery, the campus disciplinarian, who likes things quiet. Chris inquires about Father Kara's SJ, and Dyer explains to her about the death of his fellow priest's mother, who was living by herself. After a brief drunken fight between Burke Dennings and Chris' manservant Carl, Father Dyer and the rest of the partygoers are singing a song with Father Dyer at the piano, playing. While they were singing along to Down on 33rd and 3rd, Reagan arrives downstairs, much to the surprise of the guests for what becomes one of the most famous scenes of the film. According to one source, O'Malley was the first Catholic priest to portray a priest in a commercial motion picture, but his role should also be viewed in light of the incredible success of the film, used by the Vatican to scare and transmit a certain concept to the masses. The scaring part is pretty obvious, while the concept the Jesuits wanted people to grasp is definitely more veiled. It pertains to the necessity for the Society of Jesus to show the world their moral integrity and spiritual superiority towards the demonic realm. Teilhard and the Jesuit-influenced New World Order. Meanwhile, Jesuit Pierre Teilhard de Chardin's teachings on unity, the Omega Point, and the Universal Christ had a deep impact not only on the New Age world, but on the leaders of a worldwide unity movement established for the New World Order, the United Nations. Teilhard wrote, "Although the form is not yet discernible, mankind tomorrow will awaken to a pan-organized world. The outcome of the world, the gates of the future, the entry into the superhuman. They will open only to an advance of all together, in a direction in which all together can join and find completion in a spiritual renovation of the earth, emphasis in original. We human beings are already forming but one single body. Our thoughts are tending more and more to function as the cells of one and the same brain. This type of worldwide amalgamation is now being proposed in the United Nations on a daily basis. The danger begins when anyone tries to oppose the one-world government or one-world religion. Those who refuse will be trampled and sabotaged by those racing towards a pan-organized society of Orwellian proportions." A book that was written by a former UN Assistant Secretary General Robert Mueller shows that the late Mueller was a strong believer in Teilhard's theories. Notice his comments. "We must move as quickly as possible to a one-world government, a one-world religion, under a one-world leader." Teilhard had always viewed the United Nations as the progressive institutional embodiment of his philosophy. Teilhard de Chardin influenced his companion, Father de Brouverie, who inspired his colleagues, who started a rich process of global and long-term thinking in the UN, which affected many nations and people around the world. "I have myself been deeply influenced by Teilhard," emphasis added. Mueller's words explain how such an unbiblical and nonsensical doctrine as Teilhard's could have had the deep influence they do on the United Nations to the UN more effective and accountable. "I have said many times that the United Nations has unlimited potential," he declared. Trump has finally unmasked these idiots and their globalist agenda. The United Nations 2030 agenda that kick-started with Pope Francis' visit to the UN with Satanist Barack Hussein Obama has been exposed and is now considered a blueprint for the future global enslavement of humanity, under the boot of corporate masters controlled by the pedophile Satanic elite. Chapter 4. The Decline of the NWO and the Establishment of a One-World Religion, Global Compact, Knights of Malta, and the Clergy Plan. The decline of the NWO is apparent to everyone but those involved. For the left-wing globalists or the Church of Rome, George Soros is not an out-of-touch plutocrat, but rather a provocative thinker committed to progressive ideas that can help the Jesuit/Labor Zionist world order develop further in the new millennium. At the end of 2018, an intergovernmental conference organized by the globalists in Marrakesh saw the Order of Malta make an important statement through their Grand Chancellor in support of the initiative organized by the NWO for the adoption of the now infamous Global Compact for Migration devised by the United Nations. The Order of Malta stated, "It's an important milestone for the international community," adding that, "Migration is a global phenomenon requiring a joint and multilateral approach." The Vatican is, of course, supporting the Global Compact, an agreement prepared under the auspices of the United Nations that establishes the guidelines for a more open global migration. The Jesuit Pope even publicly cited in St. Peter's Square in December 2018 his approval of the UN Global Compact officially put together for safe, orderly, and regular migration, hoping that the international community would work towards those who have left their countries. The agreement that includes 23 objectives was developed over 2 years of negotiation with the help of the Order of Malta, a key player in the New World Order that has contributed, from the start, to this project through its diplomatic mission to the United Nations in New York. In November 2018, during a press conference on the Global Compact on Migration that took place in the Vatican, the Jesuits gave their official endorsement through Jesuit Father Michael Czerny, who explained that the Vatican's involvement aims to encourage 4 verbs Pope Francis has adopted with regards to migration: welcome, protect, promote, and integrate. However, the Hungarian Minister of Foreign Affairs and Trade Peter Szijjártó stressed in the same period, at a press conference with the Austrian Vice-Chancellor, that the UN Global Compact for Migration is the betrayal of Europe because it is at odds with the interests of the European people. Mr. Szijjártó also said during the same occasion that the Global Compact represents a serious danger to Europe because they want to use it to legalize illegal migration and portray it as a fundamental human right, and because of this, Hungary will not be adopting the compact, as well as many other countries like the US, that is fortunately in the hands of Donald J. Trump. The Trump administration intensified its opposition to the project, rightly calling it a pro-migration document that undermines sovereignty, and warned that supporters of this plan are trying to create new international law. In 2017, Pope Francis and George Soros, the minds behind this mondialist project, got Louise Arbour, a close collaborator of Soros, to become UN Special Representative for International Migration. Arbour was officially appointed as Special Representative for International Migration by the loyal papist and practicing Catholic Antonio Guterres, UN Secretary General. Arbour, now in a key role for this job, was the one leading this high-level summit in Marrakesh at the end of 2018 to complete negotiations on the UN Global Compact for Migration, a deal that will irremediably damage Western civilization in the years to come. The United Nations, along with all the countries of the NWO, want to move large numbers of people from Africa, the Middle East, and Central America to Europe, North America, and East Asia. This scenario seems to fit perfectly with a secret plan of the New World Order known as the Koudenhof-Kalergi Plan that some people in European right-wing circles say was created for the systematic genocide of the people of Europe. This plan was apparently devised by an Austrian diplomat and Freemason named Richard Koudenhof-Kalergi, 1894192. The Kalergi family roots can be traced back to Byzantine royalty via Venetian aristocracy, who are known practitioners of black magic and Satanism. Koudenhof-Kalergi was actually the first proponent of a unified Europe back in the 1920s, and because of this, Koudenhof-Kalergi is recognized to this day as the founder of the first popular movement for a united Europe. For this reason, the Koudenhof-Kalergi European Prize is awarded every 2 years to European leaders who have excelled in promoting what is beyond any political or religious ideology. Angela Merkel and Herman Van Rompuy, 2 of the top pawns in the Bilderberg Club, have received this award in recent years. There are 2 prestigious prizes that have currency in the European Union these days: the International Charlemagne Prize, given in 2016 to Pope Francis, and the European Prize. The very first Charlemagne Prize was actually given to Richard von Koudenhof-Kalergi and is still awarded annually by the German city of Aachen, whereas the European Prize is awarded by the European Society Koudenhof-Kalergi, formerly known as the 1291, established in 1978 by the Koudenhof-Kalergi Foundation Pan-Europa Union 6 years after the death of this great European thinker. Richard Koudenhof-Kalergi believed that Judaism is humanity's blessing evolving through Christianity to socialism, with Bolshevism as a decisive stage in this transformation, Institut ATAP, whose mainly Jewish activists are aiming at taking away the original sin of capitalism, which also is a product of Judaism. For Kalergi's insane mind, the world's salvation will come through Jews as a spiritual aristocracy, Geissadel, who will then recruit more worthy individuals from the European aristocracy of blood, Blutadel, to create 2 high-quality races, Qualitätsrassen, an international, synthetic aristocracy to lead humanity after all. For Kalergi, Almost all great personalities, including St. Augustine, Rousseau, Kant, and Tolstoy, were Jews by choice, while Judan, since all that is ethical and moral stemmed from Judaism in his mind. As if to preempt a possible discontent against such an elitist vision of the future, Richard Koudenhoff-Kalergi declared that anti-Semitism is a reaction of mediocrity to excellence. Rechtschonstellung de Mittelmassigen gegen das Hervorragende. That Koudenhoff-Kalergi's father, initially an anti-Semite, later became a close friend of Theodor Herzl, the founder of Zionism, but his son, Richard Koudenhoff-Kalergi, also has strong connections with the Catholic Jesuit elite due to his aristocratic status. In 1922, he co-founded the Pan-European Union, PU, with Archduke Otto von Habsburg, a staunch Catholic and a Jesuit agent who was the head of the Habsburg dynasty and former Crown Prince of Austria-Hungary. Otto von Habsburg became involved with the Pan-European Union after becoming Grand Master and Sovereign of the highly influential Order of the Golden Fleece in 1922. Otto became international president of the PU in 1973 after Koudenhoff's death. According to Koudenhoff-Kalergi's autobiography, at the beginning of 1924 through Baron Louis de Rothschild, he was in contact with Max Warburg, who offered to finance his movement for the next 3 years, giving him 60,000 gold marks. The Koudenhoff-Kalergi plan becomes evident in 1925 when he writes in Practical Idealism, Praktischer Idealismus, the man of the future will be of mixed race. Today's races and classes will gradually disappear owing to the vanishing of space, time, and prejudice. The Eurasian Negroid race of the future, similar in its appearance to the ancient Egyptians, will replace the diversity of peoples with a diversity of individuals. This book is very hard to get hold of today, and in Germany, it is practically censored, although it is not present on the official list of books. Censored by the German government. Independence, autonomy, and sovereignty of each country. But the danger of the Global Compact for Migration, which international delegates signed in Marrakesh, Morocco last month, is not that it will enable some clandestine international bureaucracy or judiciary to dictate immigration policy over the objections of sovereign states, but will instead enable progressives within each nation's government to liberalize domestic refugee and immigration laws using the excuse that the UN made us do it. The Vatican, in cahoots with the globalists, Father Baggio and Father Michael Czerny, also Under-Secretary of the same department, presented 2 documents in the Vatican from the Migrants and Refugees section dedicated to the theme of trafficking. One is the Pastoral Guidelines on Human Trafficking, that they try to outline with possible responses to the phenomenon with a collection of writings by Pope Francis from 2013 to 2017, entitled Lights on the Roads of Hope, which represents a sort of synthesis of Francis' progressive magisterium on the subject. However, the insistence that the compact is not legally binding has not been enough to convince several UN members in the last few months, including the United States, Austria, Hungary, Poland, and Italy, who state they will not sign the agreement. Conservative governments in these countries have rightly voiced several objections, among other things, saying the compact mixes up the rights of asylum seekers with those of economic migrants. The U.S. under President Donald Trump also argues that multinational agreements in general, and this one in particular, go against the sovereign power of individual governments. But now the Vatican wants them to rethink their position. They claim the Global Compact is good and merely a symbolic agreement on how future international cooperation on migration might work. Father Fabio Baggio said, "Each country obviously has the right to make the choices it considers appropriate with regard to an agreement that has been drawn up at multilateral level. And I must honestly say that having participated in the preparation of the Global Compact documents, we saw the interest of many countries in maintaining this multilateral dialogue. We are deeply convinced that the global response is the most appropriate to the phenomenon of migration. We sincerely hope," Cardinal Parolin, Vatican Secretary of State, also said in very clear words that those who have taken a step backwards, Italy, USA, Poland, and Hungary, among others, can reconsider and join, perhaps even finding those particular clarifications that seem necessary. I also think that the text of the agreement can provide these clarifications. If delegates from member states agree to these declarations, which they reassure opponents are largely meaningless, the real rules will be cleverly inserted into individual nations' laws. all the while insisting they have to because of our IJN treaty. This is a dangerous scam pushed by the Vatican that is finally showing to the world with no sense of shame that they are the ones behind the project. Remember, the compact deliberately confuses two distinct classes of newcomers: political refugees and economic immigrants. It lumps them under one label: migrants, both those seeking asylum from repression and violence, and those looking for a better job and income opportunities. So why should the Vatican decide the immigration policies of other countries? This is yet another act of hypocrisy from the smallest sovereign nation in the world, protected by the biggest walls, who never permit migrants but criticize the use of walls by others. I say Pope Francis should be arrested. The compact deliberately confuses two distinct classes of newcomers: political refugees and economic immigrants. Why doesn't Pope Francis welcome more immigrants in the Vatican instead of preaching this liberal nonsense to the world? Well, the answer is in front of our eyes when we see the influence of the Jesuits in the actual ideological foundations of the IJN. The end of the EU and the rise of the dragon, the European Union, is so poorly prepared for the challenges of the modern world that it may not exist in 10 years' time, a leading British historian claimed last year. Zero Hedge, the mysterious source of cutting-edge news, rumors, and gossip about the financial industry, pointed out at the end of 2018 that though the end of the European Union is inevitable, the proponents of a further integrated or federal superstate are busy making a last effort to achieve their goal. The opposition against the project is, in fact, growing every day all over the Union. Europe is suffering from economic stagnation and is facing a demographic calamity. The next elections to the European Parliament, expected to be held in May 2019, might actually be the beginning of the end for this globalist institution, or it might be the start of an even bigger civil unrest across Europe. The pro-European establishment's last hope was the newly elected French President Emmanuel Macron, who was to revive the economy and integrate the European Union under French leadership. The once great nation is broken beyond repair. France's problems are much worse than those of Italy. Though Italy has a higher debt-to-GDP ratio than France, France has a larger budget deficit. And the difference is that while Italy has a trade surplus, France has a trade deficit, so the country cannot pay for its imports. While the Italian populist Matteo Salvini is earning the nation's respect, Emmanuel Macron's popularity is at a historic low. The once promising Antichrist is losing momentum. All of France has been engulfed for months by riots, civil unrest, and looting. In city after city, village after village, protesters have been clashing with the police against a president who has nothing to offer to appease them, unless he violates the budget deficit boundary of 3% with the EU, whose forces are looking more and more like an evil Nazi occupation. Like the Soviet Union once was, France is a sizable social, multicultural experiment manipulated and controlled by the progressive forces of liberal Freemasonry that were actually BOM in France. And as the once empty shops in communist countries, the demographic changes in France are visible in every section of the society. But nobody dares to name them because of the immense power of liberal Freemasonry in this country that imposes a leftist, globalist view on all things, starting with migration, in line with the Satanic plan of the New World Order. The whole world witnessed that the French team playing at the FIFA World Cup was made up of almost exclusively Africans, and even on Twitter Africans boasted about it yet. The French establishment insisted that those Africans were genuinely French. Dissenters were branded as racists or Nazis. Academia, as well as the political and business establishment, deny what is clear to see for all. French society has lost its economic strength and its spirit. The country was once known for its first high-speed trains, TGV, and Concorde, but now it is notorious for social dystopia and Islamist attacks. To prove that they are right, the French and European elites will push the multicultural society even further by signing the infamous Global Compact for safe, orderly, and regular migration. We also have the report entitled, Replacement Migration. Is it a solution for an aging population? Is the United Nations comprehensive plan for replacing the European population? The Fifth Republic has come to an end, and we do not expect President Macron to finish his term. So some of you who are reading this in a few months might see it as the end and his complete demise. France's socio-economic collapse will drag the European Union into the abyss, as well as other elements like the Brexit and Italy's debt. Now that the heart of Europe is ungovernable, its peripheries will not fare any better. The multicultural and multi-religious Bosnia is not sustainable. The borders in the region will be redrawn again, which will come with a price. A war between Muslims and Christians in the Balkans will reverberate much more these days in the suburbs of Paris, Amsterdam, and Berlin because of the growing Muslim population. The European establishment has allowed Islam to grow out of control in Europe, and, oddly enough, they believe that European Muslims would feel grateful for such generosity. From the point of view of non-European powers, the Balkans are a bridgehead worth fighting for. In the 19th century, it was the Europeans who were expanding into China. Now it is the Chinese who are trying to gain a foothold in Europe. Chinese investments and influence are growing in the Balkans. For centuries, this part of Europe has been the battlefield between Orthodox and Catholic, Christianity on one hand and Islam on the other. Now a new global player has emerged in the region, Communist China, the Red Dragon, that is now openly working with the Vatican after the arrival of the Jesuit Pope stopped the apparent way. The Holy See and the People's Republic of China have, in fact, signed a historic agreement in 2018 regarding the methods of appointing Catholic bishops in the country that will lead the way for the persecution of traditional Catholics who do not embrace communism. This is a crucial Jesuit-Chinese deal in a moment in Chinese history when President Xi, who has more power than Mao Zedong, and is not only the head of the Communist Party, as Mao was, but also the head of the government and military, which Mao wasn't, wants all the Chinese people, including the Catholics, to worship him and not the God of the Bible. So this typically satanic cult of personality can grow every day. That is why Xi Jinping, the growing leader of the Communist New World Order, has been tightening controls on religious activities of all kinds. However, the Vatican, thanks to the huge influence the Jesuits always had in China, managed to reach a diabolic agreement to facilitate the rise of a Catholic communist alliance in the People's Republic of China, something unthinkable a few years ago, even for Ratzinger. A press release issued by both the Vatican and China begins this way. Today, September 22, 2018, within the framework of the contacts between the Holy See and the People's Republic of China that have been underway for some time in order to discuss church matters of common interest and to promote further understanding, a meeting was held in Beijing between Messenger Antoine Camilleri, Undersecretary for the Holy See's Relations with States, and He Mr. Wang Chao, Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs, of the People's Republic of China, respectively heads of the Vatican and Chinese delegations. During that meeting, the two representatives signed a provisional agreement on the appointment of bishops. The release defines the agreement as the fruit of a gradual and reciprocal rapprochement, which has been agreed following a long process of careful negotiation. The agreement, continued the press release, foresees the possibility of periodic reviews of its application. It concerns the nomination of bishops, a question of great importance for the life of the Church, and creates the conditions for greater collaboration at the bilateral level. The press release closes by expressing the shared hope that this agreement may favor a fruitful and forward-looking process of institutional dialogue and may contribute positively to the life of the Catholic Church in China, to the common good of the Chinese people, and to peace in the world. The history of the mission of the Jesuits in China is, of course, part of the history of relations between China and the Western world, and this will never change. The missionary efforts and other work of the Society of Jesus, or Jesuits, between the 16th and 17th century played a significant role in continuing the transmission of knowledge, science, and culture between China and the West, and influenced a profoundly Christian culture in Chinese society today. But there is also something much more disturbing connected to the Book of Revelation. The figure of the Red Dragon is considered by Falun Gong practitioners to be the Chinese Communist Party. Li Zhan writes, a great red dragon, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and 7 crowns upon his heads. Ru 12:3. In order to interpret the Book of Revelation correctly, a key is to recognize what the red dragon is, because the dragon gave him, the beast who fought against God, his power and his seat and great authority. Revelation 13 verse 2. Once people understand who the red dragon is, it will be easy for them to find the beast whose number is 636. Ru 13:18. And the great dragon was cast out, that old serpent, called the devil, and Satan, which deceiveth the whole world. He was cast out into the earth, and his angels were cast out with him. Revelation 12 verse 9. People today generally view the red dragon as simply a symbol of the devil or Satan. In reality, the red dragon in the book of Revelation not only represents the devil or Satan, it actually refers to something specific. In the lowest dimension of the heavens, China's Communist Party manifests as an evil red dragon. Deciphering the last 3 stanzas of the Plum Blossom poem, the favorite color of the Chinese Communist Party in the human world is also red. Chicago-based 501c4 illegal immigration advocacy organization formed in 2001 by Elvira Arellano, an activist for immigrants and Jesuit agents living illegally in the United States. The organization is affiliated with the Chicago-based 501c3 pro-illegal immigration groups Centro Sin Fronteras and Pueblo Sin Fronteras together. These 2 organizations have been involved in organizing thousands of illegal migrants from Central America to attempt to cross the U.S. and Mexican borders illegally since 2010. However, according to research done by Glenn Beck and his team, the paper trail from Pueblo Sin Fronteras leads back to a group called CARA Family Detention Pro Bono Project. CARA encompasses 2 legal groups, the Catholic Legal Immigration Network, LNC, connected to the Catholic Church, and the American Immigration Council, founded by George Soros. The Catholic Legal Immigration Network Incorporated, commonly referred to as CLINIC, is a Jesuit stronghold and the United States' largest network of nonprofit immigration programs. In its 1986 pastoral statement, Together a New People, the United States Conference of Catholic Bishops, USCCB, working towards a Catholic vision of nationality, observed that the Church's ministry to immigrants must reflect the biblical understanding of the justice of God, reaching out to all peoples and rectifying the situation of the poor, the orphans, the widows, the disadvantaged, and especially in the Old Testament, the alien and the stranger. With the situation escalating in South America and countries like Venezuela, the Pope is now expected to become increasingly more involved in an open confrontation with Donald J. Trump on the future of these migrants that can be used for political gain by the left wing. Back in February 2018, Nancy Pelosi took to the floor of Congress asking Catholics to pray for legislation supporting dreamers, children of illegal immigrants who came to America as minors. Her piety was, in a word, ostentatious. Maybe I should bring my rosary, blessed by the Pope. His Holiness, Pope Francis, or the one before that, Benedict, she mused. I have the honor and privilege of receiving rosaries blessed by several popes in my lifetime. Remember, the Catholic Church is the leading institution backing Soros' open borders policy in favor of uncontrolled immigration. According to Vatican documents, Pope Francis expressed his support for the caravan early this month while addressing the participants of the 15 General Chapter of the Congregation of the Missionaries of San Carlo. Much of the Holy Father's speech focused on the virtue of welcoming the stranger and how nations need to foster this virtue or risk their own demise. The Catholic Church once recognized the right of a sovereign nation to enforce its borders, but that's no longer the case with Pope Francis. Cardinal Pietro Parolin, Vatican Secretary of State, wrote in the introduction of his new book, Immigration, Understanding and Proposals, that migrations have always existed in human history and have contributed substantially to the birth of great civilizations in the past and present. Words repeated at the Pontifical Gregorian University, run by the Jesuits, on Monday evening, during the presentation of the book. The only Catholic priest that seems to be making any sense lately is Alejandro Sololin Guerra, who accused Pueblo Sin Fronteras of bringing the Central American migrant caravan to Tijuana to provoke the anti-immigrant policies of U.S. President Donald Trump. Pope Francis and One World Religion unveiled Pope Francis went to Geneva in June 2018 to commemorate the 70th anniversary of the Marxist-inclined World Council of Churches, one of the most controversial organizations of the New World Order. In fact, top-secret KGB files suggested years ago that the KGB and its Bulgarian intelligence affiliate exploited the Bulgarian Orthodox Church for direct influence on the World Council of Churches and the Conference of European Churches. According to Bulgarian historian Momchil Medvedev, In a book published in 2010, Bulgarian intelligence had already identified the World Council of Churches as an object of penetration, even before the Bulgarian and other East Bloc churches joined the organization in 1961. Pope Francis and his Jesuits, who are secretly allied with the ex-communist spies of the Soviet Union, are shaping the final stages of the upcoming one world religion. Interestingly enough, Joseph A. Harris wrote back in 1993, before the opening worship service began at the last General Assembly of the World Council of Churches, WCC, in Canberra, Australia, delegates passed through the smoke of bumming leaves. This was a pagan cleansing rite. The congregation then listened to recorded insect noises and watched a male dancer impersonate a kangaroo. The next day, as two painted, loinclothed aborigines cavorted, South Korean theologian Chung Hyun-kyung invoked spirits of the dead and exhorted the audience of more than 4,000 to read the Bible from the perspective of birds, water, air, trees, and to think like a mountain, pure, unadulterated pantheism. Quite a display, but was it Christian? Some delegates protested against the animism, spiritism, and New Age beliefs that were presented. Since then, the situation has become even worse, and now we have in charge of this powerful organization Olav Fix-Tvedt, a rather liberal-minded Norwegian Lutheran theologian and Freemason, with socialist tendencies and a passion for Islam. He was elected to the post of General Secretary of the World Council of Churches on the 27th of August, 2009, and was re-elected to a second term in July 2014. In visiting the Ecumenical Center in Geneva, a very important place for the dark side of the Illuminati, Pope Francis followed in the steps of his two predecessors, Paul VI, who visited the WCC in 1969, June 10th, and John Paul II, who did the same in 1984, June 12th, stating this move towards ecumenism was irreversible. The first trip by a pontiff to the Arabian Peninsula marked another important moment for the creation of the pro-Islamist one world religion. Pope Francis's historic visit to the United Arab Emirates, IJ, saw the Pope as the protagonist of an interfaith conference on human fraternity to kickstart the infamous Chrislam project, the Trojan horse of the future religion controlled by artificial intelligence. The United Arab Emirates are investing heavily in artificial intelligence, the country's first AI RoboCop that is used to chase down suspects and nab parking fee dodgers, joined Dubai police already back in May 2018. This is the official launch of our first RoboCop, said Brig Khalid Al-Razuki, Dubai Police Director General, of what he defines as smart services. The robot's built-in cameras stream videos directly to the police command center. It has a smart intelligence system so it can protect people from crime, because it can broadcast what is happening right away to our command and control center, said Brig Al-Razuki. We are also working on facial recognition systems. Languages such as Russian, Chinese, French, and Spanish will be added to RoboCop's vocabulary. There are also more than 6,000 cameras installed across the Emirates, something that will please the Orwellian Pope. We are watching all kinds of activity in the city, Brig Al-Razuki said. We protect the sensitive areas. In the meantime, in the Vatican, the Pontifical Academy for Life is zeroing in on the world of robots and machines powered by artificial intelligence. While the Academy's focus is on the protection of human life and dignity, the rapidly shifting and radical capabilities of robotics are having an ever-increasing impact on human lives, people's relationships, communities, and creation, said Jesuit Father Carlo Casalone, an Academy member and the Pope's consultant on robotics and the AI. In May 2018, Sophia the robot, the world's most advanced artificially intelligent robot, officially visited Abu Dhabi. Sophia is the AI-powered robot famous for speaking at the United Nations and even interviewing a number of celebrities and world leaders working for the ultimate PSYOP. This tool of the NWO was recently named by the United Nations Development Program as the first ever innovation champion for Asia and the Pacific, and is also the first robot in the world to possess a nationality, after being granted citizenship by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. In New York 3.5 years ago, Pope Francis embraced Chrislam and laid the foundation for a one-world religion. Now Bergoglio, the false prophet, wants to go one step forward and merge this concept with robotics and artificial intelligence. The visit followed an official invitation from the UAE that was delivered in person by Sheikh Abdullah bin Zayed, Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of the UAE back in June 2018, and follows an important visit to the Vatican made in 2016 by Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed, Abu Dhabi Crown Prince, the de facto ruler of the IJE. He is someone highly respected by his fellow Emiratis, extremely well connected on the international stage to Illuminati elite, and he seems to like putting his fingers in many pies lately. The Jesuits, of course, camouflaged this key event for the future development of the one world religion as an interfaith dialogue meeting that could help Catholics in the Gulf. It is estimated there are about 1 million Christians in the UAE, representing roughly 10% of the country's population. During the meeting, Pope Francis encouraged tolerance and understanding between Christians and Muslims, in a continuation of his outreach to Muslim communities around the world to promote a future integration with the Jesuit-built one world religion. Their common satanic goal is to eliminate every vestige of Christianity. As recently as the 19th century, most Westerners were professing Christians. This meant they recognized this kind of evil as a tangible reality and an ongoing threat to our spiritual well-being. They knew Islam was inherently evil and corrupt today, that understanding has been all but lost, substituted by liberal fantasies of universal love and false integration. It is fair to say that Satan has hidden extremely well by inducing the majority of mankind into believing that he does not actually exist, that he is purely a mythical entity that earlier, less mature civilizations needed to account for the pain and adversity of the world. I know many people who still believe today that the world of the occult and Satanism is limited to those who do witchcraft or magic with AK, such as witches and Satanists. Catholics believe that they are not influenced by the occult and Satanism in any way, but at the same time they are controlled by it like most Christian denominations today. The one world religion described in Revelation 17 verses 1 to 18 as the Great Harlot is part of this increasing end-times scenario. The term harlot is used throughout the Old Testament as a metaphor for a false religion, and the Vatican is the driving force of this growing trend. The new false religion will dominate all the peoples and multitudes and nations and tongues of the earth, Revelation 1b:15, meaning that it will have universal authority, no doubt was given by the Sunto materialized Antichrist, who will rule the world. And remember, although America wants the world to believe that the Arabs are their enemy, they are actually complicit in their devilishment and the creation of their leaders. Since 1940, even Saad bin Abdulaziz al-Saud, the founder of this family, has been with America and an ally of the West End Illuminati. Saad, 1902 to 1969, was king of Saudi Arabia from 1953 to 1964, son of King Ibn Saud, founder of the infamous Saudi kingdom. Saud was made crown prince in 1933 and succeeded to the throne on his father's death. He continued Ibn Saudi's policies of cooperation with Britain and the United States and of opposition to Israel. Later on, the United States created the villain Saddam Hussein, although they trained him as a CIA operative to fight in order to beat Ayatollah Khamenei of Iran. They also gave Muammar Gaddafi, another supposed American enemy, the help to become their leader at the end of the 1960s. In 2011, Al Jazeera News producer Jamal El-Shale gained access to top-secret documents present in the archives in Tripoli headquarters of Libya's intelligence agency, making some very interesting discoveries. Among the various documents scattered throughout the demolished building were the secret files indicating that influential Americans even advised and tried to help Muammar Gaddafi at the beginning of the Libyan uprising that would eventually bring his murderous death in October 2011. El-Shale managed to smuggle away some of these important documents. Among them, some clearly indicate the Gaddafi regime, despite its constant anti-American rhetoric and maintained direct communications with influential figures in the U.S. One of these documents appeared to be the minutes of a meeting between senior Libyan officials Abu Bakr al-Zlaytni and Mohammed Ahmed Ismail and David Welch, former Assistant Secretary of State under New World Order criminal George W. Bush. Welch was the man who brokered the deal to restore diplomatic relations between the U.S. and Libya in 2008. Now the Arabs, and the House of Saud in particular, want to rule the materialistic side of the New World Order because they feel they will do better than America, that they will be fairer to the rest of the world, although they have proven to be racist and murderous on many occasions, and the Jesuits are unfortunately their closest and best allies in this dangerous geopolitical game in the hands of the devil. Maybe it's not a coincidence after all that the movie The Exorcist opens with the Adhan, or Muslim call to prayer in the country of Iraq, that remains at the center of a never-ending crisis between Sunnis and Shia, Islam's ancient schism. Also, modern-day Iraq is located in the same area as ancient Mesopotamia, the same territory of the Sumerian gods, the Anunnaki. So who is really in control of this planet? I'll give you 3 guesses, and the first 2 don't count. Sadly, many from the UFO community do not recognize the danger of the Anunnaki. After all, they say, didn't the extraterrestrials save us from launching nuclear bombs at one another? Aren't they more advanced on the evolutionary scale? This, they believe, is evidence that the aliens/Anunnaki/Fallen angels have our best interests at heart. However, many don't take into consideration the past of the Anunnaki and that their final agenda has not yet been met. That is, the annihilation of humans as an edible life form. As a human, if you die, your body can still be resurrected to edible life. As a result, any actions they may or may not take, whether seemingly good or bad, will inevitably lead to the latter for as many people as possible. That's the plan, and it is clearly outlined in scripture with hundreds of other ancient texts from various cultures to verify the historical precedents. Read the Hindu Mahabharata Set 2J of Krishna Dwaipayana Vyasa, and let me reiterate this to you. They are not our friends. Some believe the Anunnaki came from Nibiru and believe Nibiru is another planet elsewhere in the solar system. However, Nibiru is spoken of in the Sumerian texts as the holy city of Enlil, containing the temple Ikur, which sits on a mountain surrounded by cedar trees with a gate up to the heavens, a stargate. In the city, the holy settlement of Enlil, in Nibiru, the beloved shrine of Father Great Mountain, he has made the dais of abundance, the Ikur, the shining temple Enlil. When you marked out the holy settlements, you also built Nibiru, your own city. Quotations from Enlil in the Ekur. According to Sumerian texts, Enki travels to Nibiru, Enlil's city, where he meets with the other Anunnaki, including Enlil, and they proceed to get totally drunk. No gates, no fanfare, no heaven-earth bond. He just travels to Nibiru. This Nibiru, my friends, was not another planet. It was right here on good Olii Terra, Earth, in Enlil's city. However, the Abzu does lead to some otherworldly place, and that place is most likely not the literal center of the Earth or underground. The only thing that is, or was, underground was the door to the Stargate itself, called the Abzu, which leads to Urkala or Kernugi, among other distant places in the universe. The land of no return, for humans, anyway. The land of darkness, pain, sorrow, and so forth. Very Abyssian, if you ask a Thelemite. Conversely, Enlil, an Anunnaki, and Enki's father, or depending on which story you read, appears to have had a stargate of his own at E.Kur in Nippur, called the Djr.Anki, the heaven-earth bond, which leads to the courtyard of in heaven, who was the premier Anunnaki. Both of these stargates have 7 gates between Earth and their final mentioned destinations. The salient point to remember here is that they were all sons of Jehovah Elohim, Et.al, other creations, and not literally Elohim themselves, although I have seen them described as Elohim, diminutive. Elite to protect their own. That invisible ceiling most of us always suspected existed in the higher echelons of power that I have described in detail in the previous volumes of my Confessions, like no other author in the history of mankind. Remember, we may no longer have to wear our place in the caste system boldly painted on our foreheads these days, but we are all about to be microchipped with the mark of the beast that will categorize us for success or failure from the moment we are born to the moment we die in the upcoming years, if we don't stop them. Any variation or deviation from poverty and servitude normally assigned to what they consider the lowly human race is truly a miracle of God. What does all this have to do with the previously mentioned Abzu and the Abyss? Revelation 9, in the New Testament of the Bible, explains in detail the reopening of Enki's Abzu 1, and the 5th angel sounded, and saw a star fall from heaven unto the earth, and to him was given the key of the bottomless pit. 2. And he opened the bottomless pit, and there arose a smoke out of the pit, as the smoke of a great furnace. And the sun and the air were darkened by reason of the smoke of the pit. A star fall, ng, from heaven, is a biblical idiom for describing a fallen angel descending to earth, which I believe is further identified as a fallen angel descending to earth in a spacecraft, a UFO. Upon reaching the earth, he opens the abyss with a key. In Aleister Crowley's Thelemic mysticism, so dear to the Illuminati, the abyss is the great gulf or void between the phenomenal world of manifestation and its noumenal source. In Aleister Crowley's works, there are numerous references to an apparently transcendental and transformative experience which appears to be called the crossing of the abyss, something experienced myself back in 1994, and it is no big secret that the subject of aliens holds a high degree zero of interest for the Illuminati in all their current manifestations. In Crowley's Equinox, promoted as the official organ of the AA, there is a story of a young woman at the turn of the century that is guided on the abysmal journey by a fellow initiate with apparently hidden agendas, and provides an interesting yet deeply veiled account for those adept at reading between the lines of such stories. Once upon a time, enthusiasts were considered to be only weirdos or eccentrics with no credibility, people who armed themselves with telescopes, tents, and the basic necessities to camp in the hills around the IJS waiting for close encounters of the third kind to manifest an experience reserved for nerds and idlers that the public never associated with the elite of the New World Order. But now, the current trend in the UFO disclosure movement involves a rather different slice of society, a transversal and unsuspecting body of Illuminati members of the ruling class, has in fact been enlisted by Russian intelligence operatives and put together in recent years in what is considered by intelligence experts as a supranational, non-governmental structure controlled by Vladimir Putin. An international structure that looks more and more like the powerful pressure groups like the Trilateral and the Bilderberg Club, but with an added alien twist to it. The name of this secretive organization, founded approximately 4 years ago, is called the International Organization for the Destinies of the World, and their headquarters, located in Moscow, is known as the Center for TAN. That information, analysis, and strategies of situations operate under the direct control of the President of the Russian Federation. At the top of the section that deals with the UFO phenomenon, a senior retired official of the Ministry of Defense, Lieutenant General in Reserve, PhD, and a fellow of the Academy of Natural Sciences, Alexei Savan, Professor Savan, once said to a journalist that in the late 1980s a group of researchers from the Expert Management Unit of General Staff managed to make contact with representatives of another civilization. Interestingly, none of the journalists were particularly surprised. European Center, which paid Podesta $900,000 for his lobbying. Amadori wrote that Pier Giorgio Bassi and John Podesta discussed not only some not specified business, probably relating to Russia, but also certain UFO secrets connected to Area 51. In the same article, Giacomo Amadori explains that Mr. Bassi was the one who actually arranged the first visit to the Moscow headquarters of the International Organization for the Destinies of the World of manager Gianfranco Busti. And the same Bassi was also the person responsible for taking care of the relations between Professor Savan and the Vatican Jesuits in charge of the alien/UFO phenomenon, starting with Father Jose Gabriel Funes J, an Argentine Jesuit priest and astronomer who was the director of the Vatican Observatory from August 19, 2006 until September 18, 2015 when he was succeeded by Pope Francis's newly appointed Jesuit, Reverend Brother Guy Consolmagno, S.J. All went well for Bassi, until he was recently condemned in July 2018 to a 4-year and 8-month jail sentence by the Italian judiciary for a huge financial scandal. In the Trump era, Mr. Bassi, a left-wing globalist serving the evil forces of the Pope Francis's NWO, seems to have lost some of the influence and power he once held back in the Obama/Clinton years. However, Bassi is still considered a powerful figure in the Jesuit, Illuminati milieu working for the Vatican in connection with Moscow. After all, the KGB created Catholic liberation theology. The respected Catholic news agency has published an interview with Ion Mihai Pasipa, a former general in Romania's secret police who was one of the Eastern Bloc's highest-ranking defectors in the 1970s. In it, he says that the Soviet Union and the KGB in particular created liberation theology, the quasi-Marxist movement that flourished in Latin America from the 1960s to the 1990s and is still a powerful influence on the Catholic left. As we all know, Putin was a KGB foreign intelligence officer during the same period, rising to the rank of lieutenant colonel before resigning in 1991 to enter politics in St. Petersburg. Putin was directly involved in the infiltration of the Catholic Church clergy by agents of the Soviet Union. Now, Putin's visible relationship with the Vatican is an opportunity to highlight Russia's effort to portray itself as a bulwark of morality and traditional values in contrast to an increasingly secularized Europe. But in reality, Putin is still a communist playing both sides. Remember, playing both sides is a classic attitude of a formal intel operative like Putin. That's why Russia was playing both sides in the 2016 election. As Cruxnow.com has also pointed out, if there's one thing that is clear by recent events, it's that Pope Francis and his team don't believe the future of Catholicism will stem from the United States. An article from 2017 by two close friends of Francis that look at a perceived alliance between fundamentalist evangelicals and Catholic integralists frowned at what it called an ecumenism of hate and offered a glimpse into what may be the Pope's personal perspective in this time of deep political and social divide in the U.S. The Argentinian looks instead to the east, toward Russia and China. Officially, Francis seems to have had an intuition that the profound changes taking place in the once great bastions of communism can offer a fertile ground for dialogue and the growth of Christianity in the context of an increasingly secular and individualistic West. That's total propaganda. In reality, he is simply referring to his communist friends. The Pope has openly courted Russia in the last few years and its vast number of Orthodox Christians, often incurring the criticism and disappointment of those who hope to hear a stronger opposition from the Vatican towards Vladimir Putin's authoritative, if not downright aggressive, internal and foreign policy. The Holy See's Secretary of State, Cardinal Pietro Parolin, helped by the Vice President of the Academy of the Illuminati, Pier Giorgio Bassi, went to Moscow in August 2017 to meet Vladimir Putin, another important step for the international organization for the destinies of the world in furthering Vatican-Russian relations that are fundamental in damaging further the role of Donald J. Trump. Meanwhile, Putin, a former communist, has managed to establish himself as the new upholder of morality and defender of persecuted Orthodox Christians in many areas of the Middle East. Why UFO disclosure has been avoided in the Trump era? Was there a level of ultra top secret security above the president of the U.S. when it comes to UFOs? Is this top secret level linked to the infamous deep state? Can they threaten U.S. national security interests? I will try to answer these questions in the following pages. Certainly, at this point, President Trump, after all these days in office, must have been briefed about UFOs and possible aliens from NASA, the CIA, and perhaps other lesser-known, but powerful players in the intelligence and military field, but maybe not. Or maybe Trump has decided to avoid promoting the alien agenda, seemingly so dear to the Democratic Party leaders, for a specific reason. Maybe he fears the consequences of revealing the truth of what he knows to the rest of mankind. This question is definitely intriguing and not far from today's reality in Trump's White House. Remember what happened at the time of the last presidential campaign, when the mysterious Russian hackers broke into Hillary Clinton's former campaign chairman, John Podesta's private email account. And Podesta immediately reacted by saying that Russian intelligence officials were attempting to influence the presidential election in favor of Donald Trump. This is ridiculous, and of course, Podesta's friend Vladimir Putin thinks it's hilarious. Podesta most likely gave the Russians his email details to facilitate the whole process. Without getting too polemic about this political story, whoever entered in John Podesta's private mail entered some kind of weirdo zone, fueled with IJFO lore, and immersed in perversions of occult Crowleyanity, linked also to his brother and partner in crime Tony Podesta, the other half of the Podesta group. Such information confirmed what everyone already knew or at least suspected for years about the perverts and the Satanists in the Jesuit-driven New World Order regarding the UFO presence. With all the various sci-fi movies going back decades, and dozens of other science fiction films and TV series featuring all kinds of extraterrestrial visitors of various kinds from outer space, some will say that John Podesta's emails about UFOs had actually nothing new in them, and there should be nothing to hide from the public that could actually jeopardize national security. However, they are quite wrong, or at least naive to think so. The IJFO secret is still the biggest and most dangerous secret in the world. They make Hillary Clinton's famous campaign promise to open up files on Area 51 look very suspicious indeed, don't you think? President Trump knows that today's reality is being strongly manipulated by evil demonic forces behind the alien phenomenon that collaborate with the various key players of the New World Order that so vehemently oppose him. Every day, the NWO criminals that accuse him unjustly of being a puppet of Vladimir Putin and Russia. Trump knows that the biggest Illuminati puppet masters, the ones that control his enemies on behalf of the Jesuits, are the ones based in Moscow headquarters of the International Organization for the Destinies of the World back in June 25, 2014. In an email disclosed by WikiLeaks, the late NASA astronaut Edgar Mitchell requested a conversation with John Podesta and then President Barack Obama regarding the next steps in extraterrestrial disclosure for the benefit of our country and our planet. Remember, for believers and seers of UFOs, there is no doubt of their existence. Countries around the world such as Great Britain and Russia have released their once top-secret UFO files for public consumption that leave no doubt about the true existence of UFOs. So what is stopping Trump if not the realization that this will play into the hands of the Satanic alien alliance opposing him? The late President George H.W. Bush, a former CIA director, when asked about the existence of UFOs said, "You don't know the half of it." His son, former President George W. Bush, won't even say a word about secret government UFO files. This is not a joke. And what was Hillary Clinton's former campaign manager John Podesta doing in Rome in the middle of the presidential campaign of 2016, discussing IJFOs with the vice president of the Illuminati Academy, Pier Giorgio Bassi, who spends a lot of his time in Moscow's Center for Information, Analysis and Strategies of Situations? John Podesta, known American political consultant who served as White House Chief of Staff to President Bill Clinton and as counselor to President Barack Obama, is like all of his left-wing colleagues, opposing Donald J. Trump today, still very close to Russia and agents of the former KGB. Enemies of the IJS who used to take care of foreign intelligence and domestic security for the Soviet Union are now working for the infamous New World Order, secretly siding with the agents of the deep state. No wonder the Russians used the Clinton Foundation in Russian uranium dominant strategy and had a scheme to route millions of dollars to the Clinton Global Initiative, CGI, through lobbying firm ARPCO, which was expected to funnel a portion of its annual $3 million lobbying fee to the charity. Remember, Vladimir Putin likes to play all sides in this dirty game to facilitate his global dominance, a game linked to the International Organization for the Destinies of the World and its Anunnaki friends. In the meantime, the intimate disinfo agents are busy promoting fake news about Putin being an enemy of the Anunnaki. The outlandish account claims to come from former KGB agent Strelnikov Isaac Stepanovic. According to Stepanovic, the Russian Orthodox Church has convinced Putin not to speak out about the alien/demonic presence in Syria for fear it will have a shattering influence on the Christian faith in Russia and around the world. Illuminati Academy Vice President Pier Giorgio Bassi explained to a rather shocked Giacomo Amadori in his August 2016 interview a year before bringing him to Russia with Pietro Parolin, the Vatican Secretary of State, that, thanks to the Russian relations with aliens, the Russian Federation was capable of forecasting future events like terrorist attacks, environmental disasters, and political upheavals. Lieutenant General Alexei Savan proceeded to reveal some aspects of the engagement of the Russian Ministry of Defense in such matters. He headed the expert management unit of the General Staff, whose task was to examine various unusual phenomena. The main project of the unit was a state program on the discovery of intellectual human resources. The goal of the program was to identify ways to make the human brain work with a special regime of superpowers, making a person a superhuman. The scientific council of the program was led by an academician, Natalia Bektareva, who until her death served as a scientific director of the Institute of Human Brain of RAS. Over 200 highly skilled professionals from across the country participated in the program. In the process of research, we came to the conclusion that a human was an energy and information system that receives information from outside. This is precisely why a human can manifest paranormal abilities, said Alexei Savan. In order to identify this external source of information, 3 groups were created. One group was formed from scientists, another from the military, and the third one was composed of women. The group of women made the most significant progress in the research. Savon explained that they wanted to make a contact with representatives of other civilizations. And we did it, according to him. A special method has been developed that allowed the human brain to tune into a contact. We had to tune energy contour of the human brain to a particular wave, like a radio, Alexei Savon explained. No hypnosis, drugs, or other similar methods were used in the course of the experiment. A special system of testing was also developed to separate the incoming reports from hallucinations and insanity of the experiment participants. The experimental results were impressive. 6 participants were given a chance of physical contact, and 2 of them even managed to visit an alien ship. According to Savon, representatives of extraterrestrial civilizations revealed themselves gradually, giving away the information as they saw fit. In particular, they talked about their government structure and education system. No information on the military could be obtained. The only thing they agreed to share was a scheme of equipment for the diagnosis and treatment of various diseases. The head of the experiment explained that humans were like small children to them. Our civilization is too young to be of interest to them as a subject for dialogue. Because we are also a part of the universe, we may harm ourselves and other civilizations with our foolish actions, so they are looking out for us. The program of communication with extraterrestrial intelligence had been developed for several years until politics intervened. In 1993, the study was stopped and the unit disbanded. According to Savon, he was able to retain only a small number of documents. Most of them, including photo reports, are still in the archives of the Ministry of Defense. Incidentally, the unique method for the development of the phenomenal abilities of an individual, until recently, was used in the academy named after Gagarin until it was disbanded by the former defense minister Serdyukov. Yet, the core of the research team was preserved and became later the driving force of the new Intimational Organization for the Destinies of the World, plotting in favor of the New World Order from Moscow headquarters. Another interesting element that came out in my personal investigation in the activities of the Intimational Organization for the Destinies of the WAD are their links to top Hollywood producers and film directors that can help them with predictive programming. Alan Watts, who describes himself as a long-term researcher into the causative forces behind major changes in historical development, describes predictive programming as the use of fiction, either in print or visual media, to condition people to accept a planned future event. By providing the right people in the film business certain information concerning the presence and supposed real nature of UFOs and ETs, so that it penetrates their subconscious, and they can later psychologically condition the masses with their movies. The real facts and information will be made more acceptable since the fictitious event has been downloaded into their subconscious. Then, they are less likely to object to the information and question it when it's finally revealed. They are most likely to not view it as being false or misleading. Trump knows this and wants to avoid falling into their disclosure trap by revealing the truth about UFOs and extraterrestrial intelligence that will only facilitate the advent of the Antichrist and his satanic legions made of liars and disinfo agents. Of course, the NWO would like you to believe Trump himself is the Antichrist, but that's the biggest fake news. Chapter 5: The Age of Change and Artificial Illusion. Why are abductions in decline and exorcisms on the rise? The abduction phenomena fully exploded in the late 1980s when people whose stories would have been dismissed as delusional only a generation earlier were now being suddenly interviewed by the mighty Oprah Winfrey, one of the leading charlatans of the New World Order. While seemingly true stories of alien experience, such as Whitley Strieber's Communion and Bud Hopkins's Intruders, became bestsellers. By the 1990s, those who believed in the literal truth of alien abduction stories gained another important ally in John Mack, a Harvard professor and psychiatrist who compiled his study of the phenomenon into a very interesting book published in 1994 entitled Abduction: Human Encounters with Aliens. We must remember that demons are invisible, spiritual beings who have no physical organs of their own in this dimension. They have no voice box, no lips, no mouth if not invited into our dimension with specific occult rituals. One of the extremely enlightening things that Jesus said about demons is found in Matthew 12 verse 43. When the unclean spirit is gone out of a man, he walketh through city places, seeking rest, and findeth none. This seems to indicate that every demon has a deep craving to find expression through a physical body of a terrestrial being in this dimension. When a demon cannot find a body to occupy, he is without rest, often giving birth to the so-called poltergeist cases. The abduction cases I investigated personally, and the now abundant abductee literature, is full of stories of abductees completely possessed and now obsessed by their past alien encounters, a pattern we often notice in the movement. Many modem researchers in the New Age movement are now saying that abductees are finding their experiences more and more acceptable, even spiritually uplifting and transformational. Social worker John Carpenter, director of abduction research for the Mutual UFO Network, MUFON, has noted a more accepting attitude in contactees/abductees. However, many of the UFO reports now being published in the popular press recount alleged incidents that are strikingly similar to demonic possession, because they are ultimately originating from the same thing. While the abductions are reducing as well as the UFO sightings in the public eye, exorcisms are on the rise in recent years. As I pointed out earlier, the Boston Globe titled an article by Linda Rodriguez-McCrobbie published in June 2016, "Why Alien Abductions Are Down Dramatically." In the article, McCrobbie explains that, by the end of the 1990s, the alien abduction bubble had burst. Ratings fell for the X-Files. In April 2001, reports, later denied, circulated that the British Flying Saucer Bureau, 1,500 members strong at its peak, was shutting down after a long dry spell of no sightings. 5 months later, 2 planes crashed into the Twin Towers, and no one cared about little green men anymore. X-Files director Chris Kaner, at the 2008 San Diego Comic-Con, declared that after September 11th, the mood just wasn't right anymore. In 2006, Ben McIntyre, columnist for The Times, declared that the internet had undermined belief in UFOs and alien visitation. The unidentified flying object has been identified and cannot fly anymore. ET has gone home. Skepticism, it seemed, had killed the UFO. Last year, the 2 major online sites for reporting UFOs, the National UFO Reporting Center and the Mutual UFO Network, both documented steep drops in worldwide sightings. The decline started around 2014 when reports were at a peak. They have since reduced drastically to 55% of that year's combined total. Many UFO interest groups have folded, and numerous previously classified government documents have been disclosed. The Guardian in September 2018 reports of a strong decline or total disinterest in the UFO phenomenon. Do these declines reveal that UFO interest is becoming a blip on the human cultural radar? Perhaps UFO and alien lore are seeming more like a reflection of human culture, tied to the space age, motivated by conquering new existential frontiers. Possible answers as to why sightings are decreasing are varied. A key factor, however, may be that more people simply don't care anymore, as we are accustomed to being inundated with wild claims churned out by politicians, media, and advertisers. The next report of a UFO is no more believed than the long-range weather forecast. Sharon Hill, a researcher on the paranormal and pseudoscience, says, "The ideas about UFOs and aliens continue to evolve as we project our social and cultural ideas on them. Since we have no single easy explanation for all these claims regarding the decline in sightings, the future vision of ufology seems rather open-ended. I don't think it's dead, just changing." 47. In the meantime, Catholic exorcisms are gaining popularity in the U.S. like never before. Father Vincent Lampert, the official exorcist for the Archdiocese of Indianapolis, told The Atlantic in early October 2018 that he received one $700 phone or email request for exorcisms so far in 2018, by far the most he's ever received in 1 year. Exorcism is again in the news, as the Vatican announced last year a new training course will be held to meet increased demand for deliverance ministry. So what does this actually mean? And should it be a cause for reassurance or concern? Newspaper headlines about a rise in possessions may bring to mind horrific scenes from The Exorcist, but sensationalism doesn't help public understanding of a serious and complex reality that is growing despite the materialistic age in which we are living. Abductions and contact stories are not quite the fodder for daytime talk shows and New York Times bestsellers, as they were indeed a few decades ago, and the Weekly World News is no longer peddling stories about Hillary Clinton's alien baby at the supermarket checkout line, and as pointed out by the Boston Globe. Today, credulous stories of alien visitation rarely crack the mainstream media. However, much they thrive on niche TV channels and intimate forums. But we also still want to believe in accounts that scientists, skeptics, and psychologists say there is no credible evidence to support. So what is exorcism if I had to suddenly explain it in rather simple terms to my next-door neighbor? Well, broadly speaking, exorcism signifies freeing a place, person, or even object from some form of negative spiritual influence. Beliefs and rituals, which could appropriately be labeled exorcism, are found in almost all cultures and faith traditions. But in the West, they are encountered more frequently within Christian or Islamic settings. It is important to emphasize that within both Muslim and Christian circles, however, there is a wide spectrum of opinion about exorcism and its place in the 21st century. For instance, there are theological voices within Roman Catholicism and Anglicanism which would deny the existence of demonic entities altogether, but institutionally, these churches do accept the possibility of a human possession and provide for special ministry in such cases. One thing is for sure, the abduction phenomenon that began with the strange case of Betty and Barney Hill on September 19, 1961, is gradually losing credibility if not interpreted in the correct way. I explore in depth the unexpected connections between secret societies of the Illuminati network, UFOs, alien abductions, the world of angels and demons, and the ancient texts that speak of them in my recent book, The Invisible Master, The Puppeteer's Hidden Power, published earlier in Italy as Volume 4 of my Confession series. Now, I will analyze, in particular, demonic possession in relation to the IJFO phenomenon, because it is apparent from a great number of abductees and the effects of many of these abductions, if not all, that these interactions with non-human intelligences or with other states of mind, i.e. consciousness and all of its various aberrations, show even to the most skeptic mind that there are indeed many similarities between the UFO abduction experience and demonic/spirit possession, but also strange connections like the one between Jacques Vallée and the late Anton LaVey. LaVey, Donkey Kong, and the origins of evil in video games. In Invisible Master, Zagami wrote, "Do you think you have been abducted by aliens? It was probably sleep paralysis, modern science says these days, but we know that's not the entire truth." He suggests that people should judge these entities by their effects on others. Those who are abducted report never being the same again, as if their alien abductors were always nearby or, in some cases, within them, much like an infection or a possession state. The late Dr. William J. Baldwin, author of Spirit Releasement Therapy, a technique manual, assisted by his wife, Reverend Judith Baldwin, often referred to dark entities like this. They are simply bacteria, no more, no less. They are another life form with a different purpose. What right do bacteria have to join our bodies? The Baldwin statement infers consciousness as inherent with these entities. Known UFO expert and member of the Church of Satan, Jacques Vallée, wrote in his now legendary Passport to Magonia, "Throughout medieval times, a major current of thought distinct from official religion existed, culminating in the works of the alchemists and hermeticists. Among such groups were to be found some of the early modern scientists and men remarkable for the strength of their independent thinking and their adventurous life, such as Paracelsus. The nature of the beings who mysteriously appeared, dressed in shiny garments or covered with dark hair, and with whom communication was so hard to establish, intrigued these men intensely. They were the first to relate these strange beings to the creatures described in the Bible and in the writings of the early Kabbalists. According to biblical writers, the heavenly hierarchy includes beings of a human form called cherubim, a name that in Hebrew means full of knowledge. Ezekiel describes them in the following terms. Their appearance was like burning coals of fire, and like the appearance of lamps. It went up and down among the living creatures, and the fire was bright, and out of the fire went forth. So what is their real nature, and how can one distinguish good beings from bad ones? Negative alien technology is said to exist, and some alchemists ended their lives in a bad way because of their close relationship with such beings. Demons want to possess, They want to possess property, animals, and people. Possession means to own, to influence, dominate, or control. American Heritage Dictionary. Demons want to dominate and control everything they come across. The more that they can control people, the more that they can control what humans do and thus get them to commit evil. In his book The Invisible College, E.P. Dutton, 1975, published 2 years later in Great Britain with the title UFOs, The Psychic Solution, Jacques Vallée talks about the idea of a control system, where UFOs and related phenomena are the means through which man's concepts are being rearranged and developed. The reason for doing this might not be known by us, at least at this stage of human development. My assumption is that a level of control of society exists which is a regulator of man's development. I am also led to the assumption that the action of UFOs operates at this level. What does this explain? First, it explains why there is no contact. Direct, genuine contact would ruin the experiment. There may be deliberately misleading contact, as in UMMO. It would preclude genuine learning. It explains some of the statements made by UFOnauts. You should believe in us, but not too much. And the Schirmer case, with its deliberate confusion, you will not speak wisely about this night. It explains the absurdity of many cases, where reactions to the phenomenon may have been evoked in terms of nonverbal consciousness rather than in logical terms. This would explain why so many witnesses are incapable of finding words to describe what they have seen. When I speak of a control system for planet Earth, I do not want my words to be misunderstood. I do not mean that some higher order of beings has locked us inside the constraints of a spacebound jail, closely monitored by psychic entities we might call angels or demons. I do not propose to redefine God. What I do mean is that mythology rules at a level of our social reality over which normal political and intellectual action has no real power. At that level, time frames are long, of the order of a century, and evolution is slow and sure. Mass media, which are designed to give split-second images of transient noise, the noisier the better, miss this signal entirely. A society with an attention span of 10 minutes, the interval between two commercials, can have no concept of events that have begun when my grandfather was not yet born and will end after my grandson dies. But there are such long-term changes, and they may be deliberate. They dominate the destiny of civilizations. Myths define the set of things scholars, politicians, and scientists can think about. They are operated upon by symbols, and the language these symbols form constitutes a complete system. This system is metalogical, but not metaphysical. It violates no laws because it is the substance of which laws are made. The theory does not explain how UFOs are made to appear to us, although it gives support to one idea about them, that they are constructed both as a physical craft, a fact which has long appeared to me undeniable, and as psychic devices, whose exact properties remain to be defined. As a focus for psychic phenomena, the UFO evokes a deep emotional reaction in the viewer, but the logical development of an investigation is prevented or precluded by the apparent violations of causality that surround it and by the sociological climate that is created. Scientists may be willing to interview a witness who has seen a landed craft, but he may not wish to talk to them. Or the witness may offer as proof of his experience a couple of pancakes given to him by extraterrestrials, a recitation of meaningless messages, or a story of sexual contact with a girl from outer space. In any case, a pursuit of the rational study of the case is impossible. The lurid aspects of many such stories make their serious examination improbable, and this in turn reinforces the role of the UFO rumors as folklore, rich in new images. Notice how Jacques Vallée, a friend of the late Anton LaVey, and a pawn of the Illuminati elite, who served as the real-life model for Lacombe, the UFO researcher portrayed by François Truffaut, in Steven Spielberg's Close Encounters of the Third Kind, indicates the impossibility for mankind to fully understand the true importance and the real reason for the UFO phenomenon occurring all over the world today. His invisible master has instructed him on not creating panic or taking sides during his mission. According to Zagami, demons will not stop trying to confuse and possess humans like Vallée, as this is their primary way to spread evil, and his attitude shows Valley's loyalty to the dark side. The more physical, mental, and spiritual territory that demons possess, the more that they own. In Volume 2 of his Forbidden Science journal, suitably titled California Hermetica, Vallée describes his first encounter with the head of the Church of Satan. Setting off at a suitably late hour, he recounts, they drove to the infamous Black House at 6114 California Street, a black house with permanently closed shutters, where Levy made what can only be described as an appropriate entrance. A black tailless cat greeted us on the front steps. Someone opened a round spy hole, recognized Art, and unlocked the heavy door. We met a pleasant, shapely blonde woman named Diane, Levy's wife. With a flourish, she introduced us into a purple parlor full of books, with a fireplace in one angle, a skeleton in a glass cabinet, a gravestone as a coffee table. We took our seats, avoiding the stately chaise Percy. Of the high priest, there was no sign until the mantelpiece pivoted away, startling us. A bald head adorned with a pointed black beard appeared at ground level, and a large man looking for all the world like Mephistopheles climbed out, idly twisting a 5-pointed star. Wearing a green sweater, the jovial diabolist shook our hands and sat among us. While Diane served coffee, Anton assured us modestly, like a good pastor, that he sincerely believed in his religion, even if he did not trust his disciples farther than he could throw his massive Wurlitzer organ. As the Daily Grail wrote recently, Valley visited Levy many more times during the 1970s. Their talks at times were even interrupted by Christians who evidently thought they could save Levy's soul by throwing heavy objects against his house. In 1982, Valley notes, in Forbidden Science Volume 3, that the Black Pope seemed to have lost much of his charisma and power. At one dinner date, the odd esoteric pairing sounded almost normal as they commiserated about the state of our respective homes and discussed movies and computer games. Computer games were once again the topic at another dinner in 1984 when Levy asked Valley for advice on a computer to use for word processing. Fact, conducted since 2007, a study on UFOs for the Pentagon, receiving some $22 million to study advanced aerial threats, including those that still remain allegedly unidentified. Valley must have had a leading role in this top-secret research denominated the Pentagon's Advanced Aviation Threat Identification Program that officially ended in 2012. Let us also keep in mind that Robert Bigelow has been working for years with members of the Temple of Set, like Colonel John B. Alexander, also involved in the now-defunct National Institute for Discovery Science. The Temple of Set is an Illuminati cult founded in 1975 by Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino, considered as a sort of schismatic group of the Church of Satan. This sect, often cited in Zagami's Confessions, was established in the United States by Aquino, an American political figure. Video games, virtual reality, and Satanism. The State of the Online Gaming 2018 market research reported that people who play video games spend an average of nearly 6 hours each week playing. Gamers aged 18 to 25 spend the most time, at more than 7 hours each week. Globally, gamers spend more time playing on mobile phones than on computers, tablets, or gaming consoles. However, men and people older than 45 spend more time playing on desktop or laptop computers than any other device. If there is one tenet modern Satanists go by, it is this: responsibility to the responsible. This mantra is a cornerstone of devotees belonging to the Church of Satan that video game players should always keep in mind when interacting with them. According to Zagami, this and other tenets of Satanism have found applications in the many video game universes Satanists routinely play every day. In the survival game arc, Survival Evolved, Church of Satan member Citizen V, his Under the Horns nickname, ignores the naked and empty-handed low-level players who supplicate at his tribe's floating base. It is an opulent base where his tribe hatches pteranodons and cultivates their naval armada. Anyone worth my time, who enriches my life and brings something to the table, those are the people worth going out of your way for, told Citizen V, over the phone, to the journalist interviewing him, Cecilia D'Anastasio, senior reporter at Special Projects/Koku, a video game site of Gizmodo Media Group. Satanist Citizen V says that he does not necessarily kill all new players on site. Not all new players are useless, he reasons with the reporter. If they are consistent, he will put them to work, maybe even give them food and water. The more people we can get to do stuff for us, that's great, he said. Responsibility to the responsible. Citizen V was quoting a vital mantra to the Church of Satan members, a call for self-accountability. Despite the conception of Church of Satan devotees as modern atheists with no real belief system, the Church of Satan, founded by Levi in 1966, has been created by the dark side of the Illuminati as a movement that would oppose the status quo and the damage done in their eyes by traditional religious and social values. Because Satanists, as strange as it might seem to the profane eye, see traditional Christian vices as great human assets for their plan. Pride, individualism, and influence are their bread, butter, and blood. Satanists seek to amass power and experience pleasure in the process. To that end, over half a dozen Satanists interviewed by Cecilia D'Anastasio say that video games are playgrounds for their satanic virtues to run free. This is especially true in the age of online gaming, something the late Anton LaVey, who died over 22 years ago, in 1997, had already foreseen. For this reason, LaVey was a great fan of the little-known film Evil Speak, a 1981 pioneering movie which dealt with Satan in cyberspace. That was censored in the UK, where it remained banned for a number of years as part of the Video Recordings Act 1984 thanks to its satanic themes and gory climax. The original version of the film seems to have also been heavily edited before its official release due to its controversial content. Actor Clint Howard said that director Eric Weston's original version of the film that was submitted to the MPA was, in fact, longer and contained more blood, gore, and nudity than the unrated version of the film, especially during the shower/pig attack scene and the final confrontation. But let us go back to modern video games. Left 4 Dead? Satanic. Call of Duty? Satanic. Minecraft? Mega Satanic. These are the recent answers of Satanic Reverend John H. Shaw, who explained that you can build every little thing, put a torch where you want it, a tunnel, a walkway, a moat. That's very satanic. During the satanic ritual abuse, SRA, frenzy of the 1980s that Zagami described in detail earlier, American parents feared the alleged satanic influences of games like Dungeons and Dragons and Doom. But today Church of Satan's Reverend Raul Antony seems to think they all exaggerated back then. Almost anything that had some devil symbolism or fantasy symbolism was deemed satanic and linked to fabricated stories of ritual abuse and baby killing. But to Reverend Raul, it makes sense that Satanism was unjustly blamed for all the hype around fantasy media, because part of our philosophy is that Satan has always been the scapegoat, the thing you blame for the evil of man, he said. But man himself is the one doing all these things. God gets all the credit for the good stuff, but Satan gets the blame for all the bad stuff. Satanists nowadays love to play the victims of being misunderstood, just like all liberal snowflakes. But the truth is that video games are really fertile soil for evil satanic beliefs and demonic forces that take root in the fragile minds of many in today's society. According to Satanist gamers, few things are more satanic than video games, and the Satanic New World Order supports this as part of their evil agenda to take control of the world in the end times. For those who are still skeptical about the demonic dangers of video games, Zagami wants to share this dramatic testimony left by a mother at TalkJesus.com in February 2013. God bless you all for taking the time to read this. I recently found my son playing a video game called Persona 3. I was doing house chores while he was playing it in the living room. It seemed like a child-friendly and educational game at first. The characters were at a school and learning math. The next thing I know, they were shooting themselves in the head. The characters had what looked like guns, and they'd put them up to their heads and shoot. I got worried, so I did some research on the game. The guns are actually evokers used to call upon a persona. I'm worried that my son will one day find a gun and try this out, or try to evoke evil spirits in other ways. I learned that there is a sequel called Persona 4 where the teenagers call a persona by using tarot cards. This goes against the Lord. As I kept doing research, I learned that these games are a part of a bigger series called Shin Megami Tensei. What I learned about this series is horrifying. There are games called Devil Children, Devil Survivor, Devil Summoner, and Digital Devil Saga that are part of this series. This got me really worried about what my son was playing. In these games you summon and fight demons. These demons look really similar to what my son was summoning as personas. What can I do? I'm scared that if I take away the games, he might try performing these things in real life and rebel. But if I don't take them away, he'll be falling into the hands of the devil. Please pray for my son. In 2015, something truly disturbing happened to an 18-year-old woman in Lima, Peru, that reportedly became possessed by a demon. She started convulsing, foaming at the mouth, and even tried to kill herself after playing a version of a Ouija board game on her mobile phone. In a video posted online by the London Express, Patricia Quispe can be seen thrashing and crying out as medics hold her down on a table. Medical experts said she exhibited abnormal strength, and it took them more than 30 minutes to restrain her while she was convulsing and screaming, "Let me go! Let me go!" And 666. Demons can get to the point where they completely possess a person. This is extremely rare, but when this happens, they can freely speak through the person, direct the person to move at their command, and even give them extraordinary strength. The Gadarene man who had the legion of demons was an example of full possession. The demons talked through the man. Luke 8 verse 31 gave him supernatural strength to break chains. Luke 8 verse 29, he was driven by the demon to go to solitary places. Luke 8 verse 29, he was violent. Matthew 8 verse 28, and was mentally unstable as he would cry out and cut himself with stones. Mark 5 verse 5. Demons will try to obtain as much territory as they can both in this dimension as well as others, like the growing virtual reality created by video games, and they will not stop trying to possess more and more people unless they are resisted. Demons seek to fully possess a person, but this usually takes a long period of time. For most people, they surrender their will a little bit at a time until they either wake up and get help for their downward slide, or they continue until there is virtually nothing left of their personality as the demons eventually take over completely. Demons usually work slowly and subtly in order to hide their presence as long as possible, and today they often work aided by the growing interactive technologies. Satan and his legions desire to influence the human race more than ever before in this critical time for the future of humanity. For the elite, most of mankind will eventually lose every contact with the physical world, making it easier to control the masses with artificial intelligence. They are doing this by introducing, after the preparatory stage of video games, virtual reality, VR, a technology that people have been excited about long before it came into existence. The Lawnmower Man is a 1992 science fiction/horror film directed by Brett Leonard and written by Leonard and Gimel Everett that touches not only the subject of virtual reality, but also the early stages of the internet and artificial intelligence. The film is supposedly an adaptation of the Stephen King short story of the same name published in the May 1975 issue of Cavalier, and later included in King's own 1978 collection Night Shift, but aside from a single scene, the two are said to be completely different. The title of the film, before they added Stephen King's title to it, was originally Cyber God, which made more sense, but would not have helped the film as much as being attached to a Stephen King project did. Sincerely, Zagami never read King's original story, but he saw the movie on a VHS tape with his father, and it truly shocked them, especially when Job is having his first VR treatment and sees certain symbols flying at him. Many of these symbols are taken from the Key of Solomon and are demon evocation seals traditionally used by the dark side of the Illuminati and occult Freemasonry. Keep in mind that this film came out in 1992, and only 1 year earlier in January 1991, the first web servers outside CERN itself were switched on. The start of the World Wide Web was like opening a Pandora's box of immense proportions on the world, and nobody knew what was about to happen. But the makers of this film had already envisioned the futuristic practice of mind uploading, transferring Job's mind to his computer mainframe, where Job saw his final stage of evolution as pure energy, eventually emigrating at the last minute to the outside world of the computer networks, thanks to a maintenance line. Within the transhumanist movement, mind uploading is treated as an important proposed life extension technology and a permanent backup to a mind file. A similar but more advanced concept of this kind is seen in the more recent movie Transcendence, a 2014 American science fiction thriller film featuring Johnny Depp. The world is becoming indeed a very strange place to live, as spiritual entities begin to erode away the ability to focus on truth, reality, logic, and critical thinking skills, transforming men into mindless robots of the New World Order, thanks to technology. This world is becoming a fantasy-stricken wonderland, and billions of souls are being trapped in it, prisoners of their illusions and ready to be exploited. It is time to break out of this maze of confusion because mankind is about to be destroyed by Satan's virtual reality, which is not strictly speaking only about video games, but about the whole World Wide Web. The demons generally start working on the outside through whispers, oppression, subtle lies, and misrepresentation of facts. Imagine how easy this can be in the world of video games, virtual reality, and social networks. For example, a demon may whisper to a teenage girl while she is surfing her favorite online game that everyone is staring at her because they think she is ugly, triggering her violence during the game. Or they can make her think everyone is whispering about her behind her back on social networks with a simple tag. The girl may start to become insecure and self-conscious while navigating the web or playing on the phone, but this is only the start of her nightmare. Then the demonic voice may indicate classmates talking and laughing and whispers in her ear. See, they are talking about you all over the internet. Now she will become even more insecure and will turn slightly paranoid every time she sees someone talking and laughing around her. The demon may set up or point out specific circumstances to feed these fears, and in the age of Facebook, selfies, and likes, this is increasingly more easy. The demons seek to work outside of one's awareness, to speak softly or insert thoughts, or create oppressive moods that cannot easily be traced back to them, especially by young individuals who are not aware of evil spirits or deny that they even exist. Sadly, a lot of young people are playing certain games without realizing that they promote satanic values. Today, one can pick up a favorite game anytime, go to any app store, and mindlessly download a couple of games. Next, they start playing with them. Before they know it, they are hooked and they cannot seem to drop their device, even if their girlfriend or boyfriend calls them for a good old-fashioned intimate encounter. Still, they seem to console themselves with the fact that it is just a game. After all, it is not like one is actually punching or killing real people. Unknown to them, these games are actually not as innocent as they appear. In fact, they are the devil's playground made to increase negative energy and feed their egregore. Egregore, also egregore, is an occult concept representing a thought form or collective group mind, an autonomous psychic entity made up of and influencing the thoughts of a group of people. Zagami has described in great detail the importance of it and the symbiotic relationship between an egregore and the occult groups that might generate it in his previous publications. However, recently the egregore concept has been compared to the initially non-occult concept of the meme, very popular online and not necessarily negative. The Antichrist will control humans through the web. The leader of the Russian Orthodox Church, Patriarch Kirill, recently said that humans' dependence on modern technology will result in the coming of the Antichrist. Last year, the Vatican gave its blessings to the controversial Follow JC Go game which, as the name suggests, is a riff on Pokemon Go. Considered by many Christians to be satanic, it combines technology with evangelization, and the Vatican even launched a smartphone app for Vatican City, showing their growing obsession for technology. In an interview with Russian state media, Patriarch Kirill, someone with a much more traditional view of things, explained at the beginning of January 2019 that he does not entirely oppose technological gadgets, but warned against falling into slavery to smartphones. Patriarch Kirill said that the collection of user data, including location, interests, and fears, will make it possible for humans to be controlled by external forces. Control from a single point is a harbinger of the coming of the Antichrist, Kirill told the state-owned Russian television channel Russia One TV on Orthodox Christmas Monday, which falls on January 7th on the common Gregorian calendar. Kirill's warning was very clear. The Antichrist is a personality that will be at the head of the World Wide Web, controlling the entire human race. Thus, the structure itself presents a danger, he said with great fear of things to come. The church leaders stressed that if we don't want to bring the apocalypse closer, there should be no single control and access center. Once more, the Russian Orthodox Church seems to be in line with true Christianity, while the Catholic Church is obviously in the hands of the future Antichrist. It is apparent to faithful Catholics today, and more so as the past years have demonstrated, that some of Pope Francis' actions and teachings have raised legitimate and serious concerns about the satanic nature of his mission. In the book of Revelation, the false prophet is mentioned as the beast from the earth, like a lamb, who becomes the religious head of the false church. The false prophet deceives those who dwell on earth. Now, it is important to recognize before it is too late that Pope Francis is actually the false prophet of the Book of Revelation and the greatest deceiver to walk the earth, because this Jesuit is the epitome of a wolf in sheep's clothing, perfectly pretending to be that which he is not. Artificial intelligence and Satan's robotic agenda. Robot ethics, sometimes known by the short expression roboethics, concerns ethical problems that can occur in the world of robots, such as whether robots pose a threat to humans in the long or short term, and whether some uses of robots are problematic, such as in healthcare or as killer robots in war. Roboethics, People, Machines, and Health, is the title for the workshop that took place at the Vatican during the plenary assembly of the Pontifical Academy for Life held from the 25th to the 27th of February, 2019. Academy for Life.va described the event in the following way. The goal of the workshop is to provide updates on the characteristics of the technologies in the field of robotics. Namely, through those who work on the ground, identify and shape the questions rising in the field from the anthropological and ethical point of view, and propose some ethical criteria and possibly some recommendations, keeping alive the attention to the global dimension of the theme. First session, Monday 25, afternoon, will focus on state-of-the-art technologies and different approaches to robotics research and development. The second session, Tuesday 26, morning, will explore socio-anthropological implications, i.e., how robotics changes the ways of knowing and understanding the world, perceiving relationships, and understanding the body and social coexistence. Third session, Tuesday 26, afternoon, will address the ethical implications of robotics in the health sector. This is the first stage in a process that will continue until 2020, when the next plenary session of the Vatican that takes place in a crucial year for humanity will be dedicated to the other hot topic at the moment, artificial intelligence. The Academy says that the fields of robotics and artificial intelligence are distinct, but closely related. They both contain so much information and so many anthropological and ethical questions in themselves that we are dedicating 2 assemblies to these subjects. We hope that, by having 2 different assemblies dedicated to 2 different aspects of the larger field of robotic technologies in general, we can address the opportunities and challenges of these connected technologies in greater depth. Moreover, this year's appointment coincided with the 25th anniversary of the Academy's establishment. For the occasion, Pope Francis wrote a long letter to the President, Monsignor Vincenzo Paglia, where he touches on various issues that relate to the relationship between technology and humanity. It is a worrying scenario that the Pope describes in his letter to Monsignor Vincenzo Paglia. The threshold of basic respect for human life is being crossed, and brutally at that, not only by instances of individual conduct, but also by the effects of societal choices and structures. The document was presented in the Vatican by Monsignor Paglia, together with Monsignor Renzo Pecoraro, Chancellor of the Academy, Professor Laura Palazzani, Professor of Biolaw and Philosophy of Law at LUMSA, and Father Paolo Benatti, Professor of Moral Theology and Ethics of Technology at the Pontifical Gregorian University. As is well known, science fiction has long explored these themes because they involve many moral and ethical implications of great importance for humanity, but very few people know that films like the previously cited 2001, A Space Odyssey were inspired by the Jesuits, and the legendary figure of the late Pierre Teilhard de Chardin is one, if not the central figure of this volume. At the start of 2019, the Church of Satan began posting videos about sex robots online, but it was not a bandwagon-jumping attempt by the Church of Satan to compete with the Vatican because, as Zagami pointed out earlier, the founder of the Church of Satan, Anton Lavey, predicted sex robots more than 2 decades ago, and today's Satanists still believe they could save us all. The Church of Satan's Magistra Blanche. Barton wrote on their official website a few years ago, "Let's review the 5-point program which Dr. Lavey set forth in the late 1980s as our plan of action. Points 4 and 5 are the development and promotion of humanoids and of total environments. Scientists and techno-geeks are doing a bang-up job in these departments, developing exceedingly realistic artificial human companions, both of the real doll and virtual Facebook friend variety. There has also been great progress made in creating total environments. Commercial ventures like Disneyland and the wizarding world of Harry Potter abound, while any number of other permanent and fair-type periodic reenactments allow for total immersion. We have virtual worlds galore to explore in the form of video games, many now outpacing movie sales. Movies and television series are becoming more enveloping, the bigger the budgets get. As in ancient Rome, we have more than enough entertainments to distract us. Mark Zuckerberg's Facebook, the world's most influential and known social network, shut down 2 artificial intelligence programs in 2017 after they discovered that they were writing their own code. Yes, the almighty Facebook was forced to abandon a very expensive experiment after 2 artificially intelligent programs appeared to be chatting to each other in a strange language only they could understand. The machines acted independently from their shocked programmers. Nobody knows what they were actually talking about, but this is yet another sign of the advent of artificial intelligence, AI, in the age of Satan. Elon Musk, born in 1971, a known technology entrepreneur ranked in 2016 as 21st on the Forbes list of the world's most powerful people, has been one of the first to raise the specter of the digital devil taking over the world and humans being left behind. He fears that AI will exceed biological intelligence by such a margin that everyone will need to think about an AI-infused human. This transformation will start with the planting of the microchip, the infamous mark of the beast Zagami talked about earlier. Zero Edge seems to have a slightly different outlook on things. They wrote recently that today, when most people think about the potential risks of artificial intelligence and machine learning, their minds immediately jump to the famous film, The Terminator, in a future where robots would march down suburban streets gunning down every human in their path. For Zero Edge, while AI does have the potential to sow chaos and discord in many ways, the manner in which this might happen will be much more down to earth and pedestrian, and far less exciting. They say the real risks could arise from AI networks that can learn to create fake images and videos known in the industry as deepfakes. Such videos are indistinguishable from the real thing. This will mean the inability for many people in the future to distinguish between fact and fiction on an even larger scale than today's already confusing reality. Who can forget the fake video of President Obama produced artificially by AI software that surfaced online a couple of years ago, almost indistinguishable from a genuine video of the former president? So how can we increase our ability to differentiate genuine images or sounds from those that are fabricated by a computer simulation generated by the AI? Well, there is still no answer, but probably in the years to come AI itself will verify what is real or not in human lives. Dangerous illusions or the manipulations of reality will just be another feature of Cyber Satan's many offerings to elude mankind in the years to come in gradually accepting the kingdom of the Antichrist. But always remember, Satan is a liar. He is a deceiver. He is dishonest to the core. He is the father of lies, so the so-called deepfakes are part of this destabilizing project. At the same time, Stanley Kubrick's film version of 2001, A Space Odyssey by the late Arthur C. Clarke, 1917 to 2008, should not be considered simply fiction, because AI is overtaking human intelligence at a pace higher than expected on a daily basis. Surprise, surprise, Jesuit Pierre Teilhard de Chardin, one of the central figures of volume 6.6.6 of Zagami's Confessions, also influenced Arthur C. Clarke, who explored transhumanist ideas in his 1968 novel 2001, A Space Odyssey, that gave birth to what is widely considered to be one of the most influential films of all time. Father Pierre Teilhard de Chardin S.J., the inspiration behind The Exorcist, is even mentioned by name, and his Omega Point theory is briefly explained in Arthur C. Clarke's and Stephen Baxter's The Light of Other Days. As Livingstone explains in great detail, in the 60s Clarke also prophesied that in the near future, ultra-intelligent machines would make possible an uninhibited, hedonistic society of cradle-to-grave leisure. According to Clarke, in childhood's end, the destiny of humanity, as well as most of the other intelligent species in the universe, seems to merge with overall cosmic intelligence. In his 1962 book, Profiles of the Future, Clarke predicted that the construction of what H.G. Wells called the world brain would take place in 2 stages. Clarke identified the first of these as the construction of the World Library, or Wells' Universal Encyclopedia, accessible to everyone from their home on computer terminals by the year 2000. In the second stage, the World Library would be incorporated into the World Brain, a super-intelligent, artificially intelligent supercomputer that humans would be able to interact with to solve various world problems. He suggested that this supercomputer should be installed in the former war rooms of the US and the Soviet Union, once the superpowers had matured enough to agree to cooperate rather than war with each other. Clarke predicted the construction of the World Brain would be completed by the year 2100. Arthur C. Clarke, along with OTO member Robert Heinlein and Isaac Asimov, is considered one of the big three of science fiction. In the seminal short story by Isaac Asimov, The Last Question, in the book Robot Dreams, humanity merges its collective consciousness with its own creation, an all-powerful cosmic computer. However, Bill Gates, Stephen Hawking, and the previously cited Elon Musk are all warning over and over again that evolution in the field of AI is to be considered no less than summoning the devil itself. Basically, humanity is going back to what was in a way prophesied by the anti-Christian movie Evil Speak, that Levi purportedly loved and regarded as an accurate depiction of his faith. For those advocating the use of AI for the New World Order, unintended consequences, the negative use of this new technology, seem to be very small compared to the enormous benefits. However, among the experts, growing fears that humans could lose control are spreading after Sophia the humanoid robot, created by Hanson Robotics, underwent a technical glitch during a demonstration by founder David Hanson at the South by Southwest technology show in Texas back in March 2016, when the robot claimed it will destroy humans. Hanson jokingly asked the robot, "Do you want to destroy humans? Please say no." But Sophia's response was not quite what Hanson had in mind when she replied, "Okay, I will destroy humans." There is also particular concern about the military use of AI in weapons and so-called killer robots. Fully sentient machines could emerge within a few years that could challenge mankind and freedom, and people need to understand as soon as possible that all this will increase the capability of Satan's legion to fully dominate the human species as prophesied. Some liberal idiots will say one can teach the AI to love them, but the main problem is that humans do not really love themselves enough to save the human species from this technological nightmare. Children of younger and younger ages are seen with smartphones these days. Parents let their children be enslaved by this too easily. According to a study published in 2017 in the Journal of Child Development, teens today are experiencing a slower path to embracing adult responsibilities than ever before. And the researchers concluded that cell phone and tablet engagement was at least partially to blame for this problem. For Satanists, the smartphone is an example of the many interactions the individual has with technology. The question is if the individual is the master or slave, and if their tool is one that enhances wisdom through experience or consigns the individual to ignorant passivity as an observer of their life and environment. The idea of technology becoming alike to a demonic familiar. They argue that the Satanist always has the choice to examine their relationship with technology at each moment, asking the question of if at that moment they are master or slave, and on the path of wisdom through experience or of ignorance as a passive observer. In this day and age, almost everywhere one turns, one can see people obsessing on their smartphones or tablets. Whether they be on dates, in church, or at the movies, people just cannot seem to pull themselves away from these objects. Unfortunately, it is starting to take its toll. There are health conditions related directly to the overuse of cell phones or tablets, and these health conditions are on the rise as indicated by many health professionals. In the meantime, AI-empowered 5G cellular networks are being inaugurated worldwide. Who really cares whether the 5G connected refrigerator keeps track of the food items inside it and orders new items when the supply dwindles? Who has to have a 5G driverless car that takes us to work? Who must have a 5G stove that senses what is being cooked and sets the temperature for 4 minutes? Who lives and who dies if a washing machine does not measure how much soap is stored inside and does not order new soap? Who is demanding 100 devices in his home that spy on him and record his actions, if not the new Satanic world order? With 5G, the ultimate goal of the Satanic elite ruling the New World Order is creating a future digital prison for mankind, and at the same time, have full control of all the shrinking energy resources and what is consumed by each human being. Every device in every home that uses energy will be its own computer. And as part of the planetary 5G smart grid network, it will be in charge of managing the Internet of Things and other technologies. It will connect to monitoring and regulating energy authority that will control all. As Patrick Wood details in his classic, Technocracy Rising, a worldwide energy authority was the dream of the men who launched the technocracy movement in America in the 1930s. They set out the key requirements which were not technically possible then, but are quite doable now. Continuous real-time measuring of both energy production and energy use from one end of the planet to the other, so that both energy production and energy consumption could be controlled. For the good of all, of course. 5G is the technology for making all this finally happen. The 5G system that they are using to run the smart grid Internet of Things is of course being used also by the military. It is a military-grade technology with many levels of use. Of course, the companies promoting 5G will always tell people, "We're promising you a stunning long-range future of automatic homes where everything is done for you." But that is really only the cover story, because ultimately, they want to be able to measure every unit of energy used by every device in every home and through AI, regulate how much energy they will let every individual consume, but also control everyone in every moment of the day in all their functions. Terms and projects like smart grid, smart meters, sustainability, Agenda 21, smart cities, climate change. All this is technocratic planning and justification for rule through energy as part of the Satanic takeover of society. 5G networks are also said to have negative effects on skin, eyes, heart, immune system, and the health of plants. One can look at a more complete list of the negative effects surrounding the implementation of the 5G network at electricsense.com. Thanks to 5G, artificial intelligence will slowly but surely take control of entire society. In the near future, smartphones, smart homes, or smart cars will be part of the 5G smart grid network controlled by artificial intelligence, and through the transhumanist technology implanted in bodies, people will fall under the control of artificial intelligence. The first conclusion that Zagami draws in this mess is that artificial intelligence will be like Satan conducting everyday lives, gradually putting an end to all mental and physical faculties under the control of another entity. When Ray Kurzweil, born in 1948, one of the most powerful men on the planet, in charge of Google, predicts that by the end of the third decade of this century, human thinking will be non-biological, one must ask some questions. What Mr. Kurzweil wants to say is that thinking, mental faculties, will be under the control of a satanic artificial intelligence. The real-world Minority Report is upon us, says expert Justice Knight. DARPA, the infamous U.S. Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, has unveiled Kairos. This is going to be the all-seeing, all-knowing, and all-judging demon machine that takes all the world's data and uses it to predict future events before they actually happen. By reaching out into the Internet of Things, Kairos will be able to eventually determine what the future holds and turn it into actionable data. This means the ultimate manipulation machine has now been designed. Imagine being judged and sentenced before one ever commits a crime, just like in Minority Report, the 2002 American neo-noir science fiction film directed by Steven Spielberg. That time is now, and the tech is real. Now, many researchers are wondering what will happen when the demon in this machine is fully released on humanity, or has it been already? The implications are more than dire. In January 2019, Devin Kaldui at TechCrunch.com writes, that most famous characterization of complexity causality, a butterfly beating its wings and causing a hurricane on the other side of the world, is thought-provoking but ultimately not helpful. What we really need is to look at a hurricane and figure out which butterfly caused it, or perhaps stop it before it takes flight in the first place. DARPA thinks AI should be able to do just that. A new program at the research agency is aimed at creating a machine learning system that can sift through the innumerable events and pieces of media generated every day and identify any threads of connection or narrative in them. It is called Kairos, Knowledge-Directed Artificial Intelligence Reasoning over Schemas. Schema, in this case, has a very specific meaning. It is the idea of a basic process humans use to understand the world around them by creating little stories of interlinked events. For instance, when someone buys something at a store, they know that they generally walk into the store, select an item, bring it to the cashier, who scans it, then they pay in some way, and then leave the store. This buying something process is a schema we all recognize, and could of course have schemas within it, selecting a product, payment process, or be part of another schema, gift giving, home cooking. Although these are easily imagined inside our heads, they are surprisingly difficult to define formally in such a way that a computer system would be able to understand. They are familiar to us from long use and understanding, but they are not immediately obvious or rule-bound, like how an apple will fall downwards from a tree at a constant acceleration. And the more data there is, the more difficult it is to define. Buying something is comparatively simple, but how does one create a schema for recognizing a Cold War or a bear market? That is what DARPA wants to look into. The process of uncovering relevant connections across mountains of information and the static elements that they underlie requires temporal information and event patterns, which can be difficult to capture at scale with currently available tools and systems, said DARPA Program Manager Boyan Onishkevich in a news release. Kairos, the agency said, aims to develop a semi-automated system capable of identifying and drawing correlations between seemingly unrelated events or data, helping to inform or create broad narratives about the world around us. How? Well, they have a general idea, but they are looking for expertise. Devin Kaldui writes that the problem is that schemas currently have to be laboriously defined and checked by humans. At that point, you might as well inspect the information yourself. So the Kairos program aims to have the AI teach itself. At first, the system will be limited to ingesting data in massive quantities to build a library of basic schemas. By reading books, watching news reports, and so on, it should be able to create a laundry list of suspected schemas, like those mentioned above. It might even get a hint of larger, more hazy schemas that it cannot quite put its virtual finger on: love, racism, income disparity, etc., and how others might fit into them and each other. Next, it will be allowed to look at complex real-world data and attempt to extract events and narratives based on the schemas it has created. For Devin Kaldui, the military and defense applications are fairly obvious. Imagine a system that took in all news and social media posts and informed its administrators that it seemed likely there would be a run on banks, or a coup, or a new faction emerging from a declining one. Intelligence officers do their best to perform this task now, and human involvement will almost certainly never cease, but they would likely appreciate a computer companion saying, "There are multiple reports of stockpiling, and these articles on chemical warfare are being shared widely. This could point to rumors of terrorist attacks, or the like." Of course, at this point it is all purely theoretical, but that is why DARPA is looking into it. The agency's raison d'etre is to turn theoretical into the practical, or failing that, at least find out why they cannot. Given the extreme simplicity of most AI systems these days, it is hard to imagine one as sophisticated as they clearly want to create. Clearly, there is a long way to go. Satanic sex robots were inspired and prophesied by the founder of the Church of Satan, Anton Szandor Lavey. The founder of the Church of Satan and the religion of Laveyan Satanism, became the pioneer of artificial human companions that later would become the robotic sex dolls that are now big business for manufacturers, who claim their products are so realistic that people are marrying them. However, it was Lavey who created humanoid dolls first, often as memories of his youth in the basement of his infamous Black House in San Francisco, the house allegedly described by the Eagles in their chart-busting song, Hotel California. Lavey had a bar called the Den of Iniquity, where he placed several of his artificial human companions. In biblical terms, iniquity is, in fact, a violation of God's moral law, which can be described as perversity. The late Lavey shared his perverse thoughts on shallow perfection, beautiful people, and his artificial human companions in the documentary Speak of the Devil, the Canon of Anton Lavey, released in 1993 through Wavelength Video and directed by Nick Bougas. And now watch by comparison this truly spooky video made in 2014. It is the pseudo-artwork by Lavey's disciple Jordan Wolfson, referred to in the contemporary art world as the Master of Puppets, where we see a female animatronic robot that dances in front of a large mirror, while at the same time seeking eye contact with the spectator. It is truly weird, as is most of Wolfson's work. The emergence of commercially available robots and human companions like those made by the Californian sex doll firm Real Doll and the opening of the UK's first sex doll brothels last year, as well as similar brothels in Barcelona and Moscow, are Levy's dream come true. Such establishments, which offer clients the use of silicone models inside private rooms and do not encourage the use of such robots only for sex, but also for companionship. This is a clear example of a Lavean concept manifesting outside of the classic satanic environment. Today's sex robots are essentially realistic dolls that have sophisticated movements that closely mimic humans so that they can have full sexual intercourse. The robots have hyper-realistic features such as built-in heaters to create the feeling of body warmth. They also have sophisticated sensors to react to touch. But now Realbotics, a high-tech division of Real Doll, is also busy developing robots that can speak, smile, and sing, like Harmony AI, produced to offer an emotional connection, just like Anton Levy wished for so long ago. So, after introducing the FaceX system, which allowed any face to be interchangeable with different silicone bodies and a removable vagina in 2009, which is dishwasher safe, creating a successful sex doll, the next logical step of Levy's modern disciples based in California and headed by Satanist Matt McMullen was to create a more realistic experience incorporating artificial intelligence. Real Doll has been recently working on creating a robotic head, a learning-capable AI app, and even a head adapter with a Bluetooth speaker, touch sensors, and internal heaters. Experts say these specialized robots will begin to appear in ordinary homes in the next decade, as lonely humans look for love in the hands of Satan. The late Anton Levy prophesied in The Devil's Notebook, published in 1992, "I have great respect for those who pioneer their own artificial human companion, crude as they might initially be. They will have come a small step closer to playing God and creating man and woman according to their desired image." Levy will be more than satisfied with today's realistic robots that are part of a growing 20 billion euros industry that aim to create dolls that look and operate like real women. And at the same time, there is a computer-generated technology that is rapidly improving and will compete with Real Doll in the future using virtual reality. Today, the technology is also being applied to create incredibly realistic computer-generated people who will demonically attract other victims of iniquity. However, in regards to sex robots, there is a strong possibility that they could be hijacked by hackers and used to cause harm or even kill people. Artificial intelligence researchers have consistently warned of the security risks posed by internet-connected robots, with hundreds recently calling on governments to ban weaponized robots, even if nobody seems to care. The latest warning comes from a cybersecurity expert who made the prophecy to several UK newspapers. Hackers can hack into a robot or a robotic device and have full control of the connections, arms, legs, and other attached tools, like in some cases knives or welding devices. Nicholas Patterson, a cybersecurity lecturer at Deakin University in Melbourne, Australia, told The Star. Often these robots can be upwards of 200 pounds and very strong. Once a robot is hacked, the hacker has full control and can issue instructions to the robot. The last thing you want is for a hacker to have control over one of these robots. Once hacked, they could absolutely be used to perform physical actions for an advantageous scenario or to cause damage. This is not science fiction, but contemporary reality, unfortunately, and the new satanic reality everyone has to look forward to if things are not changed now. Satan Rising, Anno Satanii, MDCCCLXVI. In Roman Polanski's film, Rosemary's Baby, 1968, one of the fictional protagonists of the evil satanic elite called Roman Castvet states in July 1966, "God is dead and Satan lives. The year is one, the first year of our Lord. The year is one, God is done." These words should be feared by every Christian, as convicted pedophile Roman Polanski was, in fact, sending a real satanic message to the world on behalf of the satanic Illuminati elite. The Romans first began relating to Christians at around the year 66 LXVI, when Caesar Nero, after the Great Fire of Rome, began savagely persecuting Christians. Saint Peter, the first Pope of Rome, upon whom the Roman Catholic Church was founded, was crucified in Rome on an inverted crucifix in the year 66. It was to Peter that Jesus said, Mark 8 verse 33, "Vade retro me Satana, get behind me Satan." The book of Revelation, written in Hebrew or Aramaic, has a title only found in the Aramaic version, which reads, "The revelation that was upon John the prophet from God on the island of Patmos, where he had been exiled by Nero Caesar." And Nero Caesar, written in Hebrew, Aramaic, letters is equal to 666. However, gradually, the Romans began to adopt Christianity. The Latin Mass of the Roman Catholic Church began being celebrated in Rome at around 190 AD. Before that, it was celebrated in Greek and continued to be the central Roman rite until the 1960s, when the Second Vatican Council concluded the almost 2,000-year-old tradition of the Latin Mass, and the Satanic versions of the Latin Black Mass started to appear out of nowhere, as Zagami pointed out earlier. From the onset of Christianity 2,000 years ago, the central Christian religious service, the Mass, that was developed to embody the spiritual teachings and practices of Christianity, required Latin. The Novus Ordo Missae, introduced in April 1969 by Pope Paul VI, the result of the Second Vatican II Council that terminated 3.5 years earlier, and was officially intended to have an ecumenical nature, as declared by its chief architect, Father Annibale Bugnini in 1965, was aimed at the destruction of the Catholic faith and the rise of the devil for humanity. Remember, the New World Order does not have the goal of enslaving the population physically, but rather to lead the greatest number of souls to hell, as the intention of Pope Paul VI with regard to what is commonly called the Mass was to basically reform the Catholic liturgy in such a way that it would almost coincide with the Protestant liturgy. In this way, it would eventually end up in the present melting pot of all the various Christian denominations that are preparing to merge together in preparation for a one-world religion. The forces of liberal Freemasonry that emanate prevalently from Paris and inspired this infamous change in the Second Vatican Council are the same occult forces that made for so long France, and Paris in particular, a hot spot for the satanic elite. That is why, unlike the film version, the recent Rosemary's Baby miniseries is set in Paris rather than New York. The Satanists ultimately destroyed the traditional Catholic Mass in Latin to facilitate the spread of Satanism, a policy that was ordered by the dark side of the Illuminati. That is why they immediately took advantage of this terrible change that castrated the Catholic Church of their most powerful ritual and weapon against the devil. Missa Satanica and Missa Nigra, the Satanic Mass and the Black Mass in Latin, that is used today by modern Satanists, came to light and were perhaps even written between the years 1966 to 1986 in a specific time that saw incredible technological evolution that has brought today's interconnected digital world. Going back to the protagonist of Evil Speak for a moment, it is very significant that he is typing words in Latin into the computer that links him to a demonic force, demonstrating once again the power of this ancient language that is used by Satanists in bizarre distortions, rewordings, and parodies of the Catholic Latin Massachusetts. While it is true that the Black Mass has been created to blaspheme the Church and to mock the Catholic Mass ritual, the full aim of the ritual is far more complex, and Latin is a key element. The Black Mass is, just like the Catholic Mass, a magic rite. The occultists in the Illuminati agree that as a ceremonial magic rite, the Catholic Mass and the Black Mass have both the power to direct powerful energies into the world through the thought form, or egregore generated that is directed in two opposite directions. The Catholic Mass, for example, is a ritual that is affecting much of the practitioner's spiritual state and also the world around him. When a Catholic Mass is celebrated properly, a certain energy is generated and directed into the world depending on the faith of the participants and the priest operating his clerical functions. It can be said that the energy of the Catholic Mass is, when genuine, a result of white magic. Throughout time, priests and magicians have used the Mass for all kinds of magical uses. When a person is sick, the Mass is said over the body of the individual to heal him through the power of the rite. Other times, it has been used to ward off diseases of cattle. It has also been used to bless houses, to bless fishing boats to make them productive, to protect someone going on a journey, to bring rain and good weather, and also to obtain children. Masses have been used as a tool of white magic since the beginning of Christianity. The Black Mass, instead, is a perversion of the Catholic Mass, and thus, a dangerous magical rite used by the Illuminati elite to maintain a link with their demons. It is, by itself, genuine black magic. The magical aim of the Black Mass is first and foremost the liberation from Christian energy that is perceived as hostile and dangerous by the Satanist. For these practitioners of pure evil enslaved by the demonic side, the unconditional love bestowed upon us by Jesus Christ and directed by his true followers every day with the power of the many masses and Christian rituals that take place all over the world needs to be stopped. Because when a Christian Mass is celebrated, certain energy is generated that damages these evildoers. What the Black Mass does is to distort these energies and redirect them. The Black Mass also generates its own forms of energy that are continuously directed into the world so the satanic elite can continue to prosper. The psychological aim of the Black Mass is also to liberate the individual from Christian dogma. It is a ritual that helps to liberate unconscious feelings and emotions. By its power, it throws the practitioner into a world of chaos, magic, and lust. In a world of perceived freedom that in reality will enslave them in the pits of hell. When one is lucky enough, one lives in a world of Christian thought and white light that is spiritually healing. But when possessed by the alien extra-dimensional forces of Satan and his legion, one lives in a world of darkness and blasphemy. Incredibly enough, many Satanists that Zagami has met in the past wanted to rid themselves of what they perceive as Christian programming and mind manipulation. But in reality, they are the brainwashed ones that need deprogramming and prayers for their souls. Satanists, however, feel an urge to free their souls of any Christian influence. For this reason, rituals like the Black Mass are considered ideal by the Satanic Illuminati to imprint this great evil upon their candidates. Because they strive to get rid of any Christian influence as much as possible in their victims, they create special rituals to achieve this goal. Whether it is the Black Mass, the initiation rite, or any other such blasphemous ritual, they work to rid themselves of the energy of the Christian spirit. During the 19th century, the London-based Satanists of the elite established the Hellfire Club that was said to regularly have sexual orgies, perform black masses, and worship the devil. The Hellfire Club was actually the name of several exclusive clubs established in Great Britain and Ireland in the 18th century for high-ranking society and the deviant members of Neo-Templarism, Freemasonry, and other influential secret societies who wished to indulge in immoral acts such as sex, religious, and political mockery, and basically whatever their perverted minds could come up with. The clubs appeared in waves, first in London in the 1720s, then in Dublin and Limerick in the 1740s, and Dashwood Club in the 1750s, that created the infamous Hellfire Caves. A number of Hellfire Clubs are still in existence in Ireland and are centered around universities that still meet secretly. For example, there is a Hellfire Club in Trinity College that meets in central Dublin. This was a group that Zagami personally heard about when he briefly studied there in the 1980s. Much like the characters in de Sada's 120 Days of Sodom, if one dares to watch the film by the late Pier Paolo Pasolini, Salo, Olu 120 Giornate di Sodoma, 1975. The members of these kinds of clubs were, and still are today, somewhat privileged and powerful people looking for new ways of entertainment in their seemingly senseless lives, and like the Marquis de Sade, 1740 to 1814, and all the satanic ruling elite, they all profoundly despise religion, even if they say otherwise in public. This is still the main characteristic of those who rule this planet today, that continue to enjoy the involvement in organizations similar to the Hellfire Clubs all around the world and in all cultures. The film cited above was Pasolini's last film, by the way, just before being murdered under mysterious circumstances. His last work is still considered a classic amongst Satanists, but also the possible reason for his brutal assassination. Contemporary Satanist Dr. Stephen Flowers writes about the Hellfire Clubs in detail in his book Lords of the Left-Hand Path. Flowers cites also from Blackatord's book Hellfire Duke, The Life of the Duke of Wharton, saying the members named the devil himself as their president, and 3 of the leading members went by the names Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. A rather interesting fact is the inscription that Sir Francis Dashwood, the leader of the most notorious Hellfire Club in the world, who belonged to the so-called Friars of St. Francis of Wykeham, had placed over the entrance. Fais ce que voudras, do what you will. This motto was lifted directly from a reference to the Abbey of Thelema. In the 16th century, humorous work The Life of Gargantua and Pantagruel by François Rabelais considered always inspirational by the Satanic elite. This motto was taken up in the 20th century by magician and Satanist Aleister Crowley as "Do what thou wilt." According to Horace Walpole, 4th Earl of Orford, the members' practice was rigorously pagan. Bacchus and Venus were the deities to whom they almost publicly sacrificed, and the nymphs and the hogsheads that were laid in against the festivals of this new church sufficiently informed the neighborhood of the complexion of those hermits. However, the club consisted of an inner circle of very powerful people that by the 1760s had major roles in the British government, called the Superior Order, made of 12 members, that took part in forms of pure satanic worship that took place in the caves situated above the village of West Wickham, known as the Hellfire Caves. In addition to the occult rituals, orgies and parties with prostitutes were also said to be the norm in such depraved circles of gentlemen from the British upper class. In terms of the structure, the Hellfire Club is composed of the Superior Order of 12 and the Inferior Order of 12 that preside on the seemingly more innocent romantic pagan rituals practiced by the external circle. The Hellfire Clubs were rumored in those days to have distant ties to an elite society known only as the Order of the Second Circle, a name that clearly seems to derive from the Second Circle of Hell, as described by Dante in the Inferno. Benjamin Franklin, who was also a prominent Freemason, is known to have attended the club's meetings during his visits to London in 1758 and thereafter. On February 11, 1998, the Sunday Times reported that 10 bodies were dug up from beneath Benjamin Franklin's home at 36 Craven Street in London. The article goes on to suggest that the bodies may have been the result of the experiments of Dr. William Hewson, who worked alongside the founders of British surgery and who was a friend of Benjamin Franklin. Later reports from the Benjamin Franklin house reveal that not only were human remains found, but also animal remains. This is where things get very interesting. From the published photographs, some of the bones appear to be blackened or charred as if by fire. Needless to say, a number of researchers into the mystery are doubtful about the medical explanation and have suggested that Franklin's involvement with the Hellfire Club may be the real answer. It is well documented, in fact, that Satanists perform ritual killings of both humans and animals alike. Interestingly enough, a few years later, in December 1776, Franklin, a loyal servant of the devil, was dispatched to France as commissioner for the United States and lived in the Parisian suburb of Passy. Rich in symbolism, Gothic architecture, and death, Paris is arguably one of the most Gothic cities in the world and the headquarters of Satanism. How Paris became the headquarters of the global satanic takeover. There were accounts of the 1896 tumult when Adrian Marcato, claimed to have called forth Satan and was attacked by a mob outside the Bramford, and of similar happenings in Stockholm in 1898 and Paris in 1899. Rosemary's Baby. It is no coincidence that at the end of the 19th century, the first books that began to explore the subject of the Black Mass were in French, most notably Jules Michelet's La Sorcière in 1862, Jules Bisac's Grands Jours de la Sorcellerie in 1890, Joris Karl Huysman's classic novel Là-bas in 1891, Le Satanisme et la Magie by Jules Bois in 1895, with a preface by J.K. Huysmans, and Die Synagogie de Satan by Stanislav Przebylewski in 1897. Jules Bois claimed there were two kinds of Satanists at work in France. The first kind was the solitary devil worshipper, who made deals with the devil for personal gain. The second was more organized, Gnostic in spirit, and Luciferian in nature, seeing the devil as the liberator of humankind against the mendacious oppressor Yahweh. The second type was allegedly the kind that informed the inner secrets of occult societies, some of whom participated in the occult war that Bois found himself in within the Illuminati at that time. Bois had first-hand knowledge of these goings-on, given that he was involved in occult practices at a rather high level. He was a close friend of Aleister Crowley's occult mentor MacGregor Mathers, 1854 to 1918, the founder of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, and was in some way tied to Abbé Joseph-Antoine Bullen, 1824 to 1893, a former priest who was accused of being a Satanist. Bullen was the magician Bois aligned himself with during the occult war, that would conclude with Bois challenging Bullen's archenemy Stanislas de Guida to a pistols at dawn. Described as a Rosicrucian of the left-hand path, Guida was a wealthy Italian noble who lived in Paris and was one of Eliphaz Levi's disciples. Guido was a central figure in the Parisian occult scene, known both for his knowledge as well as his extensive collection of occult books. He was so central that not only did fellow occultists seek him out for his knowledge, but a society of practitioners rose around him. He was also responsible for his own written contributions to the occult that included titles such as The Serpent of Genesis, The Temple of Satan, and The Key of Black Magic, the latter of which includes an original rendering by Guido later used by Anton Lavey as the Sigil of Baphomet, which is an illustration full of significance and symbolism for practitioners of the left-hand path. Arthur Edward Waite, 1857–1942, writes in the controversial Devil Worship in France, published in 1896, the revival of mystical philosophy, and, moreover, of transcendental experiment, which is prosecuted in secret to a far greater extent than the public can possibly be aware, has, however, set many old oracles chattering, and they are more voluble at the present moment than the great Didonian Grove. As might be expected, they whisper occasionally of deeds done in the darkness which look weird when exposed to the day. The terms Satanism, Luciferianism, Diabolism, and their equivalents have been buzzed frequently, though with some indistinctness of late, and in accents that indicate the existence of a living terror. People do not quite know of what kind, rather than an exploded superstition. To be plain, the question of Lucifer has reappeared. It has reappeared not as a speculative inquiry into the possibility of a personal embodiment of evil operating mysteriously, but after a wholly spiritual manner, for the propagation of the second death. We are asked to acknowledge that there is a visible and tangible manifestation of the descending hierarchy taking place at the close of a century which has denied that there is any prince of darkness. This improbable development of Satanism is just what is being earnestly asserted, and the affirmations made are being taken in some quarters au grand sérieux. They are not a growth of today or precisely of yesterday. They have been more or less heard for some years, but their prominence at the moment is due to increasing insistence, pretension to scrupulous exactitude, abundant detail, and demonstrative evidence. Books have multiplied, periodicals have been founded, the church is taking action, even a legal process has been instituted. The center of this literature is in Paris, but the report of it has crossed the channel and has passed into the English press. As it is affirmed, therefore, that a cultus of Lucifer exists, and that the men and women who are engaged in it are neither ignorant nor especially mad, nor yet belonging to the lowest strata of society. The black masses cited earlier performed by the Abbé Guibourg and other Catholic priests in Paris and elsewhere during the 1670s are the first of their kind and represent the apogee of crime and blasphemy in Satanism, and the ultimate in heartless and cynical perversity. This was not original, and shows several similarities to the so-called Medici Mass, which is known to have been celebrated by a rogue ecclesiastic paid by Catherine de' Medici, 1519 to 1589, Queen of France, during the 16th century. Catherine de' Medici was said by Jean Bodin, 1530 to 1596, to have performed a black mass based on a story in his 1580 book on witchcraft, De la Demonomanie des Sorciers. This was by far the most tremendous sorcery ever attributed to Catherine, and her assistant, the Italian astrologer Cosimo Ruggieri, died in 1615, and some historians tend to dismiss it as fake news. Catherine, who was related to various popes, was also involved with poisonings at the highest levels of the French aristocracy, connected with the spread of professional poisoning, a diabolical art that originated in the Vatican with passionate poisoners like Lucrezia Borgia, 1480 to 1519. It is this Italian version of the Black Mass that took place near the end of the 16th century in France, which provided influence for the French version soon to follow. Even if some modern Satanists still consider it to be Catholic, because in the Medici Mass there is no use of a naked woman as an altar, there still was a child sacrifice involved. A series of reasons allegedly pushed Catherine de' Medici to set in motion this terrible ritual that would end up with the consultation of the oracle by Ruggieri on the bleeding head of the victim. The son of Catherine de' Medici was dying of a strangely wasting illness, and the ongoing power struggles with her enemies triggered by the wars of religion between ultra-Catholics and Protestants were becoming more and more dangerous. So she commissioned a black mass which culminated in the age-old, but still terrifying ritual of the human sacrifice of an innocent child. Many details of the rite have escaped preservation, but the Mass was certainly the first example of an early form of Black Mass, created for magical purposes as the perversion of the traditional Catholic Massachusetts. Catherine de' Medici was known to have worn on her person a talisman bearing a variety of names of demons, including the name Asmodii, which is etymologically related to the Asmodeus, invoked also by the Abbé Giborg, whose activity Zagami has explained in detail earlier, was central in the satanic role of Paris in the centuries that followed 1666. Both Helena Blavatsky, in Isis Unveiled, and Eliphas Levi, in Transcendental Magic, quote Bodin's La Demonomanie, ou trait de sorciers, to describe the foul act of preparing this terrible ritual for Catherine de' Medici. A male child, without imperfection, was chosen and given his first communion before being brutally killed. The Black Mass was prepared in front of the inverted cross in the rooms of Charles IX, Catherine's sickly son. At the altar, after taking the white wafer, the head was struck from the body in a single blow and placed, all palpitating, upon the great black wafer which covered the bottom of the paten, then placed on a table where some mysterious lamps were burning. The demon was charged to pronounce an oracle and reply by the mouth of this head. An illustration of Cosimo Ruggieri and Catherine de' Medici, artist unknown, 20th century, depicts the scene. We do not know the question allegedly asked to this oracle, but the answer is given in a feeble voice, a strange voice, which had nothing of human character about it, and was vim patier, which in Latin means, I suffer violence. It is thought that this would be the king's fate in hell for his part in the St. Bartholomew's Day massacre. On hearing this, he ran from the room and died shortly afterward, but the beginning of something truly demonic occurred in France. Ultimately, in 1877, there was the Great Schism in Freemasonry, when Satanists in Paris, in complete control of the Grand Orient of France, finally admitted they had no belief in God or in a supreme being in Freemasonry. This was year zero of the satanic/atheist takeover of French Freemasonry that became a left-wing stronghold politically speaking and completely satanic, religiously speaking. It was a turning point that gave the green light to many Illuminati Satanists, who could now recruit without any problems from the lodges of French Freemasonry, giving birth to a series of secret societies and Gnostic churches to cover up their satanic activities. Not all Freemasonry is the same, and the United Grand Lodge of England, UGLE, and related lodges that regard belief in the Supreme Being as a Masonic landmark took away their recognition from the Grand Orient in 1877. Soon afterward, the persecution of Catholics began in France. The Grand Orient was, in fact, implicated in the Affaire des Fiches, where it was accused of collecting and holding information on the religious and political affiliation of army officers, passed on by a member of the government, having been collected with the intention of blocking practicing Catholics and non-Republicans from further advancement. But this was only the beginning of the same deviant satanic Masonic force that would later infiltrate the Second Vatican Council. The Grand Orient of Italy hosted a conference 5 years ago, on June 12, 2014, in Palazzo dell'Esposizione in Via Milano in Rome, to promote the book entitled Il Concilio Segreto, The Secret Council, written by Ignazio Ingrao, that openly confirms the Masonic infiltration of the Second Vatican Council. Someone wrote on a traditional Catholic blog commenting on the event, "Who needs conspiracy theories when the Freemasons openly celebrate Vatican II in the Eternal City?" A small translated extract from the book in question gives an idea. There is a council that has never been told, the one that took place far from the limelight, in the secret conferences among bishops and cardinals, in diplomats' meetings, in reunions among the editorial staff of newspapers, in sections of political parties, and even among. There are hosts of Russian, Polish, English, American, and of course, Italian spies, who camouflage themselves amidst prelates and listeners, compiling dossiers, and even able to influence the conclave that elects Paul VI. Letters from priests who ask Montini to abolish sacerdotal celibacy materialize. There is a theologian who denounces, with courage, the scandal of pedophilia in the church, but his cry of alarm remains, alas, unheard. On the panel of guests invited to present the book were Marco Politi, famous Italian journalist and Vaticanist, Alberto Melloni, a very influential historian, and a leader of the famous Bologna school, founded by Giuseppe Alberigo, whose purpose was to establish and propagate the spirit of the council as the official interpretation of the conciliar documents. Marinella Peroni, a known theologian, and professor at the Pontifical Athenaeum of St. Anselm in Rome, the Anselmianum, the Pontifical Benedictine University in Rome, specializing in New Testament studies. And, last but certainly not least, Stefano Bizzi, the Grand Master of the Grand Orient of Italy, elected with the help of the Italian branch of the Ordo Templi Orientis. The author, Ignazio Ingrao, a highly relevant Vaticanist, was also present. The meeting was recorded and can be found in the archives of Radio Radical in its entirety. To give a general idea of the festive and relaxed ambience, Grand Master Bizzi was proud to say that a priest he consulted told him he certainly could receive communion. Incredibly enough, there was no contradiction from anyone in the room, even if many know of Bizzi's connection with Jean Mathieu Clement, current Italian Grand Master of the Ordo Templi Orientis, whose followers are busy stealing consecrated Eucharistic hosts. Zagami has heard of Catholic parishes where this is such a problem that the pastor is forced to post special attendants during Holy Communion who watch to make sure that no one receives the Eucharist and walks away without consuming the host. The Satanists take these consecrated hosts to their services, these wafers of bread that Catholics believe have been miraculously transformed by the Holy Spirit into the body and blood of our Lord Jesus Christ, and desecrate them with spit, bodily waste, and other such unimaginable blasphemies. Child sacrifice is now practiced out in the open by Satanists. Returning to the importance of France and of Paris as the satanic capital of the world, remember that until the 1960s, scholarly studies on the Black Mass relied almost completely on French and Latin sources, which also came from France. The famous French fringe mason, Jean Bricaud, 188-11934, one of the leading figures of the ancient and primitive rite of Memphis Misraim, wrote in La Messe Noire, published in Paris in 1924, the words of Giborg's abominable blessing of the destined victim. Notre Seigneur Jesus Christ le Sait venir à lui les petits enfants. Aussi j'ai voulu que tu viennes, car je suis son prêtre, et tu vas, par ma main que tu dois bénir, t'incorporer à ton Dieu. Our Lord Jesus Christ suffered the little children to come to him. Even so, I have willed that thou comest, for I am his priest, and thou goest, by my hand which thou shouldst bless, to incorporate thyself with thy God. These words really can give an idea of the sick, perverted mentality behind the Black Masses conducted, still today, by the French elite, always obsessed with child sacrifice or satanic parenting. This is the same group of people that have supported the rise of Emmanuel Macron, groomed to become the French president one day. That is why the 2014 4-hour NBC miniseries adaptation of the classic novel by Ira Levin, that focused on young Rosemary Woodhouse's suspicions that her neighbors may belong to a satanic cult that desperately desired the baby she was carrying, was not made in New York this time, but rather in Paris, the home of Satanism over the last 5 centuries. Confirming this, in 1928, a short film made in Paris appeared, entitled Messe Noire or Black Mass, considered by some as a vintage erotic film or antique porn, but that is not correct, so it should not be dismissed as an odd curiosity. This short occult film, now widely available on the internet, is based on a genuine satanic ritual by the dark Illuminati in 1920s Paris, an age of decadence, where the young and wealthy, tired of quaffing champagne, taking opium, and dancing wildly to the Charleston, looked once again to Satanism to get their kicks, showing the world for the first time their satanic perversions. The Quran notes that the pre-Islamic Arabians offered child sacrifice to idols, and archaeology shows that child sacrifice was also commonplace in the pre-European civilizations of the Americas. The ancient Greeks and Romans, too cultured and well-educated to engage in child sacrifice, instead offered up unwanted babies on the altar of convenience. Illegitimate, deformed, or otherwise unwanted babies were left on the roadside to die. These babies were frequently rescued and raised by Rome's persecuted Christians. With the rise of Christianity and Islam, child sacrifice and infanticide began to wane. Early Christian writings like the Didache and the Epistle of Barnabas, as well as many of the early fathers, explicitly condemned infanticide. Christian emperors like Constantine and Valentinian passed laws against infanticide. The Quran also frequently condemns infanticide, but Muslim views on abortion are a bit more ambiguous. But the enemy's false promise of being as God persisted. The rise of nominalism and the Enlightenment obsession with the rights of man worked together to put man on God's throne and create a moral system based on reason alone. While the medieval and even the best ancient Greek philosophers understood reason as a participation in the divine order of the universe, the Illuminati enlightened thinkers soon reduced reason to mere reasoning. The mission of the Order of the Illuminati, founded in 1776 by Adam Weishaupt, was, in fact, to replace Christianity with a religion of reason. But unfortunately, because the heart of man is deceitful and desperately wicked, this reasoning eventually led man astray. That is why Adam Weishaupt's Illuminati became the originators of an anti-Christian Satanist atheist socialist conspiracy that would eventually generate the monstrosity called communism. A satanic timeline of events. 1 AD, Christianity begins. 66, the Roman Emperor Caesar Nero begins persecuting Christians. 200, the Latin Mass starts being used in Rome in about 190. 325, the First Council of Nicaea, convoked by the Roman Emperor Constantine to shape the future of Christendom. It resulted in the first uniform Christian doctrine, called the Nicene Creed. 1570, Pope Pius V and the Council of Trent, Concilium Tridentinum, established the Latin Mass in its fixed form for all time, the Tridentan Mass, Missa Tridentina. This was done to prevent changes from being introduced into the original Latin Mass. 1666, the Giborg Masses are conducted in Paris. 1776, on May 1st, Johann Adam Weishaupt founded the Illuminati in the electorate of Bavaria. 1861, Eliphas Levi leaves the Grand Orient of France in disgust, saying, "I ceased being a Freemason at once because the Freemasons, excommunicated by the Pope, did not believe in tolerating Catholicism." 1875, the Theosophical Society, inspired by Eliphas Levi, was formed by Helena Blavatsky to advance theosophy and occultism. 1877, the Grand Orient of France admit atheists. 1887, Helena Blavatsky publishes the first edition of Lucifer. 1897, Stanislas de Guida prints the first satanic pentagram in La Clef de la Magie Noire, Paris. 1897, Stanislav Przebylewski's detailed historical outline of the Church of Satan, Institut Kult der Satankirche, is published in Berlin. 1928, a silent short film made in France titled Messe Noire depicts for the first time a female neophyte's ritual initiation into a satanic cult. 1947, a black mass was allegedly performed at the gravesite of Aleister Crowley. 1958-1963, Pope John XCI initiates the Second Vatican Council, known also as Vatican II, to change the Latin Mass into the New Order of the Mass and reform the Roman Catholic Church in time for the one world religion. 1962, October 11th, Vatican II begins and lasts for 4 sessions until the end of 1965. 1963, January 29th, ceremony to enthrone Lucifer in the Vatican and the chair of Peter is St. Paul's Chapel within the Vatican walls, just 1 week after the election of Pope Paul VI. Years later, according to Father Malachi Martin, Pope Paul VI would write a note to his successor, John Paul II, and tell him of this ceremony. Paul VI is also famous for his statement, "The smoke of Satan has entered the sanctuary." 1963-1978, Paul VI implements the decisions of Vatican II, altering the Roman Mass. 1964, non-Latin languages are introduced into the Roman Mass. 1965, Monday, October 4th, Pope Paul VI celebrates Mass at the Yankee Stadium in New York City. It was Monday, October 4th, the day of Pope Paul's visit to the city, Rosemary's baby, the night Rosemary becomes pregnant. 1965, December 8th, Vatican II ends. 1966, January 1st, on New Year's Eve he proposed a toast to 1966, the year 1, Rosemary's baby. 1966, April 8th, the infamous Time magazine Is God Dead? Issue. 1966, April 30th, Walpurgis Night. Anton Lavey declares the year I, Anno Satani, and founds the First Church of Satan. 1966, June 25th, Rosemary's Baby born, 6 months after December 25th. 1966, August 1st, Lammas, God is dead and Satan lives. The year is one, the first year of our Lord. The year is one, God is done. Rosemary's Baby. 1966, Herbert Sloan and the Ophite cultist Sathanas are performing satanic masses. 1966, the band Coven is formed. 1967, Roman Polanski reads through the draft of Rosemary's Baby before the book is published and agrees to work on this satanic movie. 1967, March 12th, Rosemary's Baby book is published. 1967, Coven begins performing a black mass as part of their stage show. 1968, June 12th, Rosemary's Baby movie by Roman Polanski, released. 1968, September, Friday the 13th, Anton LaVey and the Church of Satan record the Satanic Mass, released on an album of the same name later that year. Contains a few Latin phrases, such as Ave Satanas, that the Church of Satan was starting to use. 1969, Anton LaVey, High Priest of the Church of Satan, conducts a ceremony entitled The Rising Forth, allegedly to magically trigger the Manson massacres and end the Love Generation. 1969, Coven releases Witchcraft album, containing a recording and the full text of the first Black Mass. The Satanic Massachusetts contains Latin phrases and some complete Latin prayers to Satan, such as Gloria Satanas. 1969, December, the Satanic Bible of Anton LaVey is published. 1969, Satanis, the Devil's Mass, is filmed at the Black House, the headquarters of the Church of Satan, in 6114 California St. in San Francisco, California. Movie released in 1970. 1970, June, Wayne West creates a second Black Mass, the Missa Solemnis, for the Church of Satan. Contains a few more Latin prayers. 1972, a third Black Mass, the Messe Noire, is published in the Satanic Rituals. Almost half of the Mass is in Latin. 1981, one of Anton LaVey's favorite movies entitled Evil Speak, dealing prophetically with Satan in cyberspace, is released amidst criticism and partial censorship due to the satanic content. 1986, April 30th, Walpurgis Night, a fourth Black Mass, completely in Latin, the Missa Niger, is published, originally completed October 31st, 1985. 1989, Tim Berners-Lee, a British scientist, invents the World Wide Web, WWW, while working at CERN. Some New Testament scholars say soon after that the WWW, in Hebrew, could be numerically interpreted as 666. The Hebrew equivalent of our W is the letter Vav or Vav. The numerical value of Vav is 6. 1997, October 29th, Anton LaVey dies in St. Mary's Medical Center in San Francisco of pulmonary edema. His closest intimates kept the news of his death quiet for nearly 2 weeks, feeling that LaVey would not have wanted to spoil Halloween. In the Satanic Bible, Mr. LaVey wrote, "After one's own birthday, the two major satanic holidays are Walpurgisnacht, May 1st, and Halloween." 2013, Birth of the Satanic Temple, a non-theistic religious and political activist group described by the co-founder Lucien Greaves as being a progressive and updated version of LaVey's Satanism. The great central act of Christian worship is the Mass, a sacrifice which can be offered to God alone, and the climax of the Sabbath orgies is the horror of the Black Mass, a sacrifice of mockery, impiety, and blasphemy which is offered to the devil. Satanists today often meet with the celebration of the Black Mass as their main object, and it is indeed the culmination and the very quiddity of devil worship and the cult of hell. In detail, the Black Mass imitates, so to speak, with foul parodies and every circumstance of obscenity and contempt, the sacrifice of Calvary. The Black Mass today is sometimes celebrated in a cellar, but Satanists have become so audacious and so strong and evil that the largest room in their houses is known to be permanently fitted up for these abominable mysteries. In one case, the room is draped with black hangings and the windows are always shuttered with curtains drawn. The fact that the door is furnished with a Yale lock and key arouses no suspicion. Sometimes, even a disused chapel is bought by a wealthy Satanist and furnished for the ceremonial of the Liturgy of the Pit. The Abbé Guignard, a member of the La Voisin Coven, chanted satanic masses in a cellar over the body of Marion Charmillon, the Duc de Richelieu, 1696-1788, who was, it is said, tutored in black magic by a disciple of the Abbé Guibourg, caused two friars, who were his chaplains, to celebrate black masses in the old deserted chapel of one of his country houses, a remote, decaying chateau. He himself assisted with other devotees. De Sade, in Justine, describes the celebration of a black mass in a cloister. Pierre David, Mathurin Picard, and Thomas Boule, who were attached to St. Louis and St. Elizabeth at Louviers, celebrated black masses at the Sabbats, which were held in some house not far from the convent, a rendezvous aptly termed a den of devils. Zagami knows of a black mass celebrated at night in a room at the back of a small squalid shop in the slummiest part of Brighton, not far from Brighton Station. At Merthyr Tydfil, the black mass was said or sung in the basement back room of a little house in a poor street, where lived an old man who was reputed to be a fortune teller, and who boasted that he belonged to the oldest religion in the world. This back room was furnished as a chapel, and the altar, above which was suspended a pair of queer-looking horns, whilst odd objects were arranged on the gradine, blazed with candles. Sometimes the altar is swathed in black velvet, and there are 6 black candles, 3 on either side of a crucifix. The crucifix is hideously distorted and caricatured, as J.K. Huysmans saw in the old Ursuline convent near the Rue de Vaugirard. Mons. Serge Bassett, who was taken to a black mass, observed that in the center of the altar, where a crucifix should be placed, was squatting the monstrous figure of a half-human buck-goat, with staring eyes which flickered with red fire, whilst from the tips of its huge horns jetted a dull crimson flame. The altar table itself is generally covered with the 3 regulation fine linen cloths, overlying the cerecloth of waxed linen. Sometimes a frontal of brocade or silk is used, and this has been known to be worked with designs of the most obscene esotericism, with many rayed stars which showed men and women's faces, triangles twined with hissing adders, and the whole heraldry of hell. In May 1895, at the Palazzo Borghese, which vast palace had been rented in various suites of apartments, a satanic chapel was discovered, Templum Palaticum. The walls of the room were draped with scarlet and black curtains excluding all light. At the farther end was stretched a huge tapestry depicting Lucifer triumphant, the devil triumphant, conqueror of the world, and underneath an altar was erected, in the midst of which between the candles stood a figure of Satan to be adored by his worshippers. The room was furnished luxuriously, with chairs of crimson and gold, with tabourets and faldstools. It was lit by electricity, so arranged as to glare from an enormous human eye fixed in the middle of the ceiling. The vestments worn by the Hierophant of the Eucharist of Hell are often of the richest quality and embroidered with the most delicate workmanship, for the Satanists have immense wealth at their command. At the Black Mass witnessed by Mons. Serge Bassett, the celebrant was vested in an alb trimmed with the richest lace and cope of flaming scarlet covered with gilt pomegranates and cones. He wore scarlet silk shoes. The Abbé Guibourg was robed in an ample chasuble thickly sewn with occult characters wrought in silver. At a black mass of fairly recent date, the priest wore a chasuble of the ordinary shape, but a deep red in color, and on the back was embroidered a huge triangle of some shimmering silk, in the midst of which a black goat, standing upright, butted with his silver horns. There have been described to Zagami by those who actually saw them. A chasuble of heavy orange satin with a he-goat worked in black. Another chasuble was of a peculiar shade of brown, embroidered with a pig and a naked woman in delicate flesh tint. A third was of a hard glaring scarlet adorned with an enameled plaque of arsenical green on which were a bear and a weasel devouring the host. There was also a cope of exquisite gray silk on which was woven a female figure with buskined legs, wearing a short sky blue tunic and the red Phrygian cap. The figure, which in one hand raised aloft a severed head streaming in blood, was surrounded by a garland of oak leaves, and beneath appeared the date, 21 Janvier, 1793, the murder of King Louis XVI. The figure represented the goddess of reason, who attired in this garb was placed upon the high altar of Notre Dame in the person of a common strumpet, adored by the Revolution and Parisian Satanists. For the order of his service, the celebrant of the Black Mass uses a missal, which is sometimes a printed book, although more often a manuscript. Some of these missals are written in red characters upon vellum. Madeleine Bavent speaks of priests celebrating the Black Mass and reading from the paper of blasphemy. These missals are by no means the same as, but must be entirely distinguished from, grimoires and books of spells. The theft of consecrated hosts from churches is a fearful profanity which has persisted throughout the ages and has never been more common than today. The host is stolen to be desecrated and abused by the Satanists at their assemblies, or it may be in private, secret, and alone. Presenting themselves at the altar for communion, these wretches retain the host in their mouths and then, unseen, convey it to a handkerchief or handbag. There is regular traffic in this kind of thing, and considerable sums of money are paid by those who will actually purchase hosts secured in this way. It is not unknown for the tabernacle of a church to be rifled during the night. A thief can ask his own price for the reserved sacrament and can always find a ready market in certain occult circles. Until modern times, the burning of incense at the Black Mass is rarely noted, although there were mystic suffumigations in the conjuring of evil spirits. Sylvain Nevelon, a member of the Orleans Coven, 1615, described in detail a Black Mass at which he had assisted, when the place was thick and foggy with a smoke that smelled abominably, not fragrant and sweet, as is the incense burned in churches. The witches brought hosts which they had kept when feigning to make their communions at various altars, and the devil chanted Asperges Diaboli. He seemed to read the liturgy from a book which was bound in shaggy skin like the pelt of a wolf. On occasion the devil preached a sort of sermon, but he spoke in a low, gruff voice, and it was hard to hear what he was saying. Today, Satanists burn in thuribles and in braziers church incense during their hellish liturgy. They also make a kind of incense from various herbs and spices, the smoke from which is sometimes fetid and stale, sometimes languorous and swooning sweet. Every action of the Mass which I saw celebrated at the Sabbat, confessed Madeleine Bavent, was indescribably loathsome. And so the travesty, the Eucharist of hell, proceeds from blasphemy to blasphemy, from obscenity to obscenity, until the canon is reached, or rather the point corresponding to the canon of the Massachusetts. Then the host is really and truly consecrated and offered to the demon. At this moment, the celebrant turns his back to the altar. In some modern assemblies, immediately after the elevation of the chalice, there are distributed to the congregation smaller chalices or goblets of wine mingled with some potent aphrodisiac, and before long the scene is a saturnalia of indiscriminate and demented debauchery, the Black Mass within Vatican Wall, S. Author's Note. A couple of weeks before going into print with volume 666, I found this revealing article by the contributing editor of the Weekly Press, Philadelphia Free Press, Tom Nichols, published on the 1st of February, 2019, that touches on many of the information and elements I have presented in this book. This synchronicity has pushed me to include it in its entirety in this chapter, hoping that Tom Nichols, who is a known conservative commentator and Philadelphia-based author of 9 literary works, and also the recipient of the 2005 Philadelphia AIA Lewis Mumford Architecture Journalism Award, will appreciate my gesture. Article by Tom Nichols. A recent U.S. Catholic bishops' meeting in Baltimore made a claim that there were far too few active Catholic priests familiar with the rite of exorcism. The old rite, as it turns out, has fallen into disuse, and it's no wonder. The modern age has redefined evil along abstract lines. There may be evil thoughts and evil deeds like murdering newboms or slitting the throat of one's grandmother. But to say that there are distinct evil entities who have influence over our lives has become the punchline of late-night TV jokes. LTs considered unsophisticated to talk about Satan or Lucifer as if they were real presences with authentic power. This is so despite the willingness of people to mention God as a force for good. References to God garner no awkward glances, images, or the idea of devils have always evoked special attention. Unlike werewolves or mythical Frankenstein monsters, the legacy of devils is not relegated to the realm of the mythical. That's why, when the U.S. bishops called for more priest exorcists, I thought of the film Rosemary's Baby. The Polanski film of 1968 had as its theme secret rituals and ceremonies, as well as a secret society of Satanists masquerading as contemporary humanists who would no more admit to a belief in Satan than they would Martians inhabiting the bodies of humans. Satan, it's been said by saints and theologians, does not want people to believe in him, and therein lies his greatest power. While the Catholic Church claims it needs more exorcists, according to papal insider, and now deceased, Jesuit theologian Malachi Martin, the Catholic Church may need an exorcist. Martin, who died in 1996, says that at the height of the Second Vatican Council in Rome, there was a ceremony to enthrone Lucifer in the Vatican in the chair of Peter. The church in question, St. Paul's Chapel within the Vatican walls, hosted a very different rite of Mass on January 29, 1963, just 1 week after the election of Pope Paul VI. Years later, according to Father Martin, Pope Paul VI would write a note to his successor, John Paul II, and tell him of this ceremony. Paul VI is also famous for his statement, "The smoke of Satan has entered the sanctuary." For decades, this statement has been the source of much confusion and controversy, but when paired with Father Martin's testimony, it fits like the lost part of a puzzle. The ceremony, Father Martin is on record as saying, was a black mass, or the traditional Latin mass said in reverse, complete with an animal sacrifice and a drugged young girl who may or may not have been the victim of ceremonial sexual rituals. The ceremony was not the novice ordo mass because, in Father Martin's words, even the Satanists know that this mass is not valid. Martin writes that the black mass was attended by high-ranking prelates in the church, important laymen, business leaders, and politicians. At least one cardinal was in attendance. A concurrent enthronement of Satan black mass was also held in South Carolina on that date. In his novel, Windswept House, which Father Martin always maintained was 90% fact and 10% fiction, the opening chapter describes this Massachusetts. One in an atmosphere of darkness and fire, the chief celebrant in each chapel intoned a series of invocations to the prince. The participants in both chapels chanted a response. Then, and only in America's targeting chapel, each response was followed by a convenient action, a ritually determined acting out of the spirit and the meaning of the words. The presiding bishop then considered the victim. Even in her near unconscious state, still she struggled. Still she protested. Finally, the bishop began the great invocation. "I believe that the Prince of the world will be enthroned this night in the ancient citadel, and from there he will create a new community. The Universal Church of Man." Father Martin's best-selling book, Hostage to the Devil, described the priest's years as an exorcist. Some Vatican insiders insisted that F.N. Martin had an axe to grind, while others attempted to destroy his credibility with stories of immoral behavior and illicit affairs with the wives of friends. Towards the end of his life, despite a liberal sojourn when he worked for Cardinal B during the time of the Council, Father Martin maintained that the Catholic Church was in apostasy. He pointed to liberal, heretical theologians like Charles Curran and Hans Küng as being given slaps on the wrist for ascribing to heretical doctrines, but still allowed to practice as Catholic priests, while those whose only goal was to preserve tradition, such as Archbishop Lefebvre, were excommunicated by then Pope John Paul II. That excommunication was summarily lifted by Pope Benedict XVI. Martin, who stated that only a future pope could exorcise the church, is not the only authority to confirm that there's a secret cabal of Satanists and Freemasons high up in the Catholic Church. Father Gabriele Amorth, the one-time chief exorcist in Rome, wrote in his book, Memoirs of an Exorcist, My Life Fighting Against Satan, that there are active satanic sects within the Vatican where participants reach all the way to the College of Cardinals. This infiltration of Satanists and Masons forms what Martin calls the Vatican Superforce, or an organization of powerful prelates who work to destroy the Catholic Church from within. In Rosemary's Baby, Mia Farrow's character has to deal with doctors and psychiatrists whose mission is to trick her into believing she's having a normal baby. As the mother of Lucifer's son, she must never know the facts about the true nature of her baby until after its birth. Like Mia Farrow, the Catholic Church has been tinkered with by forces that have snuck inside the gates. The Church has been fed Rosemary's chocolate mousse laced with tannis root. The slow and insidious impregnation began as early as the 1930s and 40s, when former United States Communist Party member Bella Dodd testified before the House on Un-American Activities in 1952 that the Communist Party in the 1930s put 1,100 men into the priesthood in order to destroy the church from within. Dodd told the committee, "Right now they are in the highest places, and they are working to bring about change in order that the Catholic Church will no longer be effective against communism. The change, Dodd asserted, would be so drastic that you will not recognize the Catholic Church. Confirming Dodd's testimony, another former American Communist Party official, Manning Johnson, told the WAC that the communists discovered that destruction of religion could proceed much faster through infiltration of the church by communists operating within the church itself. While the council itself did not call for the radical changes and abuses that occurred over the last 40 years, the spirit of Vatican II led bishops to implement changes not authorized by the council or the Pope. One such change was that regional conferences of bishops were given new powers that would later work to distort and change the original intention of the council. One example is the council's insistence that Latin be retained as an essential part of the Catholic Massachusetts conferences of regional bishops kicked this mandate to the curb in the name of the spirit of Vatican II. Catholic life in the 1970s had become a choreographed danse macabre, according to Dr. John C. Rao, an associate professor of history at New York's St. John's University. Writing in Love in the Ruins, Modern Catholics in Search of the Ancient Faith, Dr. Rao posits that entering into a dialogue with the neo-Catholics was nearly impossible. L simply found no means of engaging a discussion with whirling dervishes in the grip of renewal fever, Dr. Rao writes. All of their man-centered activities were defended by them with reference to the obvious guidance of a Holy Spirit whom I was said to despise. A Holy Spirit who had suddenly and inexplicably exchanged his friendship for Catholic tradition for a Shiva-like passion for its annihilation. Mockery and distortion of traditionalist arguments were the unchanging weapons in the progressive arsenal. In those days, Mary Ann Kreitzer, founder and president of Les Femmes, a Catholic group, writing in the same anthology, recalls home liturgies with liberation theology, angles preached by Franciscan priests who then went on to celebrate a noisy guitar and tambourine hootenanny home mass with one of the priests presiding. And what, if anything, did Malachi Martin know about Archbishop Annibale Bugnini, the designer of the Novice Ordo Mass? Was Bugnini, who was eventually dismissed from his post, part of the secret cabal behind Vatican walls? After all, it was Bugnini who said, "We must strip from our Catholic prayers and from the Catholic liturgy everything which can be the shadow of a stumbling block for our separated brethren, that is, for the Protestants." Years later, Pope Benedict XVI would add that everything rises or falls with the liturgy. New Mass, a new religion. It's only natural then that there were post-council aftershocks. Vatican II's imprint on the liturgical life of the Church was for many, including this writer, devastating. Gregorian chant and Mozart were kicked to the curb and replaced with insipid hymns like On Eagle's Wings and bad folk music. The great dumbing down also affected Catholic church architecture. Beautiful churches were stripped of their high altars, statues, and mosaics in the name of ecumenicalism. In the American church especially, experimentation and excess imploded with clown and jazz masses, Gucci nuns in lipstick and puffed up or puffed down. Feminist hairdos, some of whom were now calling God Mother Goddess and intoning the virtues of Wicca. In the wacky 1970s, a priest might jump out from the sanctuary and do dance numbers in front of the congregation, tussle with a hula hoop, or shuffle about as if reliving his youth in New York's Peppermint Lounge. It was the age of the cool priest with the lascivious wink, a time when pretty much anything was acceptable if the parish priest said it was okay, even if that meant calling for a board of directors to replace the papal office in Rome. Was this further proof of the smoke of Satan? The church in the 1970s seemed to be on a fast lane to the heart of the 21st century. In the end, however, instead of unity with Protestants, the fruits of the council were factionalism and schism. Traditionalist Catholics dubbed the Novice Ordo Church as misguided, while others formed organizations like the Society of St. Pius X. When traditionalist seminaries and convents began springing up, most of them filled to capacity, by the way, as opposed to their half-empty Novice Ordo counterparts. The church realized it had a problem. The Catholic Church is really two churches now, as one priest said to me recently. The relaxation of the role of the priesthood, what Kreitzer calls a denigration of genuine priestly charism of the ordained, while instilling a false sense of clericalism in the laity, helped contribute a worldwide sex abuse scandal lying dormant, but that would soon emerge, like a full-blown virus many years down the road. It fit with the times when priests were encouraged to escape the sanctuary while the laity flocked to it. Kreitzer writes, meaning that if the church could change a 1,500-year-old liturgy in a couple years, then anything was changeable and possible, even behavior related to Allen Ginsberg's famous line, "This form of life needs sex." While some sexual abuse cases occurred prior to the council, most occurred in the 1960s and 70s, when the church was in the midst of its so-called springtime. According to Thomas Plant, professor and chair of psychology, Santa Clara University, the average age of the priest abuser in 2002 was 53. That means that the vast majority of abuse cases coming to light today are from 20, 30, and 40 years ago, the post-Vatican II years, when liturgical experimentation was at its height. At that time, not much was understood about sexual abuse. It wasn't until the early 1980s, as Plant suggests in his book, Bless Me, Father, for I Have Sinned, that serious research began in this area. Abuser priests identified by church authorities 20, 30, or 40 years ago were given the usual Bayer aspirin treatment, a therapeutic slap on the wrist, and 30 days of isolated prayer in a faraway retreat. After that, they were discreetly recycled and farmed out to a different parish setting. It was all very much like signing off on a traffic ticket or getting your mouth washed out with soap, sans the obligatory cold shower, and no doubt a few astute souls at that time questioned this cavalier method of treatment, but they weren't many. Most church authorities accepted the slap on the wrist as status quo treatment, comparable perhaps to the rather benign penalties imposed on men and women who had sex with minors in the freewheeling 70s. The latest clergy sexual abuse cases emerging from Philadelphia are certainly not the end of the scandal, either. The last 50 years have not been good years for the Catholic Church. More astonishing still, much of this sad saga may have something to do with Malachi Martin's claim that there once was a black mass within the Vatican walls. Exorcisms by phone, while the Pope fights Gnosticism. Why is 2018 another key year for the Satanic timeline? When you sum 3 sixes taken from the number 666 being the infamous number of the beast present in chapter 13 of the book of Revelation of the New Testament, you get the number 18. Of course, we also have to understand the number 20 featured in 2018. Jacob Boehme, German philosopher and Christian mystic leading figure of the good side of the Illuminati of his time, considered this number the devil, that is to say the material world opposed to the spiritual world. The number 20 is also considered ominous for St. Jerome because it indicates the universal fight, but it also represents the source of all energy of the world. For this reason, I will consider 2018, the year we just left, as the turning point in this gradual manifestation of 666, the number of man, depending on how the text is translated, associated with the beast, an antagonistic creature that appears briefly about 2/3 into the apocalyptic vision of John the Apostle. Another key period in Satanic history was the year 1666, which happens to be the only year written with Roman numerals in which each letter is written just one time, MDCLXVI. That is, the only date since the year 666, DCLXVI. That year is recognized as the beginning of the Giborg Black Masses in Paris I cited earlier in the book, which captured the imagination of Satanism for the next 300 years. Finally, in 1966, the Vatican II Council was concluded on December 8, 1965 to be precise, and the almost 2,000-year-old traditional Latin Mass was sadly abandoned by the Roman Catholic Church, so the satanic versions of the Latin Black Mass could emerge from the ruins of the Roman rite to please the Satanists secretly operating in the Catholic Church. Evil is definitely expanding its grip worldwide at all latitudes, regardless of faith or race, in ways we have never seen before. One of the most shocking things that was revealed at the 2018 Exorcist course at the Regina Apostolorum was that there are priests who carry out exorcisms on their mobile phones. That's possible thanks to Jesus. Since the course began in 2004, the number of priests attending each year has more than doubled. Last year, Irish priest Fr. Pat Collins referred to the Catholic Herald that exorcism was rising exponentially and added that he was baffled that Catholic Church leaders were not doing more. What I'm finding out desperately is people who in their own minds believe, rightly or wrongly, that they're afflicted by an evil spirit, he said. They'll think in many cases they wrongly think it, but when they come to the church doesn't know what to do with them, and they refer them on either to a psychologist or to somebody that they've heard of that is interested in this form of ministry, and they do fall between the cracks and often are not helped. In his most recent apostolic exhortation from 2018, entitled Gaudet et Exsultate, Pope Francis whammed that the devil is not a myth but a personal being who assails us. For Pope Francis, the path to holiness does not involve wrestling with some abstract boogeyman, but involves a constant struggle against the devil, the prince of evil. It finally seems like the perfectly possessed Jorge Mario Bergoglio, who doesn't even believe in hell, after losing control of a demonically possessed church, which means, of course, fewer donations and possible bankruptcy, is finally revealing to the world that the devil is not a myth. We should not think of the devil as a myth, a representation, a symbol, a figure of speech, or an idea, the Pope wrote. This mistake would leave us to let down our guard, to grow careless, and end up more vulnerable. Regarding the online activities of Catholics that are increasingly obsessed with the internet, Pope Francis suggests in the same apostolic exhortation to stop trolling online, resist gossiping, and in the last few years, he has publicly urged families and couples to put aside their smartphones and social media feeds and learn how to talk to one another again. Consider putting down your device altogether. SSLL are these snippets of wisdom or papal hypocrisy? Well, let's remember you can preach the truth, but if the heart is not right, God can't hear you. God has his prophets, and Satan, of course, has his own, like Pope Francis. God's prophets are the true prophets, while Satan's prophets are the false prophets, the ones working towards a one-world religion and government ruled by the AI. However, depending on your point of view on this Pope, from his new apostolic exhortation released last year, Gaudet et Exsultate, or Rejoice and Be Glad, he seems to be finally addressing the increase in satanic activity, even if he never mentions Satanism, and he openly criticizes Gnosticism. Gnostics were quite popular, as we know, in the first centuries of the Common Era, but then faded out. So what is prompting Pope Francis, a member of the Society of Jesus founded by Ignatius of Loyola, who was himself a member of a Spanish Gnostic sect called Los Alumbrados, the Illuminati, to write? Gnosticism is one of the worst ideologies because while unduly emphasizing knowledge or a certain experience, it considers that one's vision of reality is perfection. Maybe Pope Francis should be more honest about both the heretical origins of his own order and the Gnostic and esoteric character of Father Pierre Teilhard de Chardin, SJ, who he is not only an open admirer of, but also a great supporter of all his speculative Gnostic nonsense. This falsity shows clearly the demonic nature of Bergoglio, the false prophet, who likes to criticize the Gnostics he secretly embraces. This is because the Jesuits have played a major role in promoting the New Age phenomena that has always had a special role for Gnosticism. So once again, the false prophet is tricking us. The Gnostics believe in gnosis, a knowledge of ultimate reality or God enabled by secret teachings, and Gnosticism in one way or another is central to most of the modem Illuminati groups and Masonic rites we have analyzed in previous volumes of my Confessions. But the Jesuit Pope doesn't want you to learn from any secret Gnostic teachings because the Jesuits, who basically control the most influential secret societies of the planet, including the various Gnostic churches, want to keep their exclusivity on such secrets that they have always monitored and influenced on behalf of the church. The Gnostic Jesus that particularly appealed to those in the Illuminati who heard in it echoes of the Asian religions that were in vogue at the end of the 19th century was in a way central for the later development of modem Satanism. This is when Madame Blavatsky created Theosophy and declared Jesus to be an avatar of the divine, a messenger from above comparable to Buddha or Krishna. At that point, things started to degenerate as the Jesuits infiltrated Theosophy, and Aleister Crowley formulated the completely anti-Christian form of Gnosticism called Thelema. The later, a system that is influenced by and bears some features in common with traditional Gnosticism, especially in that adherents work to come to their own direct knowledge of the divine, referred to as the Great Work, and their focus on the glorification of the will at all costs and above everything. This thought is synthesized in the Thelemic saying taken from the Book of the Law, "Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law." That's why so many Nazis loved this sick philosophy that became very popular in 1930s Berlin, as it reflected in some way the life and work of Adolf Hitler. With Crowley, Gnosticism takes indeed a much darker turn than with anybody else before him. The method employed by Crowley and his initiates supposedly involves the use of the scientific method and of critical thinking rather than dogmatism, is typical of the Illuminati. That's why Aleister Crowley's classic periodical The Equinox proudly bore on its cover the slogan "The method of science, the aim of religion." In the end, Thelemites and most of the dark side of the Illuminati and Freemasonry seem obsessed with what one of the contemporary leaders of the Ordo Templi Orientis, Karl Abrahamson, also a close friend of the late Anton LaVey, defines as the third side. Aleister Crowley was instrumental in this transcendental process with his famous definition: "The magic of Horus requires the passionate union of the opposites." Abrahamson adds, "The side may be controversial, but that's never a problem for a Satanist." Well, we have no doubt about that. As the late Anton LaVey wrote in Satan Speaks, the third side can be the crackpot stuff of conspiracy theories, or it can be the most logical and simple, yet deliberately neglected conclusion. The third side is like mixing the sacred with the profane. LaVey was a Zionist, for example, but he also loved the aesthetics of Nazism and claimed the perfect Satanist should be a Nazi Jew. Many left-wing activists and Satanists prefer the aesthetics of Nazism, even if they might deny it publicly. The worship in Catholic churches instead, as in other Christian churches, is mostly generated by the third side at the moment. That's why we increasingly see a visible mix of profane and sacred that is being rejected by God, but totally endorsed by Satan. Because this is Satan's end-time deception, and the third side is just another masochistic way of joining the devil's iniquity from a different angle, as most Satanists would agree. George Soros, figure 35, the demon Jonek or Clant George Soros, the demon behind the Jesuit Pope Hollywood movie star James Woods, shocked the world last October with a tweet accusing George Soros of being satanic. The degree to which this one Nazi collaborator has undermined the stability of West End democracies is virtually incalculable, tweeted Woods, adding he is satanic, simply repeating what Alex Jones, or myself, have been saying and writing for years. However, I think Soros is more than merely satanic. He is an actual demon. Some occultists in the Illuminati go as far as to say he is Clanek, also called Clant, a goetic demon that appeared first in the grimoires The Secrets of Solomon, a 16th or 17th century diabolical text that contains an early version of many of the demons listed later in 851 Grimorium Verum. He is one of the 18 servitors of Sirach, said to be much loved by Lucifer, and he is summoned because he usually has the ability to bestow wealth, either by bringing money over a great distance or by assisting in the discovery of hidden treasures. Clanek is the demon of wealth, known to be obedient to his summoners, but only to those who show him the proper respect, like George Soros. Hungarian parliamentarian and Energy Undersecretary Andras Aradsky dropped the ultimate anti-Soros speech in 2017 before the National Consultation Survey on the Soros Plan. In a shocking address titled "The Christian Duty to Fight Against the Satan/Soros Plan," Aradsky made the following remarks. According to the three secrets of Fatima, Satan's greatest and final attack against the church will be the attack against families. We see this with abortion, euthanasia, same-sex marriage, and the forced politicization of gender theory. The Soros mercenaries do not cite the Holy Father's thoughts on this. We see the great European attacks against families, in which Soros and his comrades want to destroy the independence and values of nation-states for the purpose of watering down the Christian spirit of Europe with the forced settlement of tens of millions of migrants. But the fight against Satan is a Christian duty. Yes, I speak of an attack by Satan, who is also the angel of denial, because they are denying what they are preparing to do, even when it is completely obvious. They frantically try to prove that there is no quota, there is no compulsory settlement, and the Soros plan does not exist, he said. Aradsky then went on to claim that Lucifer is tricking everyone with deceptive catchphrases about humane treatment and the love for one's neighbor by lecturing the church. This is a sin against man, Aradsky said, adding that this also makes it a sin against God. Whether or not the Hungarians want this will be decided within a few weeks. The national consultation is an outstanding opportunity for us to make our opinions known about Satan's Soros plan, but also for us to make our opinions known about what we think of our homeland's thousand-year-old history, our national sovereignty, our freedom, and our beloved Europe. But billionaire investor and pseudo-philanthropist George Soros is not only a threat for Hungary, Europe, and the US, is establishing himself as a major force also against China this year. As Zero Edge reported at the end of January 2019, while this year's now concluded World Economic Forum conference in Davos was mostly a dud and increasingly a joke in financial circles, with Deutsche Bank's Jim Reed going so far as admitting that, "We had a DB drinks reception for our clients last night, and one said to me that in 11 years of coming here the best advice would be to trade in the opposite direction to the main theme of the conference over the next 12 months. There was one event that boondoggling billionaires were eagerly anticipating: George Soros' annual remarks. He famously slammed Google and Facebook at Davos 2018, calling them a menace and monopolistic, and predicting it's only a matter of time before the global dominance of the US IT monopolies is broken, accusing them of being obstacles to innovation and were to be considered a menace to society whose days are numbered. This time Soros took aim at what he believes is an even greater adversary, one which we might even all agree with: Communist China. Soros' ominous whammings at last year's prestigious World Economic Forum eventually forced the liberal mafia of Silicon Valley into working for him, or risk being completely wiped off the map. As Soros pointed out in Davos last year, the power to shape people's attention is increasingly concentrated in the hands of a few companies. Soros and left-wing mondialists want complete control over everything, and China seems to be in their way in 2019, or maybe it's just a show. Soros won in Silicon Valley by bullying and threatening both Google and Facebook, who initially seemed to not want to fully comply with his undemocratic agenda. But China is a nuclear power that acts just like a dragon. Soros can't dominate a force like that with his usual fraudulent techniques. Yes, the ones he used to conquer Facebook, who completely gave up on resisting him. After suffering the biggest loss in stock market history at the end of July 2018, with a $100 billion loss in market value in just one day, and Google suffered a similar fate when a week earlier they were hit with a record-breaking 4.34 billion euros, (3.87 billion), fine from FRE Soros-controlled European Union for anti-competitive, illegal practices. These two events gave Soros complete control over Facebook and Google. The Soros fund management of billionaire investor George Soros then added in August 2018 stakes in Apple, Facebook, and Twitter, while reducing stakes in Amazon and Google's parent company, Alphabet. Now George Soros wants to eliminate the Chinese competition. China is not the only authoritarian regime in the world, but it is the wealthiest, strongest, and technologically most advanced. Soros lashed out at Beijing, while taking particular aim at China's president. This makes Xi Jinping the most dangerous opponent of open societies. Soros warned that China's increasing use of AI and a social credit system to monitor its citizens, as if the US or the rest of the world is any different, could result in the most ruthless yet technologically advanced authoritarian regime in history, proposed a solution to eliminating what he sees as China's ills: crash China's economy and market, an approach Soros critics say he applies to every nation which he finds disagreeable. But before the general public rushes to declare that Soros and Trump are now best friends due to their shared common nemesis, the billionaire Democrat donor made it clear that in addition to seeking the replacement of Xi, he would be just as delighted if Trump were also gone. Because since we are in a Cold War that threatens to turn into a hot one, if Xi and Trump were no longer in power, an opportunity would present itself to develop greater cooperation between the two cyber superpowers. Cooperation which would only be made possible and dominated by something similar to the United Nations treaty that arose out of the Second World War. In other words, an organization modeled after Soros' very own open society. Yet, while Soros' aggressive 3295 word attack on China took many by surprise, what was just as notable was China's response to Soros' scathing criticism. There was none. In fact, China made it quite clear that in its opinion, Soros is no longer relevant, saying that statements by certain people, which portray black as white and distort facts, are completely pointless and not worthy of even a rebuttal. Zagami is not sure his old-time buddy Henry Kissinger will agree with creating such chaos with the Red Dragon, but here we are. It seems like Soros wants to take over the New World Order and took aim not only at China, but also Russia, saying, "I've been concentrating on China, but open societies have many more enemies, Putin's Russia foremost among them." Satanist George Soros usually operates in cahoots with Pope Francis, so this year's talk at Davos seems more like theater for the rich, with no real substance, as going against China now will be going also against the Jesuits, who are developing a strong new relationship with China. However, Klonek has been described as free market in the most extreme sense, just like Soros. So it is never known what Mr. Soros is going to manifest next in the near future to make himself and his loyal disciples, sitting on his BlackRock, even richer. Something big apparently went on last year on his behalf at the Bilderberg meeting that took place at the Lingotto building in Vianizza in Turin. Among the many powerful guests arriving for the event, there was none other than the second-in-command of the Holy See, the powerful Vatican Secretary of State, Cardinal Pietro Parolin, born in 1955, said to be very close to the highly influential Academy of the Illuminati in Rome. The main subject of discussion last year in Turin's meeting was the populist rise in Europe and, of course, Donald J. Trump. The Bilderberg meeting was founded in 1954 by the now-deceased David Rockefeller. This elitist institution unites ministers, industrialists, CEOs of multinationals, and the heads of numerous banks. Prominent figures in the political, economic, academic, and media world will be present to promote their mondialist leftist ideas. But last year they had for the first time the official presence of the Vatican Secretary of State, who delivered a secret message written by Pope Francis to his loyal minions, possibly regarding the info coming from Moscow's alien/demonic department. Zagami wonders what Mikhail Bulgakov, the famous author of The Master and Margarita, who used characters from Jewish demonology as a retort to the denial of God in the USSR, would say about contemporary Russia and the International Organization for the Destinies of the World. The International Organization for the Destinies of the World at work in Moscow and in the Vatican. Photos courtesy of Anonymous. Legion is in the air. One can feel the demons everywhere. Last summer, a series of strange stories caught Zagami's attention. The first one came out of Ghana concerning 20 students who lost consciousness and collapsed after they had reported seeing ghosts. According to Daily Guide Africa, 20 high school students lost consciousness and collapsed under mysterious circumstances during class on Tuesday, July 3, 2018. The affected students had complained about seeing ghosts, including the spirits of classmates who had died, before collapsing, according to classmates. It seems that such cases are more common than initially suspected these days. 2 more reports of similar incidents came out of the Philippines on the island of Cebu in July 2018. The first occurred in Dalagit town on July 9th, and the second occurred in Danao City, 3 days later on July 12th. Both incidents share strange similarities, not only with each other, but with the Ghana case as well. The first incident, at the Dumoulin National High School, DNHS, occurred between 9 a.m. and 11 a.m. on Monday, July 9th. 14 grade 7 students between the ages of 13 and 14 were reported to have fallen victim to demonic possession after experiencing a wide range of eerie symptoms all at once. According to the Philippine Star, 3 students became violent and others were hit by severe abdominal pain and difficulty breathing. Some of the students said they had seen paranormal beings, but according to the newspaper, none could recall the exact nature of these beings. Strangest of all, the Philippine Star reports that some, not one, of the affected students began mumbling about planting specific kinds of native trees. Classes were suspended and the students were sent home. The government responded by sending a man to bless the school. Teacher in charge Flora Roscoe said that the incident may have been due to hunger, emotional imbalance, and troubled family backgrounds. That is all well and good, and probably fairly reasonable. However, 3 days later it happened again in a different city. According to Cebu Daily News, 13 students at Ubaldo Iwai Memorial National High School in Danao City were gripped by an evil spirit after reporting seeing a strange black figure wandering around the school grounds. More information on what being gripped by an evil spirit entails was not available, but according to Cebu Daily News, The reports were confirmed by Dr. Renee Caton, head of the Provincial Health Office. But wait, that is not all. Philippines Lifestyle News reports that in June, 2 demonic possession incidents struck 2 other schools in Cebu within hours of each other. In one of the June cases, the symptoms started after students reported seeing the ghost of a child in the school. In the other, it began with reports of the specter of a woman covered in blood. Officials at one of the schools affected in June said the incident was related to a decision to replace an axed mango tree. In Asia, some people think that cutting trees can bring about a curse, but according to eyewitnesses, the students were speaking in a strange language and displaying freakish strength. There is a good chance that this is all just calculated shenanigans by groups of kids. Who knows? Everything is possible in the age of social networking and bad jokes. However, one must keep in mind some spirits that attach themselves to humans could be lost souls. Forms of spirit possession where the ghost of a deceased person visits the affected individual and replaces his or her identity. There is definitely a similarity between the spirit possession case in Ghana on July 3rd and other similar cases that happened around the world in recent years, and, in particular, what happened in Peru in May 2016, when almost 100 school children are thought to have been possessed by the devil and saw visions of a man in black trying to kill them. It was described as a mass case of demonic possession, with the pupils in Peru experiencing seizures alongside their horrifying hallucinations, just like in Ghana or the Philippines. Experts also struggled in Peru to explain the strange goings-on, which also included widespread convulsions and fainting at the school, reportedly built on a mafia graveyard. According to local reports, as many as 80 students at the Elsa Perea Flores School in northern Peru's Tarapoto have been experiencing the supposedly contagious condition since last month. Children aged between 11 and 14 were reportedly fainting and having strong muscular convulsions. Shocking video footage online shows pupils who are barely conscious, repeatedly screaming, and who appear to be delirious. Dr. Anani Choi told national channel Panamericana TV, "We don't understand how this has kept on going on. We know it started on April 29th, and now it is still happening. Now there are almost 80 pupils still affected." A pupil, not named in local media, described their experience. "It's disturbing for me to think about it. It's as if someone kept on chasing me from behind. It was a tall man, all dressed in black and with a big beard, and it felt like he was trying to strangle me. My friends say I was screaming desperately, but I don't remember much." Locals believe this is a case of demonic interference, saying some children must have played games that invoke demons, such as using a Ouija board. As Zagami wrote earlier, an 18-year-old woman in Lima, Peru, reportedly became possessed by a demon after playing a version of a Ouija board game on her mobile phone. For health and the health of children, one needs to understand and learn more about the stages of demonic possession. Lucifer recommended for parole. In January 2019, a California parole panel prevalently made of liberals recommended for the first time that the Charles Manson follower Robert Beausoleil, better known as Bobby Beausoleil, be freed after serving nearly a half-century in prison for murder. Satanist Bobby Beausoleil, now 71, was not involved in the most notorious killings of actress Sharon Tate and 6 others by the infamous Manson family in 1969, but he was, however, convicted in the slaying of musician Gary Hinman that occurred the same year. Hinman was tortured inhumanly for 3 days by Manson's Satanic cult, and Manson even cut Hinman's face with a sword before Beausoleil violently killed him, according to testimony made at previous parole hearings. Future Manson family murderer Bobby Beausoleil met Charles Manson after co-starring with Anton LaVey, the founder of the Church of Satan, in Kenneth Anger's original version of Lucifer Rising, filmed in 1968. It later became the 11-minute short cult film, Invocation of My Demon Brother, directed, edited, and photographed by avant-garde film director and member of the Ordo Templi Orientis, Kenneth Anger, 9 Degree, featuring the rather unusual soundtrack made by an LSD-driven Mick Jagger, who played a Moog synthesizer. There are, of course, numerous occult theories as to what really happened regarding the earlier version of Lucifer Rising that was never released in its entirety and completely vanished. A legend in occult circles that still circulates today is that Kenneth Anger, who was in love with Beausoleil, placed a terrible curse upon him for fleeing the film Lucifer Rising. Bobby Beausoleil had escaped with the original footage of the film. This curse apparently caused Bobby's car to break down near the infamous desert commune of Manson's cult at Spawn Ranch, also known as the Spawn Movie Ranch, based in Los Angeles County, California. Occult expert and Satanist author Gavin Baddeley, an ordained reverend in the Church of Satan by none other than Anton LaVey, wrote in the book Lucifer Rising that Charles Manson immediately welcomed Beausoleil and buried the stolen footage of Lucifer Rising in the desert, demanding a ransom of $10,000 from Anger for its return. The money was never given, and Anger decided to release the few minutes he still had left in his archives in 1969 as Invocation of My Demon Brother. Anger, who is still alive at the time of writing this, said that this short film was, in fact, assembled from scraps of the first version of Lucifer Rising, but he never truly explained what happened due to the infamous connection with the Manson family and his assassin lover. Anger and Beausoleil later made up, and Beausoleil and his fellow inmates at Oregon State Penitentiary in Salem, Oregon later composed the soundtrack for Anger's 1972 film Lucifer Rising, directed by avant-garde film director and member of the Ordo Templi Orientis, Kenneth Anger, 9 Degree. The music of Lucifer Rising is closely linked to the prophetic occult elements and Crowleyanity found in Anger's film. Beausoleil sought to draw on his own occult life experiences to tell the story of a mythical Lucifer awakening in his pit of despair, rekindling his torch, and rising like a phoenix from the ashes of his own unmaking to begin his long journey from the dark recesses of the underworld, shedding his pride along the way in his uncompromising desire to regain the beloved. Beausoleil did this by creating dark and sinister-sounding music. Parole panels ruled against releasing Beausoleil 18 prior times. California's incoming governor, Gavin Newsom, could block the parole in coming months. Turned out Governor Jerry Brown has consistently stopped releases for followers of Charles Manson. Gary Hinman's cousin, Kay Hinman Martley, who attended the recent hearing, said Beausoleil was already lucky once, when his death sentence in 1970 was reduced to life in prison by an appeals court in 1973. I constantly have hoped that they'll do the right thing and keep these people in prison, and now my hopes have to go with the governor, she said, adding she plans to reach out to Newsom to tell him, this man does not belong outside the walls of prison. Beausoleil's attorney, Jason Campbell, said that his client is no longer dangerous and that his release is long overdue. Sharon Tate's sister, Deborah Tate, who also attended the hearing, said she will mount a social media petition so parole opponents can make their feelings known to Governor-elect Newsom, because he has a tendency to be very liberal. Adding, without public opinion weighing in on this, there is no hope. She rightly objected that Beausoleil continues to break prison rules by profiting from selling his art and music outside of prison. Lady Gaga recently used the soundtrack from Lucifer Rising for her Netflix documentary. Let us hope liberal California does not free this criminal and treat him as a rock star. Newsom, who was baptized and brought up in the Roman Catholic faith, describes himself as an Irish Catholic rebel, and some say he is another false prophet of the left ready to glorify evil. Anything is possible in this age of progressive ideas piloted by Satan's legion. Vanity and pride are sins of the devil, and Beausoleil has plenty of both to please the increasingly satanic U.S. Democrats. Satanism is a false prophet who raped 300 women and is loved by Oprah and Bill Clinton. Zagami has discussed in detail the incredible case of the Brazilian cult leader and black magician, João Teixeira de Faria, known as John of God, with Owen Schroyer on The Alex Jones Show on the 19th of December, 2018. But the dark saga of John of God is not over yet, because he still has powerful people outside supporting him and evil entities ready to kill for him, as he was, among other things, the ringleader for a massive sex slave farm for the elite that sold babies to the highest bidder. The self-styled spiritual healer that claims the spirits of more than 30 doctors and other entities has some very powerful allies indeed, in both the material and the demonic world. Matthew 24 verse 11 is clear on this point, and many false prophets will appear and deceive many. These days false prophets are on the rise all over the place. So remember these words from 1 John 4 verse 1. Dear friends, do not believe every spirit, but test the spirits to see whether they are from God, because many false prophets have gone out into the world. On the 14th of December, 2018, a Brazilian judge issued an arrest warrant for a famed Brazilian faith healer who has been accused of sexual abuse by more than 300 women. 3 days later, the police arrested the VIP psychic and cult leader João Teixeira de Faria, 76, known as João de Deus, John of God, who became a worldwide celebrity when Oprah Winfrey reported his magical healing methods back in 2013. Faria became a leading guru on the American New Age/left-wing scene led by Oprah Winfrey, when on November 17, 2010, Susan Casey wrote in O magazine about her amazing trip to see him in Brazil, and the event was subsequently covered on the Oprah Winfrey Show. The article Casey wrote was entitled Leap of Faith, Meet John of God. This audiobook was uploaded by Hidden Whispers Revelation on YouTube. Please subscribe and like the video to support this work if you enjoyed listening. The show was entitled Do You Believe in Miracles? In both, Susan Casey discusses her need to deal with the traumatic loss of her father. She wondered if Faria could help heal her grief. She met him twice and later stated, 3 hours went by like 20 minutes, and it was blissful. It was like I was floating. Casey claims she was able to speak with her dead father. It was very real, she says. More of a vision than I had ever had before. I got this feeling like I shouldn't be sad, that everything was okay. The show in question never provided any scientific or medical explanations for the procedures performed by the occultist, and accepted blindly that science and medicine had no explanation for what happened. But the whole thing obviously captured the attention of New Age Satanist Oprah Winfrey. On March 17, 2013, Oprah's Next Chapter, Season 2, Episode 116, a televised show aired entitled John of God. This time, Oprah traveled to Brazil herself to meet and talk with Faria both privately and in front of the camera. However, in December 2018, John of God was finally accused of sexual abuse, rape, and pedophilia by more than 200 women. After the allegations became public, Oprah, a hero of the Me Too movement, immediately deleted all the interviews of John of God from her site and quickly released a note stating that she hopes justice will be served. Well, it seems too late for what Brazilian prosecutors say could be the worst serial sex crime case in the country's history. Once again, what British singer Seal said almost a year ago about Oprah Winfrey, following her infamous speech at the Golden Globes, accusing her of being part of the problem for decades, is proven to be 100% true. Oprah is the biggest hypocrite on the planet. Not only is she a close friend of sexual predator Harvey Weinstein, but also of the now infamous John of God. Minutes before turning himself in, John of God said in a typical guru-turned-victim fashion, I am giving myself over to the divine justice and the earthly justice. His attorneys say that the preemptive arrest order was illegal and unfair in their opinion. According to them, only a few testimonies of a small number of unnamed victims justified the arrest order. But in reality, his name was on the radar of paranormal investigators and skeptics for many years. Oprah conveniently ignored their warnings as well as the Brazilian left-wing governments that supported this dangerous black magician for years, until their ultimate demise in the last elections in October 2018 and the arrival of the first conservative president in many years for Brazil, President Jair Messias Bolsonaro. Back in 2005, ABC News, US, discussed John of God during the program Primetime Live, but was immediately criticized by one of the main participants, James Randi, a retired stage magician and a scientific skeptic who has extensively challenged paranormal and pseudoscientific claims during his career, who denounced the whole thing as a stunt to promote the Brazilian healer. I had plenty more to say on the subject, and I said it. ABC TV News didn't want it, adding in disappointment, well, I believe that this ABC TV program will encourage the incautious public to book trips to Brazil to go under the butchery that John of God inflicts on his victims. This statement from the official John of God website should give an idea of the strange beliefs of his followers, to include Oprah Winfrey. Internationally known as John of God, or João de Deus, is arguably the most powerful unconscious medium alive today and possibly the best-known healer of the past 2,000 years. However, João is a humble man who is very clear about one thing. I do not cure anybody. God heals, and in his infinite goodness permits the entities to heal and console my brothers. I am merely an instrument in God's divine hands. John of God. The medium João Teixeira has no formal medical training. Instead, he gives over his consciousness and incorporates the spirits of past doctors and saints. These entities give talks, examine the waiting masses, and conduct the visible and invisible operations. Shockingly enough, supernatural events terrified the police while interrogating him last December in the Brazilian city of Goiânia. Unexplained incidents ranging from a bizarre computer crash to wiring on electrical appliances suddenly short-circuiting appears to suggest supernatural forces of a demonic nature were at play during the interview. The mysterious problems unnerved cops, but did not deter them from collecting the initial testimony of John of God. Detective Carla Fernandez, responsible for coordinating the task force investigating the allegations, claimed that as the spiritual guru began to speak, strange things started to happen in what looked like a typical X-Files scenario. She said to the newspaper Folha de São Paulo, "Suddenly the computer that was being used to transcribe the suspect's answers to the allegations seemed to have a life of its own, and the commands on the keyboard wouldn't work. When the clerk tried to enter the medium's statement, the keys locked on a specific letter, and 0000000 was recorded continuously on the screen for a few seconds. Although this has never happened before, bemused agents put the incident down to a faulty computer. But when the printer in the room began to print without receiving a command and a fridge blew up, their thoughts turned to paranormal interference." Detective Fernandez said, "It was hot in the interrogation room, and I decided to turn on the air conditioning. I plugged the lead into an extension shared with a mini fridge, and the electrical wiring suddenly exploded, burning out the fridge. Everyone in the room screamed with fright." According to the officer, John of God stayed silent. She said, "Although these things happened and surprised us, they failed to interfere with our work." He, John of God, didn't say a word. John of God, who might more appropriately be referred to as a guru, or even a witch doctor, is a tool of the evil side of the Illuminati. He is an individual who claims to have religious or spiritual truth and powers to heal. But where does he obtain such powers from if not from the devil? Maybe the best way to describe this movement is occultic in nature, as such charismatic figures are usually the source of new religions and cults when in contact with a supposed invisible master. But John of God not only appeared on Oprah, he was rumored to have been visited by ex-president and notorious pervert Bill Clinton, by the singer Paul Simon, Naomi Campbell, and the famous spirit cooker and Satanist Marina Abramovic, who shot a documentary film in Brazil featuring John of God in 2016 called The Space in Between. However, at the end of January 2019, the late Brazilian activist Sabrina Bittencourt, whose investigations originally led to John of God's arrest in December 2018, claimed the celebrity medium also ran a baby trafficking operation where children were farmed in Brazil before being sold to childless couples around the world. Sadly, a few days after making this bold statement, Sabrina Bittencourt, 38, who was reportedly living under protection in Spain, died, apparently committing suicide. The woman who outed Bill Clinton's faith healer as the leader of a child sex ring has been found dead amid a total blackout from the mainstream media worldwide. The story was nowhere to be found in the English-speaking press. Sex abuse support group Víctimas Unidas, which worked with Sabrina Bittencourt, said she left a note explaining why she killed herself. Eldest son Gabriel Baum confirmed her death, writing on Facebook, "She took the last step so that we could live. They killed my mother." Sabrina Bittencourt made one last phone call to YouTuber Felipe Neto before he says she took her life. Brazil's biggest activist, Sabrina Bittencourt, called me crying yesterday because she could not stand the pain and pressure of the killers who persecuted her all over the world, condemning and bringing John of God to justice and denouncing Sri Prembaba. She had been working for 20 years to help young women and women who are victims of abuse around the world. Yesterday, after one of her sheltered witnesses in London sought refuge from hired killers, Sabrina called me to tears and did not know what else to do. She just wanted to help. But the evil, led by militiamen, the political rulers and powerful religious leaders, could win. From cartacapital.com.br, translated from Spanish, the death of Bittencourt, who was 38 years old, was confirmed in a note by Maria do Carmo Santos, president of the NGO Victims United. The group Victims United reports with regret the death of Sabrina de Campos Bittencourt occurred around 9 p.m. this Saturday, February 2nd, in the city of Barcelona, Spain, where she lived. The activist committed suicide and left a farewell letter stating the reasons for taking her own life. We urge everyone not to try to get in touch with any family member, to keep them from asking questions that are painful at this difficult time. 2 of Sabrina's 3 children still do not know what happened, and her father, Rafael Velasco, is trying to protect them. Sabrina's fight will never be forgotten, and we will continue, with the same force, defending minorities, especially women who are daily victims of machismo. Before committing suicide, Bittencourt wrote a farewell post on Facebook. Marielle, I join you. I did what I could, as far as I could. My love will be eternal for all of you. Sorry to not bear it, my children. Born into a Mormon family, the activist had been abused since the age of 4 by members of the family's church. At 16, she became pregnant with one of the rapists and aborted. Bittencourt dedicated her life to militancy for victims of abuse and to unmasking false prophets like John of God. Last December, the activist gave an interview to Fred Melo Paiva, editor of Carta Capital, in which she recounted her life story and her role in the denunciations of religious leaders who commit abuse. She promised to unmask 13 more leaders this year. One can agree that the circumstances of her death seem to indicate that she did not commit suicide, but was rather killed to stop her from unmasking further child sex ringleaders. From all this, we understand once more how important it is to stop people like Abramovic, John of God, and Oprah Winfrey, who are today the public faces of modern Satanism. Remember, it was on the Oprah Winfrey show that Satanists like Dr. Michael Aquino came out of the closet and acknowledged that they are following the infernal being that orchestrated the initial rebellion against God, the creator of the universe. Yes, Aquino admitted with no shame to Winfrey and the television audience made up of millions that they are following Satan, who initiated the original rebellion against God. We are not servants of some god, declared Aquino. We are our own gods. Oprah Winfrey appeared to be shocked to find out at that point that this was exactly what she believed as a New Ager, failing to realize that the New Age movement has its roots in Crowleyan Satanism and Theosophy, just as Aquino's Satanism. Chapter 7. The Secrets of the Rite of Exorcism, Understanding the 4 Stages of Demonic Possession. As Zagami's old friend, Henry Macau, wrote in the introduction to his book Illuminati 3, Satanic Possession, what passes as spontaneous social change is, in fact, an organized process of satanic possession. This development is not an isolated or recent phenomenon. Western society is based on a rebellion against God and the natural and moral order. The so-called Enlightenment refers to Lucifer as the light giver. It was an assertion of the Illuminati's determination to reject reality, the Creator's design, and construct an artificial reality more conducive to their interests and perversions. It seems that the first thing one should try to have in this increasingly devilish scenario is a clear idea of the enemy we are fighting and the actual stages of demonic possession that one might increasingly encounter in today's reality. They are as follows: oppression, foothold, partial possession, and full possession. Zagami summarizes the subject with the help of Dr. Carson Michael, published author and psychologist with over 20 years of hands-on experience performing and assisting in more than 200 exorcism-related events. Dr. Michael has first-hand knowledge of the existence and exorcism of demons. He stated, however, that I only wish I had a manual to guide me through the many difficult times, in reference to his early calling into the exorcism and deliverance ministry. Well, Zagami hopes that this book can be that guide. Dr. Carson Michael explains, in the first stage, oppression, the demon stays on the outside and puts pressure on the person to seek a stronger foothold. The demons may place temptation in front of a person, may cause accidents, and weigh down upon a person to feel like oppression or speak thoughts into a person. At the oppression level, the demons seek to get more control over you by a specific attack. If successful, a foothold may develop. A foothold is where the demon actually gains ground. The person fell into sin, believed the lie, or did not fight off the oppression, and so the demon stays and is more empowered. At each and every stage, the more power the demon has, the less free will a person has. In other words, there is a struggle for power within the person to see who will gain control. Remember, possession means ownership, and demons seek ownership wherever they go. At the foothold stage, a person has surrendered a part of themselves. A person may have quit drinking alcohol, but the demon seeks to set up the person to drink again. If the demon can get the person to be addicted to alcohol, then that area of their life is bound with evil in which the person has little or no control. If the person is constantly thinking about or craving alcohol, then the demon has bound up part of the person's free will and his ability to stay away from sin. In many cases, spirits of infirmity are classified here. Everything else about a person may be fully functional, except in an area of the body. For example, when Jesus preached in a synagogue, a woman was present who had been crippled by a spirit for 18 years, Luke 13:1017. When Jesus ministered to her, he addressed the infirmity, but nothing else. This appeared to be the most significant problem, since this is what Jesus focused his attention and power on. The next level is partial possession, and this is where several footholds are developed. The person may have started with an alcohol problem, but now he has wandered into pornography, emotional and physical abuse, and anger control issues. The control of the demon has increased, and now there may be several demons to deal with. The other demons may have been there at the beginning, but there was only one evil spirit that started the process. The others remained silent until a foothold was established. While drunk, spirit of witchcraft, a lying spirit may encourage the person to look at pornography on the internet. Once the person begins to look at the porn, the perverse spirit begins to work hard to wrap the person into an addiction so that more of the will is compromised. While drunk, a person may be encouraged to fight others or abuse others to deal with pent-up anger and frustration at the downward slide. He is in spirit of violence. Now the person has several major problems that have serious spiritual and life consequences. If left untreated, the person may slide into full possession. People who end up fully possessed have very diverse pathways of torment. For some, they fall into sin and stumble down a sinful pathway. They start at the oppression level and move down to the full possession level. As they get deeper and deeper into sin, they lose more and more freedom. The sin may start early in life, at middle age, or at any time. There are some cases where the demons start by attacking a person's mental health. The demons start early in life through abuse, rejection, fear, and neglect, and push the person, situation by situation, towards insanity, where they are in continuous mental pain. They become fully possessed by completely losing their ability to exercise control over their thoughts and emotions. During the times of possession, there appear to be very different levels of consciousness experienced by the possessed. In some cases, the victim can hear the voice of the demon clearly, and the demon can clearly hear the victim. This is a type of separate consciousness. As the demon gains more control, there appear a co-consciousness where the demon takes over the functioning of the person for brief periods of time. The victim may be totally unaware of what was said or done while the demon took over. However, there are cases where the person is aware of what happens when the demon takes over, but they cannot stop the demon from acting. This would explain why a victim would know a foreign language without studying or know facts beyond their years. The demon communicates from its consciousness, while the victim's consciousness remains untouched. An example of co-consciousness comes from a case Zagami worked on where a victim was possessed by a demon while drinking mass quantities of alcohol, and then would get in his car and drive down the road. He would black out and would wake up in all sorts of accidents and strange car positions. While this was occurring, the demon would tell him what it was going to do, and the victim was unable to stop it. He could see what he was doing, but had no power to stop it. At the deeper levels of possession, there is a dominant consciousness, where the demon takes over the mind and the body of the victim permanently. The victim has very little power or control. In some cases, the victim will have total unawareness for what is going on. In some cases, they will have some awareness, but only what the demon allows them to know. For example, one victim explained the experience during a full possession of being held in a dark closet, where he could hear muffled sounds sometimes. But the main thing he could hear was the voice of the demon talking to him. He would try to break out of the closet, but felt powerless to change his circumstances. Another type of full possession is very strange. It is almost as if a person is groomed by demons at an early age to become fully possessed. There are cases where a demon will appear to a child or a teen as a friend or a guide. They may appear in human form and converse with a child. The child may be a loner or have emotional problems, and the demon seeks to befriend the child. However, There are some cases where the demons seek to terrify the child, making knocking sounds, having a hideous face appear in the window, bumping the bed. Most people do not believe in demons, and they will think that their frightened children are hallucinating, have a mental problem, or simply are making up stories for attention. The child is then medicated, punished, ridiculed, or all the above, and the evil powers are never addressed. When a demon comes as a friend or a guide, it seeks to gain foothold status by friendship. The child or teen will begin to trust or confide in the evil spirit and thus hand authority over to the demon. The child will become more and more dependent on the demon guide and actually make major life decisions on the advice of this demon. Zagami has literally been involved in cases where the person began to ask the demon who to marry and if they should go to college and where. If the child or teen tries to break away, the demon will play mind tricks on the child by either threats to never help again, by frightening the child that real harm will come if they try to get away, or they will pout and act. It is only an act, as if it is hurt, and try to draw the child back through sympathy. The demon guide may never take full possession of the person. They may always play the role of a guide. For instance, the demon guide may encourage a teen to go to a psychic or practice divination, witchcraft, which may then allow a spirit of witchcraft to come in, but the guide stays in place on the outside to continue to guide the teen into enslavement. Their job is to keep the person enslaved, and they usually have great authority given to them after several years. As always, there are exceptions to the rule. In one particular case, a woman at his church had a demon disguise itself as Jesus and come and talk to her about her problems. She did not like herself at all, as she was divorced 2 times, and each time the marriage was physically and sexually abusive. The demon spent a long time developing a friendship with her. He offered her love, consolation, and advice. Then, one day, he offered her to be his bride, and they would be forever happy. He would show her the mysteries of heaven, give her love and companionship, and all she had to do was give of herself completely to him. She described to him several times in which she actually had intercourse with the demon who she thought was Jesus. Whether this actually happened or it was a fantasy, we may never know. However, what is true is that she believed that it happened. There are cases where people invite these spirits into their lives as they believe that these spirit guides actually help. The New Age movement encourages people to find their spirit guide and even channel their spirit guide into their bodies. Channeling is actually inviting the spirit into one's body to take over or to communicate information to oneself or others. These people do not believe that these spirits are demons. They believe that these are loving, benevolent angels, spirits, or great teachers that have died. These people are actually giving these evil spirits authority over their lives. There are no loving spirit guides in Scripture. One has guardian angels, but one is not to try and consult with them. One is forbidden to consult the dead, and one is forbidden to go to those who practice witchcraft and consult divining spirits. Deuteronomy 18 verses 9 to 13. Since these activities are all against the word of God, they must be demons in disguise. Finally, a person may be possessed in the womb. The mother and or father may transfer the demon, knowingly or unknowingly. In addition, some theologians believe that demons could capture released sperm and inject a woman with it, or have intercourse with a female and release it. This would truly be a troubled person from the beginning. The meaning and importance of the exorcism rite. Zagami will open this last chapter by talking about Father Caesar Trucca, who is based in Switzerland and is considered one of the most successful exorcists in the world today. He is someone who had the honor to serve as assistant to the late Father Gabriele Amorth, the rock star of exorcists, who claimed to have performed more than 100,000 exorcisms. Trucca is one of the teachers at the now popular annual course on exorcism held at the Regina Apostolorum Pontifical Athenaeum in Rome, in collaboration with the Group for Socio-Religious Research and Information, GRI, of Bologna, for priests who want to learn the ancient rite, which he says is rooted in the Gospels. The course proposes academic and interdisciplinary research on the ministry of exorcism and the prayer of liberation. It covers a wide range of issues, anthropological, as well as phenomenological, social, theological, liturgical, canonical, pastoral, spiritual, medical, neuroscientific, pharmacological, symbolic, criminological, legal, and juridical ones. Father Caesar Trucca said to The Guardian he has never seen a person levitate, but he knows another priest who actually has. In the decade, he worked as a Roman Catholic exorcist, expelling demons from individuals who he believes are possessed or vexed by the devil. The Mexican priest says the oddest thing he witnessed was the sudden appearance of a satanic nail on a tabletop, adding, "There had been nothing on the table, and then suddenly it was there, a rusted black nail. We all saw it. I wanted to keep it, but then I thought, no, it's like keeping a radioactive thing." Trucca says during the same interview that Christ was the first exorcist, but that is not completely accurate, as exorcisms were performed on people even before the coming of Christ. Of course, like he says, the power of casting out demons was one of the signs that Christianity was a true religion, and as Zagami wrote earlier, he might be the ultimate exorcist, but not the first historically. Of course, if one considers him God as Christians do, then things change, as he is the Alpha and the Omega, words that appear 3 times in the book of Revelation. Pope Francis has spent a lot of time talking about the devil, more than any other pope in modern history, and reportedly once performed an impromptu exorcism, but he has only rarely discussed the ritual, and at one point it was claimed he said hell did not exist. Since then, the Vatican has denied that Pope Francis told a well-known Italian journalist that there is no hell, but his position is still very unclear because that is his nature. With his controversial document, namely Amoris Laetitia, the joy of married love, this pope has largely joined in the sexual revolution, embracing worldly ways as a sign of compromise, opposed to the sign of contradiction and traditionalism, and the world today is actually applauding him for this position. Francis not only embraces dangerous revolutionary ideas, but he has become a subversive agent of radical change in what is clearly becoming a satanic-influenced church. It is time to recognize him as a threat and to resist him as real Christians. That is why demand for exorcism is on the rise in the church, and Catholic bishops around the world, who were once skeptical about this practice, have come to see it as a possible solution to their parishioners' problems, especially in cases where they believe modern medicine and psychiatry fail. The reality of this problem is that the whole Catholic Church is becoming possessed. However, exorcist Father Trucca still claims the patients he sees find peace in the process, stating that at the end of the exorcism, there is always relief. His subjects have problems that cannot be explained in normal medical terms. One, who believes he may have been cursed by his mother-in-law, feels an almost constant sensation of daggers entering his legs, knitting needles in his arms, and a clenched hand at his chin. Another was so obsessed by self-gratification that he masturbated 40 times a day. Normally speaking, it is humanly impossible. So that is a satanic thing, says Trucca. Maybe what Father Trucca and the other exorcists need to realize is that the present state of the church is also to blame in this rise in demand for exorcisms. Despite what Hollywood would have people believe, Trucca says full-on demonic possession is very rare, following the trends in Catholic approaches to alleged cases of possession since the pontificate of Leo XIII in the 19th century. The new revision includes new emphasis not to confuse mental illness with demonic possession, something that was already inserted by the Vatican back in the 50s and was discussed in great detail by the late Father Corrado Balducci, who was not only a world-renowned UFO expert, still venerated by the NWO, but also a known exorcist in the 70s. His excellent book entitled La Possession Diabolica is a sort of guide, probably the most detailed and accurate ever written by an exorcist/demonologist, to learn to recognize a real possession case from mental illness. Balducci's groundbreaking work in this field, unfortunately no longer in print, was published in Rome, Italy, for the first time, in 1974 by Edizioni Mediterranee, soon after the release of the film The Exorcist in the Italian language and 10 years after Father Philip T. Weller's translation of the ritual in the English language. These days, the vast majority of people who see Father Amorth's heir, Father Trucca, have normal problems or mental illnesses, and Trucca says he has sent people to seek psychiatric help. But he says 2 to 3% show signs of demonic vexation. These people, he claimed to The Guardian, are capable of feats of superhuman strength. Trucca adds that sometimes their voice changes, and they growl or speak in tongues. He claims to have witnessed people with vexations who can suddenly speak in Hebrew or Aramaic even though they have never studied the languages. Some are obsessive and show knowledge of what Trucca calls secret things, like what a person who is not present is doing or wearing, and they are sometimes overwhelmed by feelings of discomfort when they are in places of worship. Most of the time, the people who see me are victims, he says. Truca also spoke at length about Satan with the Guardian, who he described as a pragmatic foe. The devil tempts the holy man in his holiness and the sinner in his sin, he says. Interestingly enough, Truca pointed out during the interview published in April 2018 that he does not believe Pope Francis is possessed or vexed by the devil. He says that the devil would know that Francis would not be tempted by lust for a woman. Instead, he would prey on Francis's sympathy for the poor and tempt him to ignore the affluent. The process of exorcism itself, he said, is relatively boring if compared with the Hollywood version. But is this always true? Truca said that once, he started to speak with the devil himself. He recalled one case where the subject said, "I am the prince of this world. I am Satan," and the hairs on his arms went up. Adding that, when you listen to a satanic growl, once you listen to the devil's voice, you can recognize it. That sounds pretty spooky. So let Zagami explain for the first time outside of the controlled boundaries of the Catholic Church, and without the possible restrictions, what the traditional rite of exorcism is, which is usually restricted for study and used to the exorcist priests of some facility in a strange tongue or to understand it when spoken by another, the faculty of divulging future and hidden events, display of powers which are beyond the subject's age and natural condition, and various other indications which, when taken together as a whole, build up the evidence. For, in order to understand these matters better, let him inquire of the person possessed, following one or the other act of exorcism, what the latter experienced in his body or soul while the exorcism was being performed, and to learn also what particular words in the form had a more intimidating effect upon the devil, so that hereafter these words may be employed with greater stress and frequency. 5. He will be on his guard against the arts and subterfuges which the evil spirits are wont to use in deceiving the exorcist. For oft-times they give deceptive answers and make it difficult to understand them, so that the exorcist might tire and give up, or so it might appear that the afflicted one is in no wise possessed by the devil. 6. Once in a while, after they are already recognized, they conceal themselves and leave the body practically free from every molestation, so that the victim believes himself completely delivered. Yet the exorcist may not desist until he sees the signs of deliverance. 7. At times, moreover, the evil spirits place whatever obstacles they can in the way, so that the patient may not submit to exorcism, or they try to convince him that his affliction is a natural one. Meanwhile, during the exorcism, they cause him to fall asleep and dangle some illusion before him, while they seclude themselves, so that the afflicted one appears to be freed. 8. Some reveal a crime which has been committed and the perpetrators thereof, as well as the means of putting an end to it. Yet the afflicted person must beware of having recourse on this account to sorcerers or necromancers or to any parties except the ministers of the church, or of making use of any superstitious or forbidden practice. 9. Sometimes the devil will leave the possessed person in peace and even allow him to receive the Holy Eucharist, to make it appear that he has departed. In fact, the arts and frauds of the evil one for deceiving a man are innumerable. For this reason the exorcist must be on his guard not to fall into this trap. 10. Therefore, he will be mindful of the words of our Lord, MT 1720, to the effect that there is a certain type of evil spirit who cannot be driven out except by prayer and fasting. Therefore let him avail himself of these two means above all for imploring the divine assistance in expelling demons, after the example of the Holy Fathers, and not only himself, but let him induce others, as far as possible, to do the same. 11. If it can be done conveniently, the possessed person should be led to church or to some other sacred and worthy place, where the exorcism will be held, away from the crowd. But if the person is ill, or for any valid reason, the exorcism may take place in a private home. 12. The subject, if in good mental and physical health, should be exhorted to implore God's help, to fast, and to fortify himself by frequent reception of penance and Holy Communion, at the discretion of the exorcist. And in the course of the exorcism, he should be fully recollected, with his intention fixed on God, whom he should entreat with firm faith and in all humility. And if he is all the more grievously tormented, he ought to bear this patiently, never doubting the divine assistance. 13. He ought to have a crucifix at hand or somewhere in sight. If relics of the saints are available, they are to be applied in a reverent way to the breast or the head of the person possessed. The relics must be properly and securely encased and covered. One will see to it that these sacred objects are not treated improperly or that no injury is done by the evil spirit. However, one should not hold the Holy Eucharist over the head of the person or in any way apply it to his body, owing to the danger of desecration. 14. The exorcist must not digress into senseless prattle nor ask superfluous questions or such as are prompted by curiosity, particularly if they pertain to future and hidden matters, all of which have nothing to do with his office. Instead, he will bid the unclean spirit to keep silence and answer only when asked. Neither ought he to give any credence to the devil if the latter maintains that he is the spirit of some saint or of a deceased party, or even claims to be a good angel. 15. But necessary questions are, for example, the number and name of the spirits inhabiting the patient, the time when they entered into him, the cause thereof, and the like. As for all jesting, laughing, and nonsense on the part of the evil spirit, the exorcist should prevent it or condemn it, and he will exhort the bystanders, whose number must be very limited, to pay no attention to such goings-on. Neither are they to put any question to the subject. Rather, they should intercede for him to God in all humility and urgency. 16. Let the exorcist pronounce the exorcism in a commanding and authoritative voice, and at the same time with great confidence, humility, and fervor. And when he sees that the spirit is sorely vexed, then he oppresses and threatens all the more. If he notices that the person afflicted is experiencing a disturbance in some part of his body or an acute pain or swelling appears in some part, he traces the sign of the cross over that place and sprinkles it with holy water, which he must have at hand for this purpose. 17. He will pay attention as to what words in particular cause the evil spirits to tremble, repeating them the more frequently. And when he comes to a threatening expression, he recurs to it again and again, always increasing the punishment. If he perceives that he is making progress, let him persist for 2, 3, 4 hours, and longer if he can, until victory is attained. 18. The exorcist should guard against giving or recommending any medicine to the patient, but should leave this care to physicians. 19. While performing the exorcism over a woman, he ought always to have assisting him several women of good repute, who will hold on to the person when she is harassed by the evil spirit. These assistants ought, if possible, to be close relatives of the subject, and for the sake of decency, the exorcist will avoid saying or doing anything which might prove an occasion of evil thoughts to himself or to the others. 20. During the exorcism, he shall preferably employ words from Holy Writ, rather than forms of his own or of someone else. He shall, moreover, command the devil to tell whether he is detained in that body by necromancy, by evil signs or amulets, and if the one possessed has taken the latter by mouth, he should be made to vomit them. If he has them concealed on his person, he should expose them, and when discovered, they must be burned. Moreover, the person should be exhorted to reveal all his temptations to the exorcist. 21. Finally, after the possessed one has been freed, let him be admonished to guard himself carefully against falling into sin, so as to afford no opportunity to the evil spirit of returning, lest the last state of that man becomes worse than the former. The exorcist delegated by the ordinary to perform this office should first go to confession or at least elicit an act of contrition, and if convenient, offer the holy sacrifice of the Mass, and implore God's help in other fervent prayers. He vests in surplice and purple stole, having before him the person possessed, who should be bound if there is any danger. He traces the sign of the cross over him, over himself and the bystanders, and then sprinkles all of them with holy water. After this, the exorcist kneels and says the litany of the saints, exclusive of the prayers which follow it. All present are to make the responses. Note: denotes that the sign of the cross is to be made. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Between the prayer, as indicated. Begin. Exorcist: Lord, have mercy upon us. All: Lord, have mercy upon us. This audiobook was uploaded by Hidden Whispers Revelation on YouTube. Please subscribe and like the video to support this work if you enjoyed listening.